Hello everyone and welcome to Secarmy Village at Grayhat conference. We are extremely happy to have you guys out here joining with us. Nearly after 5 months period of time, we are here with our next big event. We are starting our next big event now. And before starting our event, let's proceed with our thanking to our sponsors as Offensive Security, Try Hack Me, Hack the Box, and Spice. Thank you so much for being the esteemed sponsors and supporting us generously. We would also like to thank ROOTCON, DARKARMY, SERVMOR Security, NOOBARMY, SECONSET, BEFOJJI, We Are Plymouth, SUPRAJA Technology, RESETHACKER, Anti-Cyber Crime Society, Computer Application Student Society from SIKKIM MANIPAL University for joining us as a community sponsors and promoting us for the at their best possible level. Guys, in the last 2 days, we have experienced an amazing audience engagement on our OSCP giveaway event. We are extremely happy to give away three PWK vouchers of OSCP, which were sponsored by our sponsor OSCP. Sorry, our sponsors Offensive Security. Thank you, guys, who have submitted all the flags. The winners will be chosen from the list of the players who have submitted all the flags, and those three random winners will be chosen for the giveaway, and that giveaway will be announced on our social media handles really soon. So do not forget to check that out on our social media handles. Guys, if you have missed that event, not need to worry. We are having one more voucher to give away, because today's event is not just consist of cool talks, but it will also of subscription based giveaways, subscription based products to be given away, which are sponsored by our sponsors at Hack Me, Hack the Box, and Spice. So stay tuned so you can get all the prizes which are being given away. You can participate in that giveaway between the talks. Without further ado, let's get started with our first talk of Secarmy Village 2020. Uh, Chloe Masdegi is joining us for their first talk on hackers right. Hackers don't wear black hoodies, they wear capes. So we hope that you guys will enjoy the talk. So let's get started with that, and let's join the talk together.
Hi everyone, my name is Chloe Mistagi, and today we're going to talk about hacker rights. There's a lot to cover today, so let's dive in it together, shall we? So first things first, I'm going to share my screen. All right, and we're sharing. I hope everyone can see my screen. But I'm looking forward to giving this talk to you. It's one of my favorite talks. It's also something that's very true to my heart, and I'm trying to do whatever I can to get the hacker community knowing about their rights and also where we stand today in the current landscape and how we can actually work together to try to change that. So first things first, let's dive into hacker rights. So first things first, I wanted to say that this talk is completely dedicated to all the hackers who have been scared to disclose, to all the hackers who have been prosecuted for trying to do something good or doing their job, to all the people who are in the fight to bring rights for hackers. I have to admit, there's so many people trying to do something right now. They're trying to make a difference. And I know that you're probably one of those people that wants to do it too. And that's why you're catching this talk, or you just want to know, what is this all about? So I'm looking forward to doing this with you. I'm going to turn off my camera so then I can get a little bit more in the space of talking, but I promise I'll turn it back on afterwards. So here we go. So yes, my face disappeared, but it'll be back later, I promise. So first things first. If you're wondering who I am, my name is Chloe Mistagi. I'm the VP of Strategy over at Point 3 Security. But what I do, pretty much, if anyone were to ask, like, what do you do? I would say I'm an InfoSec advocate and activist. I'm pushing for rights for hackers, but also I'm pushing for people to be aware outside of InfoSec who are hackers and why they shouldn't be threatened by us. And when I'm not doing that, I'm just asking around the community and seeing what they need and just listening and taking action upon listening, because, you know, words are just words, but actions that's the thing that we need to do more of today to try to change things or to make things better or improve or whatnot. It's very important that we always are listening and trying to do our best as human beings. I am the president and co-founder of WOSEC, which is Women of Security. And when I'm not that, I'm the founder of We Are Hackers, formerly known as Women Hackers. Podcast for ITSP magazine, The Uncommon Journey. And I run a hacker book club. Basically, we read a new book every month, and it's usually written by someone in the hacker community. And the hacker community reads it all together. And the author and those that are mentioned in the book do join us, which is fabulous. That is my URL. If there's anything you ever want to know about who I am and what I do inside and outside of InfoSec, it's all there. My Twitter and Instagram is open for public, so you're able to view anything and also to DM at any time because it's open. Feel free to follow. So let's first dive into the current landscape. And I know this is scary, but let's dive in it together. You probably remember the Equifax breach, but did you know a hacker warned Equifax that it was vulnerable to the kind of attack that later compromised the personal data of more than 147 million Americans? This was Motherboard that reported it. And 6 months after the researcher first notified the company about the vulnerability, Equifax patched it, but only after the massive breach that made headlines had already taken place according to Equifax's own timeline. Oops. But the one thing to think about is, but what if no one actually reported that breach? And the reality is that 60% of researchers don't report vulnerabilities due to the fear of being prosecuted. And this was a statistic that was discovered by the hard work of Amit El-Azhari, who noticed our laws prevent good hackers from doing what they do best, protecting you and me and everyone that we love. She's been spearheading the movement towards having safe harbor, or the discussions for having safe harbor, or what is safe harbor. Another report was through HackerOne in 2018 that basically surveyed members of the hacking community and found that almost 1 in 4 ethical hackers have not reported a vulnerability because the company in question didn't have a vulnerability disclosure program. Once again, that's a VDP. If you ever hear me say VDP, it means that. Those who did try to notify the company through other channels such as email or social media, and let's just be real, and most of the time it's Twitter, DMs, but they basically claimed that they were frequently ignored or misunderstood. So why are hackers scared? Why are we scared, you guys? Besides prosecution, looking for contact information, trying to find the right person to contact, reading the policies that have been burdened to reporting vulnerabilities, think about it. It takes hours, days, weeks to find the right contact information to disclose. Or perhaps they're even hired as an ethical hacker to look into this situation and they still had to face some sort of prosecution. And this is one of those cases. So after DJI, the drone manufacturer, launched their own bug bounty program. So remember, this was not through any bug bounty platforms. It was, they were trying to do their own in-house, and it was a brand new one. Well, 2 researchers, Sean and Kevin, came across it. And for the scope for their bug bounty program, it covered all security issues in firmware, application, and servers, including source code leak, security workaround, privacy issue as well. But Kevin, he wanted to really confirm the scope just to be extra safe. It took them 2 weeks to finally confirm the scope via email. He then reported the vulnerability and was provided $30,000 for the finding, which is fabulous, right? However, the agreement of receiving it offered no legal protection for him. So he walked away. The revelations resulted in the company challenging his findings and threatening him with a lawsuit tied to the Computer Fraud Abuse Act, also known as CFAA, claiming he went out of scope regardless of the fact he made sure to confirm the scope. In return, he posted the entire situation with all the conversations with DJI publicly. And I think one of the best things that if you do go check it out, his entire blog on it, there's this one part where they were emailing him, but they didn't realize that within the chain of the emails, the internal emails were within that chain. And in it was basically saying that he was a threat and this could be a bad PR situation. So that's why they turned around and decided to sue him. But the good news is that when he posted it all, they decided to withdraw from the lawsuit. Or better yet, sometimes we have cases where people are actually hired by a company to do something to check and test out security. So in September, the Iowa State asked cybersecurity firm Coalfire to conduct a penetration test to see if its staff could gain access to sensitive data or equipment. So 2 Coalfire employees found a door to the Dallas courthouse open. And when they closed the door to see if it would lock, then attempted to open it, an alarm was set off. Following protocol, the employees waited for the police to arrive and showed them their paperwork. Initially, they were told they were good to go, but moments later, a local sheriff showed up and arrested them, and they had to spend a night in jail. The charges were later dropped in the late January 2020. But this is another example why we need a law that would protect these people from some sort of prosecution when they were just doing their job. And also, it's obvious that people still don't know the difference between an ethical hacker and an attacker. And language of what is in scope and out of scope, when to disclose or how do I disclose, can be so scary. And potential indictments especially, it keeps all parties awake at night. It does for me, I'll tell you that. But I mean, program managers, they're asked to be hacked, but not to get hacked badly. And how to conduct and handle situations when hackers are reporting something is something that they still struggle to do. And organizations and government all know it is definitely a need to have some sort of disclosure set so that people can report things feeling that there is a bilateral trust, and not just feeling it, but understand there is trust amongst 2 parties. So I know this is a scary subject, so here are some puppies to lift your spirits. I did place a cat for cat lovers as well, because, you know, cats are adorable. But why are they scared of us? Even though ethical hackers are not malicious actors, they're still being seen and treated as such. And because of this, it reduces the chances of reporting a vulnerability and can cause hackers to go to the dark side because they're seen as the same. So to the left is what we see when we type in criminal hackers, and to the right is what we see when we type in ethical hackers. Once again, there's this hoodie, this darkness, sometimes with a ski mask. And let me just say, ski masks are so ridiculous because, let's be real, you just cover your camera, and plus, if you've ever worn a ski mask, sometimes they're very itchy, you have sensitive skin. But overall, it's not just the imagery, it's also the language used in the media, such as seen in marketing and the press. Using the term hacker as someone as a criminal when they should use the term attacker, cyber criminal, malicious actor, and so on. Because the thing is that the images and languages, they are impacting us. It continues to feed the fear and stereotypes and biases that exist through social constructed beliefs. And if you're wondering, Chloe, what's a socially constructed belief? Well, socially constructed beliefs are basically things that you have picked up and learned by looking at your surroundings or understanding your surroundings or being told or taught from your surroundings or indirectly through images or even movies themselves. Basically, they pick up on socially constructed beliefs that hackers are dangerous people that wear hoodies and are in the basement and they're doing malicious acts and criminal stuff. When in reality, that is not true at all. Yes, sometimes we wear a hoodie, but we don't wear a ski mask. Also, not all of us are working in a basement. Sometimes we're doing it in a coffee shop, or maybe we're just doing it in our actual bedroom or our office space. Or even so, we're hired by companies to do what we do, which is completely in an office space with permission. Anyway, it's just this whole thing. We have some stereotypes that we need to face off. And I want to talk about this a little bit more in depth because we need to understand how fear works. How do people get afraid of us? And so it's very important to understand is how we think and human behavior, so then we can address this fear that the public has of who we are. So the first things first is you probably have heard of this fight versus flight mechanism called the amygdala. But did you also know that this fight versus flight mechanism is a survival mechanism? It's completely subconscious. And what it does is that it's trying to figure out who's like us, who's not like us. So people that are like us, we trust, and people that are not like us, we don't trust. And so because they're probably not around someone who is a hacker, the thing is that they're registering it as someone who is not like us, someone who is suspicious because we don't have trust. Because we trust ourselves, but we don't trust others. And if anyone is someone that we've never met before, they are a stranger danger to us. So it's really important to understand is that the amygdala is basically taking these beliefs, these socially constructed beliefs, and how people are, and that is the reason why they think these ways of hackers are. So what happens is that when, for example, a good example, let's just do it this way. Say you tell someone you're a hacker and someone who's outside the hacker community, and you're like, yeah, I'm a hacker, or I work in the hacker community. They take a step back, their mouth drops, their eyes get bigger, or they try to find a way to quickly get out of the situation of talking to you because the thing that's registering in their head is warning, warning, stranger danger, there's a hacker on the loose who's a criminal. Anyway, and that's the thing, is that the amygdala sends a message to your prefrontal cortex to let them know that stranger danger, right? You need to be afraid. This hacker, we saw it in the images, we've seen it in the press, we've seen it written out in books, we've seen it in movies, that hackers are these dangerous criminal beings. And we should probably run far away and turn off our cell phones. Or you know what? Maybe we'll just throw it away after this event. Anyway, the thing is that one thing to remember is that the amygdala, it is completely subconscious, but it does send a signal to your prefrontal cortex to let it know of a warning. Now, the prefrontal cortex can then act on it by coming up with various different actions of what to do next. But it is a completely consciously aware process. And it's using logic and reason to really question if it is a threat or not. So what happens is that then afterwards it sends a message back to take action, and this is the action you decide on, back to the amygdala, and the amygdala then decides to throw it all over in your brain, and then you take that action. So if the action is to quickly escape, then it sends a message to the amygdala back saying, you are right, stranger danger, let's get out of this situation, and quickly say that someone's calling us on our phone, and then walk away. So that's the thing, how it works. But the good news is that because it is completely consciously aware that you are thinking of how to perceive this threat, the good news for you guys is to understand one thing. This is also the time for them to question it if they've heard a story. Now, the one thing, if you ever want to change someone's beliefs of who you are or what you do, or you want to understand another type of person that you've never met in your life, watch a YouTube video with them. Like, not with them, but about them. So say, for example, you have a video up talking about how hard it is to be a hacker, because every time you're trying to let a company know that you found a vulnerability, they don't take you seriously, or they immediately start to see you as a threat. When in reality, you're not trying to do that. You're trying to protect them. You're trying to let them know that this vulnerability exists. And it's really important for them to take initiative. That's the thing. Hearing the story, and for people to view that story, to hear what you've gone through, how hard it can be, and how people see you as a criminal, that allows them to remember it. So the next time they face a hacker or they meet a hacker, when the amygdala is sending warning, warning, stranger danger, there's a hacker near you or a hacker next to you, it will now then suddenly, when it's thinking of the logic of consciously processing this perceived threat, it then thinks of, oh, remember that YouTube video I watched about that hacker who talked about how hard it is and how everyone thinks he's a criminal, and how much that impacted his life, and having to constantly have to change the name of what he is so then people wouldn't know or see him as a threat. And I don't want to be that person. I don't want to be that bad guy. I want to be the good guy, the one who understands and understands people. So then it sends a message back to the amygdala saying, simmer down. This is not a threat. This person is probably trying to help us out. And that's what we need more in this world right now. So then companies start trusting us a little bit more when we submit vulnerabilities. So just remember that you can always question your own biases, and so can the strangers around you. But the one thing is that they have to also be okay with being uncomfortable, knowing that they are wrong. Because some of us, when we have very deep-rooted socially constructed beliefs, it's it's part of who we are, and we base our opinions, our everything around them. And so it's really important to note that, like, when we get outside of our comfort bubble, we really get to learn about the world that we live in. And the people that are going to be touched by your story of being a hacker or sharing how hard it is, those are the people that we want to help join us. Because, and the reality is, because of these socially constructed beliefs, it has resulted in the following things. It's the mindset that's set by society, by people in the media, that is keeping us unsafe and preventing hackers what they do well in. More companies are becoming more open to receiving information on vulnerabilities, but still 94% of the Forbes Global 2000 still haven't published a VDP. And that's something they may come to regret. Companies are afraid of hackers and don't want to create vulnerability disclosure policies because of the lack of a bilateral trust amongst hackers and organizations and government is one of the reasons why 60% still don't report vulnerabilities. Hackers are scared of these outdated laws such as CFAA and DMCA, which we'll go into next. Also, from interviewing hackers, one of the reasons they decided to move away from doing ethical hacking is the pay and the constant worry of being prosecuted regardless if they did something legal. This is said similarly to those that switched from being an attacker to a hacker. The reason the switch was the insomnia of being arrested, because there are cases when organizations prosecute ethical hackers regardless if they were in scope, which we saw earlier. So what are these worldwide legislations that we need to be aware of? So the one thing to note about this is that most countries follow the US standards when it comes to hacking laws. So the CFAA is one that I first want to go into. So CFAA, the Computer Fraud Abuse Act, is a US cybersecurity bill that was enacted in 1984 as an amendment to existing computer fraud law, which had been included in the Comprehensive Crime Control Act of 1984. The law prohibits accessing a computer without authorization or in excess of authorization, also to be used when a researcher goes out of scope. This is the act used to prosecute hacking. Random fact, if you have ever seen the movie War Games, did you know Ronald Reagan, he watched it and freaked out about hackers, and he is the reason why we have CFAA today, because of that movie. Now let's go into another one. Anti-circumvention laws, and these, once again, exist all over the world, but the US is called the Digital Millennium Copyright Act, DMCA, is a 1998 United States copyright law that implements two 1996 treaties of the World Intellectual Property Organization. Right to repair. Reverse engineering is seen as a breach of property. Now let's go to the next one. So acceptable use policy. Who here has ever read their terms and conditions, say for an Apple product? Okay, so I tried, I got bored, I decided to watch a movie instead, but in general, they can be long and too much verbiage. It can confuse anyone, especially if English is not your first language or you're an English learner. This can lead to some serious miscommunication issues for ethical hackers that really don't speak English. By the way, if you're not an attorney, you're gonna actually have problems too, because it's written for attorneys to read it if they're an attorney too. And I should just let you guys know, I am not an attorney, so just keep that in mind. But overall, these laws are old and out of date, and honestly, were created out of fear, not empathy, by taking the time to understand what is actually needed and why laws should only prosecute malicious actors, aka, criminals, and not good hackers. So overall takeaway from that is laws prevent good hacking the same way they prevent attackers. And we really need good hacking. So I want to dive a little bit more on CFAA because that is the anti-hacking law, but also is the one that is the only one that has been used to prosecute hackers in the US. So first things first, once again, Computer Fraud Abuse Act, CFAA, was passed in 1984 and has grown wildly outdated, and that it offers prosecutors discretion to threaten huge potential fines and jail sentences for very relatively underserving violations of a computer policy. First, the CFAA, as written, punishes exceeding authorized access to a protected computer, a phrase vague enough to inspire some broad interpretations. Another flaw in the CFAA is the redundant provisions that enable a person to be punished multiple times for the same crime. These charges can be stacked on one on top of another, resulting in a threat of a higher cumulative fines and jail time for the exact same violation. This also allows prosecutors to bully defendants into accepting a deal in order to avoid facing a multitude of charges from a single solitary act. It also plays a significant role in sentencing. The ambiguity of a provision mean to, toughen sentencing for repeat offenders of the CFA may in fact make it possible for defendants to be sentenced based on what should be prior convictions, but were nothing more than a multiple convictions for the same crime. Most importantly to note, the CFA also gives companies the right to sue. That is right. Hackers have more of a fear from companies and states, your local government, than the Justice Department. Since 2013, the DOJ has doing whatever they can to try to protect ethical hackers, and that's why you don't really see CFA being used against them. But once again, if you're a company, chances are you will probably utilize this at some point if you do not trust the hacker community, and also in local states. Now, the reason why you should also hate CFAA is there is one case that if you see on here called Aaron Swartz. Because Aaron Swartz's case is one of those examples of how bad the CFAA is. And there's many cases of this, but this one always gets close to me. In 2011, Carmen Ortez, the U.S. Attorney's Office, charged Swartz with hacking into the MIT computer network to download millions of scholarly articles from JSTOR. It was an act of civil disobedience meant to protest the restricted access to research funded by taxpayers. And for this, the U.S. Attorney brought charges that carried a maximum penalty of 35 years in prison. I want to pause right there. Did you know a first-degree murder in the U.S. is 25 years minimum in prison, but yet he was being served a maximum penalty of 35 years in prison? Let that sit in. Doesn't sound right, does it? And not just that, $1 million in fines. They were able to charge such years because the way CFA is written that we saw before, and the issues that have yet to be sorted since it was made into a law. But overall, what I want this main takeaway to be about is when looking at Aaron's situation, he was dealing with a 17-month legal battle, one that had no set trial date and wasn't ending anytime soon. And through Swartz's perspective, it must have been so overwhelming. With the future of this legal battle cast into doubt, Swartz hung himself in his apartment on January 11, 2013. And following his death, federal prosecutors went on to drop the charges. His family said it was the government's prosecution that contributed to his decision to take his own life. Because of Aaron's case was one of those things that reminded us that something needs to change. There was a law that was written called Aaron's Law in 2013. Unfortunately, it didn't pass because there were some pretty big known lobbyists that wanted to keep CFA the way it is. But what Aaron's Law was going to do was remove the phrase exceeds authorized access and replace it with access without authorization, which is defined as to obtain information on a computer that the accessor lacks authorization to obtain, by knowingly circumventing technological or physical measures designed to prevent unauthorized individuals from obtaining that information. Of course, DMCA, of course, we're going to touch on that, but one thing to note is that this has not been used against a hacker anytime soon, but it does have a chilling effect, so it's important for us to know about it. But the DMCA was passed in 1998 as an anti-piracy statute of effectively making it illegal to circumvent copy protections designed to prevent pirates from duplicating digital copyrighted works and selling or freely distributing them. It also makes it illegal to manufacture or distribute tools or techniques for circumventing copy controls. But in reality, the controversial law's effects have been much broader by allowing game developers, music and film companies, and others to keep a tight control on how consumers use their copyrighted works, preventing them in some cases from making copies of their purchased products for their own use, or from jailbreaking smartphones or other devices to use them in ways the manufacturers dislike. Now, no person shall circumvent a technological measure that effectively controls access to work protected under this title. It does contain provisions for security research, but in most cases does not allow them to break down defenses put up by the manufacturer without prior permission, such as those wrapped around firmware. But with improvements to legislation, We can change where we stand today, but in order to do that, we must dive into 3 categories in which we've touched on because they work together to bring about a public change. So we need to influence the public. In order to have rights for hackers, we need to get the public on board. In order to do so, we need to drive these 3 categories. So we need the press to push for the public to become aware. In other words, we need to change the language and imagery of what is a hacker and start using cyber criminals or malicious actors or attackers for those who commit unethical hacking. Overall, really separate the 2. In order to help the press, organizations need to be on board with bilateral trust by having vulnerability disclosure programs. By showing they support hackers, the public changes their view in general. And lastly, to have organizations and public opinion to push and motivate Capitol Hill to get on board and update the current legislation that will protect ethical hackers. And the reason I say this, it's very US-centric, I understand, but many countries copied what the US did. And so it's best for the US to try to do whatever they can to fix the situation so other countries will follow as well. But overall, we do need all 3 of these categories to support hacker rights for it to become a reality. So how do we get there, you're probably wondering? Well, there are 5 needs. Overall, we need to push for awareness for hackers. And these are the 5 needs to get there. Now, how we get there, I'm going to need you. That's right, you. I'm talking to you directly. The first step is there was this petition that was created. It was made to basically to support and first step of showcasing we have a problem. This is the problem and we need to change it. And to be able to do that, we need organizations, the legislators, and the media and the hacker community to agree to this. So it's very important that we have this. And if you have not signed it, please sign it and then share it with your friends and family because anyone can sign it who agrees with it. That's the first step. Now, the second step that I created basically was Hacking is Not a Crime. With Brian. Brian and I, we teamed together to bring a one-place shop, in a sense, where you can find out all the organizations that are working to push for hacker rights, that work with vulnerability disclosure, and as well as helping with pushing out the idea for the press to understand that there is correct terms to be using and correct imagery to be using and to remind them what those are. We do have a group of advocates, and these are kind of like an ambassador for the organization itself. And if you want to join us, you're more than welcome to join us. We also have a Take Action place where you can find 5 different ways how you can change the landscape for hackers and to push for hacker rights. So please check out the website, and also it gives you a good idea of what are the organizations that are doing something so you can volunteer and whatnot. But we'll dive into those all right now. So first things first, we need to tell the press. That's right, we need to remind people there's a difference between a hacker versus a criminal and an attacker. Remember, a locksmith is a hacker. A burglar is a criminal attacker, cyber criminal, malicious actor. And that seems to be the best way to demonstrate for people to understand the differences. People understand this much better that way. So if you ever see the press having an image of a dark hooded figure who is supposed to be a hacker, or using the term hacker instead of criminal or attacker, let them know they have it wrong, but do it respectfully by not telling them, hey, you're wrong, change this, how could you do this to us? Not like that. Be more like, hey, I know you're probably not aware of this, but the hacker community, we have been subjected to quite some terrible stereotypes that have hurt us individually and has caused a lot of issues in our community when it comes to anything from on a political side to mental health. And we would love to let you know that the correct term to use for your post or your article, it should be attacker or criminal, malicious actor. It's not a hacker. Hackers are there to protect you. They're not going out of scope. They're not trying to release the vulnerability out in the wild. What they're trying to do is be there and protect you and your customers. And so it's really important to understand the 2. Now, if you feel uncomfortable doing it, don't worry. What you can always do is share the article or tag myself or Hack Not Crime. So that's at Hack Not Crime. and basically tag us in it so then we can let them know and have a conversation with the press to let them know how to do better next time. So please don't go at it alone. If you've never had any training in talking to the press, don't worry. If you go to hackingisnotacrime.org, you'll be able to find a place where it talks about how to have good conversations with the press, how to talk to the press under the action. So I recommend you checking that out. Third step is push for organizations and companies and whatnot to partner on campaign with us with Hacking is Not a Crime. So then we see that they care and they really want to try to build that bilateral trust with us. Because the thing is like there's a very thin line for hackers to walk across when trying to disclose something. So it's important for them to also understand that it has to be bilateral here. It's very hard for us to give all the trust to them without knowing if trust is even present. So it's really important for them to have some sort of disclosure program in place so then we know that there is some sort of trust there that exists. And remember, stay in scope, don't exploit. If you exploit and you go out of scope, I'm just telling you, you just did a criminal activity and that does not make you a hacker. That makes you into a criminal or attacker. So don't go out of scope and exploit, because when you do, you make it terrible for the rest of the hacker community. Because remember what I said about that trust being a very, very like thin line, because it's not quite there yet. It's not strong enough that we have to tread delicately. So when one person in our community does something bad, it makes us look bad. It reinforces stereotypes of the hackers being criminals. So don't be that person. Now, fourth step is to know who your local representatives are and talk to them. Have a conversation with them. Have them try to update the current legislation like CFAA and have a conversation of how that hurts the community. It's very important that you talk to your representatives because they're supposed to represent you too. Also, there are cases that are coming this fall. The CFAA is going to be revisited in the Supreme Court. So it's important for you to be on top of that. And one of them is the Van Buren versus US case. And if you don't know what that is, it basically is a former Georgia police officer who was wrongly convicted under the notoriously vague Computer Fraud Abuse Act, CFA. Basically asked the Supreme Court to reject a dangerously overbroad interpretation of the law. In Van Buren versus the US, Nathan Van Buren was accused of taking money in exchange for looking up a license plate in a law enforcement database. He was convicted of violating the CFAA because he allegedly used that database for an improper purpose, even though it was a database that he was allowed to have access for work purposes. So under this expansive interpretation of the CFAA, it'd be a federal crime at any time a person violates a website's term of services. If violating terms of service is a crime, private companies then get to decide who goes to prison and for what, putting us all at risk for everyday online behavior. So it was submitted to the Supreme Court. It's expected this fall for it to be discussed. So be on top of that. Fifth step is to support these wonderful organizations. I Am the Cavalry, Disclose.io, CERT Coordination Center, also known as CERT-CC, EFF, and CTI League. These organizations have been fighting for rights, working with legislators, trying to do whatever they can to get companies on board with trusting the hacker community. If I were you, it is best to reach out to them if you want to volunteer some time or if you want to give donations, it's okay, but contact them, find out how you can get involved, because right now they could probably use any volunteer at this time, and by any, I mean anyone who's willing and has the passion to do it, what they do to help volunteer. It's important. We have to work together as a community. Otherwise, how are we ever going to change anything if we don't? So the main takeaways from this is overall, we need to push for awareness for ethical hackers, and these are what we need to do to get there. And yes, I will love advice and assistance if you're wanting to share some with us. But I want to just remind you on one thing, which is the change starts with you and me, and that it's up to you and I and everyone to fight for rights. And we cannot give up. We must not give up, because now is a time more than ever, we need to support one another. We need to start driving for something to change, because we can't keep doing this anymore. We can't. It's been too long. And the laws are so out of date. We're talking about from 1984. I mean, Y2K even happened and we're in 2020. And yes, I hate 2020 just like you. But the thing is like, we need to do something about this. And by giving up, we're giving up on all these other hackers that have dealt with being prosecuted or dealt with hackers that basically were trying to do something good. And in return, they got attacked in so many different directions. We need to stand behind them. We need to stand up for them. And we must give a voice because we have a voice. And it's important for us to get outside of InfoSec to share that. I just want to say, you guys, thank you guys so much for existing. And I just want to also say a special thanks to Bo Woods and Harley Gager, who really opened my eyes to where we stand right now with CFAA and DMCA. It's so important is that we constantly need to be updated on the current situation. And CFAA right now in Supreme Court, that's a big deal for us. So please don't forget about it. So thank you guys for having me. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out. Once again, my DMs are open on Instagram and also on Twitter. Feel free to follow. And please note, you are not alone at this. There are so many people that are trying to push for rights. And if you want to get involved, also check out hackingisnotacrime.org because there is a good place to find out all this information. Everything I talked about is on there as well. So thank you guys so much. I will put my camera on so I can give you a nice wave. Here we go. So thank you guys again. Stay safe. And please know you're never alone in this world. The community has been a wonderful place to be there for you. So thank you guys so much for having me. It was awesome to be here. And take care and wear a mask. Bye, everyone.
Thank you, Chloe, for such a wonderful session. Our next talk will be presented by RESETHACKER on hacking humans with social engineering. Let's get started with it. I'm always excited about social engineering.
So, hello and welcome everyone to the Secarmy Village Conference 2020. And in this topic, I will talk about hacking humans with social engineering. So, this talk will be dedicated to social engineering and tactics, right? But before actually entering into the talk, I would like to clear out a few specific things so that it is clear for you to understand that what basically the talk is all about and what you will get after hearing this talk. Okay, so let me first initially speak about myself a bit. So I am Urvesh Thakkar and I am a cybercrime investigator and a cybercrime intervention officer. I work with various companies at various positions in the field of cybersecurity, digital forensics, and security research. My area of interest and my core work of areas are exploitation, OSINT, cyber psychology, and social engineering. You can connect with me over via my website, that is www.thegeekboy.net. So I hope this much of introduction is enough for you all to know me, right? And now let us just directly dive into our topic of hacking human minds via social engineering. So, when you saw the term hacking human minds, probably you saw this talk agenda, before the conference itself, when posters and everything were released, and during the conference also you thought, and when I showcased you the first slide of this PPT, there is a trigger in your mind. Okay, we are going to hack human minds means we are going to go to the sci-fi movies and we're actually going to do something very unusual, or you're probably thinking we are going to do something very innovative or something very different. Probably we are going to combine the Avengers and the Spider-Man power and whatnot, and we'll be a superhero. No. So this talk is not about actually building a prototype and a machine and we are embedding some wires into our brains. No. So this talk that I'm going to do will be a theoretical talk. It will be on how hackers approach is towards social engineering attacks, right? So it is not about, where I'm doing something practical, that how this phishing or that wishing or, this spoofing and all that things are done in real time. No, it's not a practical talk. It's not a workshop. But yeah, this talk will definitely help you to understand that how hackers think, or how, if you are an hacker, if you are a social engineer, if you are a cybersecurity enthusiast, and you are interested about social engineering, so this talk will definitely help you to understand that how you should build your mentality and build your mind towards social engineering. This talk will be more of theory and psychology oriented talk, because here we are actually going to analyze the human mind, and we are going to see that how psychologically hackers use the human mind to hack the humans. Basically, in this talk, we are going to understand what is the approach that we should follow while studying about social engineering. So if you want to really know about this, then you're at the right place. Okay, so let's get started. First of all, probably you should ask a question to yourself, that are you really secure? um, if you are new to this cybersecurity domain, or even if you're not new, probably you must have heard this term from the people who are not in this field, that okay, you are saying, that hackers can hack into accounts and all that thing. So what? I have an antivirus, I have a firewall, really, and in fact, even, some people are there in this field, or some people are even not there in this field. Quite a good amount of awareness is getting spread, right, into the society regarding cybercrime awareness and all that stuff, right? In fact, I am myself, you can say, a president at Anti-Cybercrime Society, which is a non-profit organization for spreading cybercrime awareness among the society, right? So it's even me who, who is spreading awareness and all that. And, people say to us, yeah, so what? I am aware of all these things. I am cyber aware. So I'm secure. I mean, I'm not able to understand that why you're saying this, you can get hacked and all. I'm aware enough, I have antivirus, and I'm also aware of all these things, so possibly I'm safe and I'm secure. But you need to ask this question to yourself, really, are you even secure? Like, you have an antivirus and even if you are aware? So the conclusion is no, you are not, because it is said by Kevin Mitnick that social engineering bypasses all technologies, including antiviruses and firewalls. So even if you are aware, even if you are a tech geek, or even if you are not, it doesn't matter how much aware or how much antivirus or how much security do you have. That one small trigger in the human mind, that one small emotional gameplay psychological trick, and boom, you can be a victim of a social engineering attack. It's not about that, sending fake links to somebody and all, and if the person knows about of all these things, so we should not click on the fake links. So if the person is aware, he or she won't be able to be the target. No, it's all about how we are triggering, how we are manipulating the human mind. That what makes social engineering different, and that is what makes social engineering the most lethal and the most powerful weapon. So, one thing, before actually going deep into the session, you should clarify in your mind that no, anyone, literally anyone, even he or she has security, firewall, antivirus, whatever, or he or she is aware of all these things a bit, still, anyone can literally be a victim of a social engineering attack. And how? This is what the talk is all about, right? Now, another, there is a misconception, or there, you could say, there is a myth that some people, who are beginners or who are newbies into this cybersecurity field, or who are actually there in this field, initially I was the one thinking the same. But what I was thinking, that sending phishing, sending fake links, wishing attacks, smishing, spywares, um, clickbaiting, baiting, all these things are nothing but social engineering. So basically, if somebody asks that what is social engineering, so we think of, yeah, like social engineering is about sending a fake link to somebody, and if the person logins, or actually enters the credentials into that page, it is known as a phishing attack, and that is how social engineering attack is executed. Basically, sending phishing links, fake links, and this is not social engineering. This is an asset. These are the tools, these are the methodologies that assist the process of social engineering. Social engineering is far more much deep. Also, one thing that we should clear in our mind, that social engineering is not just a technical term or a technical topic in cybersecurity. It's a non-technical term also. It is used everywhere. It is used in real life. It is used every day. Social engineering is used every day and it is everywhere, right? So this is how social engineering came into the hacking, just because now hackers are using social engineering, right, to hack into systems and hack into the credentials of users and innocent people, right? So if you are thinking that social engineering is all about sending fake links and all that, so you should just clarify the definition that no, social engineering is far something more than that, and what it is we will see that. So, in order to understand social engineering, let us first see what Wikipedia has to say about social engineering, right? So, Wikipedia says, in the context of information security, social engineering is the psychological manipulation of people into performing actions or divulging confidential information. Probably now you might have scratched your heads like, this is something far away from my knowledge, and something I didn't understood at all. That's the reason Wikipedia is complicated. Wikipedia has made this definition a bit complicated, but we should always refer to what's going on and what is the actual definition. That's the reason I have included it over here. Basically, if you are able to understand this definition, great, applause for you. But I know that this definition is a quite sophisticated, and social engineering is such a vast topic. In a talk of 1 hour or 2 hour talk, we cannot just directly explain what exactly social engineering is. But yeah, now let's come to my point, that how I define social engineering, and probably that will help you all to understand what exactly social engineering is. So, social engineering simply means to make the use of human psychology and manipulate the human mind to attain sensitive information, right? So, as you saw in the previous definition, I had highlighted two words, that is psychological manipulation. In simple terms, social engineering just means that we are using the human psychology. We are playing with the human mind, right? You all are aware of the term psychology, right? How the human mind changes and how the human mind works. So, making the use of human mind and human psychology to manipulate it in such a way that we attain a sensitive information or any information that we want. Not only sensitive, social engineering doesn't only include that we are taking only sensitive information. Social engineering also includes we could take any non-sensitive or personal or emotional information. Now, this was all about the definition of social engineering, right? That what social engineering is, and this is how I define social engineering. But if this is also more complicated, and if you want to understand social engineering in depth, so I have designed social engineering means 4 steps. So basically the next slide that I will show you are nothing but they are the social engineering 4-step theory that I have myself designed. Probably I could sound as a noob at this place, that I'm doing some inventions, useless inventions. But yeah, that 4-step theory will definitely help you to understand social engineering in depth. So, what I say to others, and in wherever, in whichever conference or in whichever webinar I talk about social engineering, this is the slide that I include every time, and this is the 4-step based theory that I have designed for understanding social engineering and its approach. So, even if you are a common audience viewing this conference, viewing this my webinar, then also it will help you to understand that how hackers do social engineering. And if you are a security enthusiast, if you are into cybersec, if you are a geek, then also it will help you to understand that this is the way you should do and you should think of social engineering. So The 4-step theory goes as follows. The very first step is convincing the target. It simply means first impression is the last impression. Second is the digital trust asset. I also call it as DTA in short form. It means building trust and rapport digitally. So this word over here, digitally, is quite important because it's a digital trust. Okay. Third is the cyber psychology, the actual process of playing with the mind, combining digital and emotional gameplay. Last but not the least is the use of tools, executing the attack with the use of tools, technical part. Now, just try to correlate the very first thing that I said you earlier a few minutes ago, that if you think that sending a phishing link is a social engineering, that is that what is social engineering? No. So making phishing links, sending phishing links, doing spoofing and all that, I consider it as the last step, I consider it all that in tools, in the fourth step that you can see on the screen. Before all those things that we actually do, there are more three steps that I believe is important for executing and planning a well planned social engineering attack. Now, just for the time being, remember these four steps by their names. Number one, convincing the target. Number two is the digital trust access, or it is also known as DTA. Number three is cyber psychology, and number four is the use of SE tools. I mean the use of social engineering tools that we do while in Kali Linux, or while we do in hacking and stuff, right? Now let us try to understand these four steps in depth. Okay. Before that, we need to talk about the cyberspace. See, why we are talking about the cyberspace basically over here now, in order to understand the first step, is just because I need to clarify that why today social engineering is so convincing and so lethal, and it's so powerful tool in terms of hacking. The point is, we need to ask a question to ourselves, that is cyberspace a real space? Yes or no? Probably many of you will think, no, it's not a real space, it's not a space that we feel or something. But to be in go to the psychological terms, yes, cyberspace have now actually become a real space. Why? The reason is people are spending more time in the cyberspace than in the reality. That is the reason the cyberspace have now, you can say, a bit converted, or fell down towards a real space. And the very most important factor that cyberspace is affecting us is, it is actually affecting the way people behave in the real world, right? So it's not something that today, if you're on a smartphone and you are sad, or something bad have happened on social media, and you had a bad chat with your friend. Probably that bad chat with a friend in the digital world will also affect your mood, and also affect the way and your attitude that you portray in the real world, right? So cyberspace is actually affecting us in the real world. It is playing with the psychology in the real world also. And the more reason is that people are spending more time in that digital world now these days, rather than in the reality, and especially during the COVID times a lot, right? Now how could we come to this conclusion? Yeah, this is something valid. See, this is something that you could relate with yourself or with others, that basically people run behind likes and followers and all those stuff, right? So that feeling when someone likes one of your post, right? So it's like, yeah, I've got a like or something. Now just imagine, there is a person who has around 5,000 followers on Instagram, and that person posted one picture today, and the person got around 4,000 likes. Out of 5,000 followers, the person got 4,000 likes, and the person is like feeling on the top of the world. The next day, the same person posts another picture on Instagram, and the person now this time only gets 500 likes. Now, why I have narrated you this story? Because now at the second day when the person will see, okay, I have just 500 likes, and yesterday I had 4,000 likes, that will definitely affect the person behaving in the real world. there is a possibility that it will be difficult for the person to even eat. Why? Likes nahi. There is no likes. There are no likes on my profile. So the person will be depressed. The person will be shocked. The person will be, oh shit, what's wrong? What has happened? Like yesterday, I had 4,000 likes on my one picture, and today just 500. There is something wrong. I don't know. Maybe I'm looking ugly. Maybe this dress doesn't suit me. Maybe people have done something wrong, or I have written a wrong caption. Maybe I should change the filter, right? So these all are the thoughts that the person will instantly get on that spot itself. So basically it is hard, it is so hard to stop and restrict ourselves from using and affecting and letting us affect our mind by this digital platform and this digital world, right? This is also called as a mere distraction that we generally face while our study time and all that, right? So that's why people say social media, mobile phone, gadgets are the biggest distraction while studying, and you should keep away them. That's the point, right? Because if it is actually behaving or in a certain way that it is changing our behavior, that we are actually changing the attitude of ourselves in the real world, it is actually affecting us quite a lot, right? In simple words, I'm just trying to say that it is affecting us a lot. That's why cyberspace is now, you can say, a bit fallen towards an actual space. Now, let us go back to our four-step based theory. And the very first step that I told is understanding convincing. It's all about gathering information and the best source of information. Why? See, the logic is the people who are able to convince you are the ones who know about you, right? So before this understanding convincing point, the very first point, convincing the target. The first impression is the last impression. Before that, we need to quite understand that how well the information is there with the hackers and how they can use this information against us, right? Now, we all say of information gathering, and hackers can gather information about us and all that. But the very, very interesting source of information, the very best source of information for hackers is you yourself. Why? We are so clever enough, we are so smart enough that in today's digital world, we ourselves are giving tremendous amount of information which is publicly available for everyone to access and to use. And here are some of the examples. Just imagine when somebody asks you about your personal interest or about your opinions in real life, you say no, I won't share, it's my privacy. And we ourselves then disclose our personal interest and our information in the Instagram bio. I've taken a classic example over here. It is taken from an actual real Instagram bio profile. We'll just go through it. It is written Punekar, IN. Then adult 19. Zakir Khan, love, mostly sane, St. Mira School and SP College, now VIIT MEC, born to give a national holiday 26 Jan. Now you can actually relate this thing probably to your own Instagram profile handle. Why? Because many of you viewing this conference or viewing this webinar as of now have done this thing or similar kind of this thing in your own Instagram bio, right? That what you love, what you like. So the point is, what can we conclude by just looking at this? The very first point is, as an attacker or as an hacker or as a social engineering person, I get is that you are living in a place called Pune, which is in Maharashtra. You are 19, means you are like adult, like you have said it. Then Zakir Khan and mostly sane are the two things that you love. Means these are the things that actually interests you, that you will actually love to watch or love to view. Then you were initially in St. Mira School, now then in SP College, and currently you are in VIIT MEC, means mechanical engineering. It is an abbreviation for mechanical engineering, right? And hackers actually researches about all this information. So if I was a hacker, okay, so this is a St. Mira School, I'll research about this school more. What I'll research is, I found out according to my research that this is a girls' school. if this is a girls' school, means only girls are allowed in this school, right? So probably the profile, the Instagram bio that I have been showing as of now is of a girl, right? Then born to give a national holiday on 26 Jan means the person who has done it was born. I mean, the girl who have done it was born on 26th of Jan, and as she is 19 as of now, right? So probably it is 26 Jan 2000, 2601 to 000. So first of all, your birth date, your age, your interest, your likes and dislikes, where were you studying, where do you live, these many points. So the person already, the girl who have already posted this have already disclosed. And now I have the birth date, I have the places visited, I have the likes and dislikes. Just imagine that just by an Instagram bio. No, I'm not saying about Facebook or WhatsApp or any other social media platform. Just of Instagram. As of now, when it just comes to Instagram and that limiting to the bio itself, just imagine how much amount of information we ourselves are sharing, right? And this is just a one common example, a real life relatable example. Now many of you also accept friend request of mutual connection if A is the person and B is in the friend list, right? And C is also in the friend list. So when A will send a friend request to C, there is a probability that person C will accept that friend request because the person B is a mutual friend of both, right? But the point is, probably we should not do that. See, basically, if we don't know someone, we should not just add up into them into our circles, because we don't know that who is behind the mask. If you are going outside in the real world, you can see the mask, if the person is wearing a mask or no, and if the person is not wearing the mask, you should stay away, right? But in the digital world, we cannot identify the mask, or also even if the person is wearing a mask in the digital world, we cannot conclude that who is behind the mask, what is the real identity, right? So the point is, we ourselves are giving so much amount of information to the hackers that they are able to actually play with our human mind. Now, another, a classic example could be, we post. We are a social media addict, right? So probably there is one of, out of Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp or something, there could be one social media that, you all could have maintained more rather than the other social media platform. Generally, I have observed it as Instagram because many people like to maintain their Instagram, right? They are not much active on WhatsApp or on other, social media. So what we do is, if we are sad, we add up a story. Okay, I'm sad, I'm feeling sad, and the people who are in your connections can see your story. But what if somebody takes a screenshot of that and sends to somebody? Even if you're not in the connection, still the person can see the story. Am I right? Then when we are happy, we post happy, feeling happy. If it's a Sunday, we post a story, it's Sunday. Come on, it's common, we know it's a Sunday. What is the need to post in that it's a Sunday? I mean, when something bad has happened, we post. When we are bored, we post, ask me a question, right? Ask any question. And not only the person who is asking you the question, and you give an answer to it, but you also take a screenshot of that question, write an answer to it, and add that also to the story. And the person who have asked this question, you also tag that person also. So not only you, but are actually giving others information also, that this was the person that I had visited this garden, this was the person I had visited this restaurant. And in this way you can also give the information that which person is more close to you and which person is not close to you. Based on that, hacker can come to know, okay, if I'm not able to hack this person, probably I can hack the person who is close to it, and probably then I can get information from there. The only point of saying all this was that social media is kind of a big well, right? It's a very deep and big well, right? How much ever you try to insert, and you pull off the rope and the bucket from that well, it will go endless. It is so deep. It is an endless deep well, the social media, right? So the point is, we ourselves are giving so much of information that we are doing this, we are doing that, and all those kind of things. This is what is used by the hackers. It's not about some third party apps and all that are using our privacy and all, which we will come to that point later in the talk. But we just need to rethink and see ourselves that, okay, this is the information that I am giving, and this is actually absolutely public. Anyone can view it, right? So just for the fake of few followers and the name of likes and all that, we should actually just rectify our mistake and try to think that what information that we are sharing and what information actually we want to share with the public, right? So the point is, the very best source of information is we ourselves, right, for the hackers. And using this information, how a well-planned social engineering attack is executed, we will try to see now. So coming to the first step, convincing the target. What is convincing basically? So I define convincing as an urge to fulfill your desires based upon your personal interest and opinions and choices. So what is convincing? For example, you want to eat an ice cream and somebody gives you an ice cream, so that person is convincing you, okay, fulfilling your desire, right? If you want an MacBook Pro and your parents are actually buying you a MacBook Pro, means they're fulfilling your desires based upon your personal interest and choices. You wanted a MacBook Pro, it is one of your desire, right? Now hackers are able to convince and lure targets as they use targets personal information. That's the reason I told in this slide that why the information source is important and who is the information source. Whatever information actually we are providing is enough for the hacker or the social engineer to come to know that what will be the very first step to convince you. Now if you see the photograph over here, the Instagram bio, as a social engineer I can come to know that this girl is interested about Zakir Khan, right? So probably there could be a higher possibility that if I'm sending something, even if a link related to Zakir Khan, then this person will click on it. Why? Because a personal interest has been disclosed to the public, right? So now instead of sending a fake link of free iPhone or Adidas giveaway or this kind of you can say useless phishing links, I can actually craft a phishing link based on the personal interest of this person. Probably it could be Zakir Khan new video, right? And probably I now have the probability that the person will click on that link with more ease without thinking twice, right? So even if the person is aware of all this phishing and technical terms and all that, but still, as I'm using the information which is convincing to that person, the person won't think. Now when it comes to social engineering, there are some typical social engineering terms that we need to understand. So let us go deep in convincing now and how this convincing is used. The use of scarcity. What is this scarcity? Scarcity is when people are told that they are provided with something they need or has limited availability and they must comply and act fast in order to achieve that. This is known as scarcity. In simple terms, it is a step that is involved in convincing the target. This is how the target gets convinced more easily and at a rapid rate, because use of scarcity with convincing is done in such a way that the target has been said, okay, this is just for a limited time or a limited availability, and in this amount of time you have to take the action. And let us see what exactly it means when we are actually going to see the real world examples of scarcity. So you probably have seen all of these things in your social media or on Facebook, WhatsApp, or wherever, right? Let us see this photograph on the left hand side that FG has finally approved and started giving out rupees 5,000 free relief funds to each citizen, right? You can claim and get credit once, so it's limited. Highlight the term and underline the word limited. So get your now instantly. Let's see this another photograph. Congratulations on $1,000 Amazon gift card. It's just reserved for you, Facebook user. Like this could be changed, right? You only have 4 minutes and 14 seconds to claim your prize. This is what is, it is an example of scarcity, that the targets have been placed into a situation where they have been told or manipulated that, okay, this is something that you want, right? This is something that you desire, right? If you desire this, then go fast. You have just limited time. Probably you have seen this in real world also. That's the reason I have said that social engineering is not just technical. I don't know how many of you viewing this webinar are from India, but there is a very famous advertising company, or a tele shopping company known as Naptol. Just go and see the advertisements of Naptol. They are constantly like, hurry up, just five in stock, just four in stock, only 5 minutes remaining, and all those things. This is also done in real-time shopping centers and malls and all, right? So this is the power of scarcity. Why it is working in convincing? Because see, you are given a limited time to do something, to act and comply upon something, right? So it is a scarcity, right? That's the reason you will act fast, because it is convincing you. Okay, this is something I want. Oh shit, this is something which is very limited, but I want it. I'll click on it. This is what scarcity means, and this is how in convincing the target, scarcity is involved. Let us see the next term. Being in tune, elicitation. According to NSA, the subtle extraction of information during an apparently normal and innocent conversation is elicitation. It simply means to draw out or to make a conclusion. This is also one of the most important and powerful step in social engineering in the convincing phase. What exactly it means? Probably you could have seen it in the real world as well. That when you are talking with your friend, if you two friends are talking, probably your friend is saying something about one of your friend in the college. So for example, if I am and one of my friend, consider XYZ, me and my friend XYZ are talking about a person ABC which is in our college, right? Just try to understand this. And the XYZ is trying to say me some things which are about ABC, which ABC doesn't want everybody that should come to know. But XYZ knows it. And that XYZ person is telling me. Now, how can I use this elicitation? In simple terms, I'll just try to act, okay, this is a thing. Yeah, this is what he did. This is what she did. Oh, I really didn't knew. Ah, I see. First of all, I know everything. I know what is there and what is not there. I already have the information, but I am acting in a certain way. I'm acting in an innocent way to extract more information. See, in social engineering, in elicitation, you should be a good listener. The more you listen, it will help you. And probably if you all have used the operating system of Kali Linux, you know what is the tagline of Kali? The quieter you become, the more you are able to hear. You can use the same concept for social engineering. You have to be a good listener in social engineering. You have to act, okay, yeah, okay, that's great. Okay, I didn't know about it. Really? Did she really do that? Ooh, I didn't thought. What you are doing is just in an innocent conversation. You are acting apparently normal, but you are actually extracting the information. This is elicitation, and it is one of the strategy used in convincing, right? And this talk is not just focus on technical terms or the things that are there in the cyber world and all, because social engineering is not just used in the cyber world, it is used everywhere, and all these terms can be related to the cyber world also, right? So we should understand all these powerful techniques that hackers use, or you should as a social engineer should know, right? Now, the third term that we will see, which comes under convincing, is preloading. Imagining the things in advance. Preloading targets with information or ideas on how people react to certain information. Social engineers use preloading tactics on how their targets react to a certain information, which most of the time is in the favor or their desire. Now, in simple terms, preloading is nothing but it simply means that how a particular person is reacting to a certain information, right? So, tomorrow, if I give you a bad news, your reaction will be sad. Tomorrow, if I give you a good news, your reaction will be good. In terms of social engineering, preloading means imagining the things in advance, that the attacker or the social engineering is using a preloading tactic to understand that okay, if I'm giving information A, then how the target is reacting. If I'm giving the information B, then how the target is reacting. If I'm giving information C, then how the target is reacting. Depending upon the target's reaction, the social engineer will come to know that this particular point I should do in order to convince the target. Why? Because the reaction of that person towards that thing or towards that desire is more good or is more in their favor, right? For example, if something that you love or something that you like or something that you desire or you want, right, you will act and you will react nice towards it. For example, if you are an Android user and you know, okay, yeah, I'm using Android and I love Android, right? So probably you will be more judgmental towards Android, right? No, 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 and more reservative towards Android. That no, 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 you're wrong. Android is more good. Okay, security is not a thing in Android, but yeah, you know what? It gives a lot of customization options and all. On the other hand, just think of a person using an iOS. That person will be more reservative towards iOS. No, 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 no. Android is not good. iOS is more secure, and it has privacy and all that, right? So some information which is in your favor and you're reacting that information is preloading, and hackers make a use of it and use preloading tactics to see that how you are reacting to a certain information and which information or which tactic is able to convince you more, right? Now, this was all about convincing. Now let us jump to the term understanding digital trust asset, that is DTA. It is one of the most important steps that is I have designed in the 4-step based theory. Now you need to understand this thing, that what is trust basically and whom you actually trust. So the point is, a person who is able to convince you is the person able to build trust in you, right? Now, for example, if I'm the speaker of this webinar, and probably out of you all audience, many of you actually think, yeah, this Urvesh is right. He's saying right. Means I'm able to convince you by my talk. Probably I'm the one now who can actually build trust in you, right? If a person is able to convince you, okay, if you're fulfilled or you're satisfied or you're convinced by some person, right, that person is now able to build trust in you. The person who is not able to convince you, how can you build trust for that? You'll simply ignore or you'll start hating that person. But the person who is able to convince you is the person who is able to build trust. That's the reason, as a social engineer, convincing the target or first impression is the last impression is very important. Once that is done, then we can now move towards DTA. And trust asset and digital trust assets are different things. See, what happens in the cyber world basically? Now, people say that, it is difficult to build trust. Yes, it is difficult to build trust among people, especially when we are meeting that person live or, we are connected with that person. But the cyber world have changed it. How? Today, in terms of cyber world, building trust is not a big deal. It is very easy to gain trust of somebody, right? For example, I said myself as Urvesh. How many of you actually really know that I'm Urvesh or I'm speaking somebody else, right? So you just, you trusted and you're like, you're okay, and you adopted that information that is showed to you. This is how the trust works in cyber world. It is very easy to build a trust in the cyber world because the biggest advantage is that people think that they have anonymity. they are anonymous, but they are not. There is a digital footprint left behind. The second point is we actually cannot, unmask the social engineer behind the mask, right? Anybody can be anyone on the cyber world. That's the reason it is easy to trust in the cyber world than in the reality. Now, talking about the digital trust asset, it is said by Courtney Cox, honesty is the key to relationship. If you can fake that, you are in. This is what matters in the cyber world, in the digital world, in the dark side of social engineering, that honesty is a very important thing that you should have in your relationship, or you should have in your life. But in terms of social engineering, honesty is a thing that is just for the sake of showing. It is fake. The honesty is fake, right? This fake honesty is used to build the trust, and if you can do that, then you are a social engineer and you are in. Building the belief, how hackers, or how as a social engineer we actually make a person believe in us, which is known as pre-texting, a pre-planned state where the social engineer shows him or herself as the targets wants to see. The backstage, the grooming, the personality, the attitude that the social engineering adopts according to the target's choice and desire is pre-texting. In simple terms, pre-texting means creating a whole new identity. Now, we saw about the convincing the target and all that, but now, once the target have been convinced, the target will now expect more information. See, social engineering is a give and take relation. You are giving something in order to take the information that is coming, right? Transmission and receiving and sending the information and receiving the information, both things are needed in social engineering, right? It's a give and take relation. So what happens in this digital trust asset is the social engineer or the hacker or if you are a social engineer, you should be able to do a pre-texting in such a way that you are able to portray yourself that you are the person that the person wants to see. For example, based upon the likes and dislikes of that person, I can actually come to know that how the person is and what kind of person my target will actually like, right? So if my target whom I'm attacking likes introvert, so I'll act as an introvert. If my target whom I'm attacking likes extrovert behavior, then I'll act extrovert, right? So the point is, pretexting means where the hacker or the attacker actually adopts a new identity, takes a new identity. This identity is no way related to the real life or to the actual state or the actual identity of that person. This new identity is based on how the target that we are attacking wants to see that identity, right? If the target wants to see me in this state, I will create an identity in that state that the target wants, and I can manipulate my identity in a such a way, right? So this is what pretexting means, and this is what it helps a social engineer to build a digital trust asset. Using pretext, an attacker may make the target feel comfortable, right? So what exactly is the use of pretexting over here is to make the target feel comfortable, make the target feel believing in you, having a trust in you, building a rapport and a relationship with the target. But this rapport is fake. This honesty is fake, right? So, there are the terms, yeah, you can trust me. Yeah, I can understand. Yeah, absolutely. I've also been through the same. Yeah, it's quite relatable. But it is pretexting, right? You are actually making the target feel comfortable in interacting with you and sharing information. Third step, understanding cyber psychology. Now, let us recollect the first 2 points. Convincing the target, that is, first impression is the last impression. Number 2 was the digital trust asset DTA. Number 3 is the cyber psychology. As I said already earlier, that if a person is able to convince you, means the person is able to build trust in you. Now let's go more deep and take the trust term. So I convince you first at the first sight. Yeah, you are convinced now. My first impression is good. Now, the second point is, if I am able to convince you, means I am able to build trust in you. If I am able to build trust in you, it means I am able to change your mood and your decisions and your psychology. Why we say, there is a term called as best friends and bestest BFF friends and all that. Why? See, you probably have thousands of friends. Each one of each one of your friend is not the same, and each one of your friend doesn't know everything about you, your secrets, your personal life and all. There are some selective people whom you actually trust. Why you trust? Because they are able to convince you. And if they are able to convince you and you trust that, means those are the friends, those are the your best friends who can actually change your psychology, change your mind, change your decisions. So if you are like, no, you know like I'm sad, your friends will be like, no, 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 you are not sad, be happy. For example, let's take a common example, a very simple example. Yeah, no, I'm not in the mood to eat pizza. But your friend is like, no, yeah, please, come on, please eat pizza. Like, it's tasty, right? They're able to, play with your mind. They're able to change your decision, right? Now, that's the point. I have framed this four step theory in such a way that it goes one by one. At this point of time, it is a time when the social engineer or the hacker will actually change the cyber psychology. Now, make one thing clear in your mind, that this term cyber psychology is actually not a term of social engineering. It is actually a field. It is actually a career, a practice. There are actual, you all know about psychologists. Similarly, there are cyber psychologists also, who makes study of human behavior on technology, right? So there are small people who continuously play games and all, and they behave aggressively and they have adverse behaviors and all. So they people go to cyber psychologists who can actually deal with their problems. But this cyber psychology can also be used in terms of social engineering, in terms of hacking, right? If somebody is able to change your psychology for a good cause, then also it acts the same in the inverse way, that the person can also use psychology for doing something bad. And that is what hackers do, actually play with the psychology. Let's take a damn simple example of two videos to understand cyber psychology in more depth. So this is the very first video that I'll play. This is nothing but it's a quote. Okay, it's a sad, broken heart quote. Okay, and I'll play this video.
But even so, every now and then, I would feel a violent stab of loneliness. The very water I drink, the very air I breathe would feel like long, sharp needles. The pages of a book in my hands would take on the threatening metallic gleam of razor blades. I could hear the roots of loneliness creeping through me when the world was hushed at 4 o'clock in the morning.
So probably I hope you listen to this video and the audio, right? If not, just try to, if possible, re-listen after once the webinar or the con is ended. So the what did you conclude basically, that a person who is just reading out this quote normally, but even so every now and then I would feel a violent stab of loneliness, the very water I drink, the very air I breathe, right? A person is reading this in a normal way and didn't feel it. Okay, huh? Like, okay, so what, person is reading, nothing new in it. Now I'll switch over to the next slide, and the same quote, the same video is there in the next slide, but the way of expressing the quote is different. And now let us listen to the next slide. So I'll just switch to the next slide, and yeah, now you are supposed to listen this. It is the same quote, okay? It is not something different. It is the same quote, but the way I have expressed it is different, right? And now we will try to understand that what it makes a difference and how psychology wise it makes a difference in the human mind. Okay, so I'll just play this video.
But even so, every now and then, I would feel a violent stab of loneliness. The very water I drink, the very air I breathe, would feel like long, sharp needles. The pages of a book in my hands would take on the threatening metallic gleam of laser bullets. I could hear the roots of loneliness creeping through me when the world was hushed at 4 o'clock in the morning.
So basically,
But
what
even
we actually conclude by listening to both these videos or both these audios, basically, that it's no way related in context that we are studying about the cyber world, but the only reason of showcasing this demo was to show you how easy it is to play with the psychology, how easy it is to play with the human mind. In the first video I read the entire quote in a normal way, and in the second video I went a bit low, I went a bit sad, I added a background music, sad background music to it, right? Which actually kind of gave you an emotional vibe, a kind of a small goosebump in you, like yeah, something is going on, something is sad, it's a sad movie scene, a sad movie dialogue, right? So whatever our brain sees and our brain hears and interprets, it is easy for the human brain to change the decision, to change the context. The same technique, the same cyber psychology technique is used in the cyber world by hackers, by social engineers, to actually play with the human mind. What exactly it is? Instantaneous reaction to information. When we see even a small piece of information, and we are seeing that small piece of information, if that is relatable to us or somehow connected to us, then we react immediately, regardless of the information being real or fake. So what it exactly means, that our human mind is very, you can say, it's not reservative. It is quite wide open, right? A human mind, our psychology is quite complicated and sophisticated, right? According to psychology, whatever we see, it could be anything, a link or a post or an email or a video or an audio or anything. If anyhow, if in some way that information, that audio or that link or that video or that email is relatable to us, or it is somehow connected to us, then we react to it immediately, right? Now, for example, consider that as a person I love hacking. Okay, so I am into cybersecurity, so I love hacking. Somebody is sending me an email of commerce, that you are interested in commerce, and we'll teach you chartered accountant course and all that, and you will be good at maths and tally and all. I won't give a damn to it, because it is no way related to me. That information is a information, but it is no way relatable to me, so probably I won't react on it, or even if I do, I'll do it late. But now imagine Secarmy, Secarmy people who have hosted this conference. They do an email to me. Okay, Urvesh, we have found out that your profile is really amazing, and we would like to invite you as a speaker at our conference. I know there are thousands of people attending this conference from all over the world who will be listening to you about your cyber tactics and all, right? This is what something convincing to me, this is what something relatable to me. Yeah, yeah, I'm in hacking, wow, somebody's inviting me as a speaker at their conference, right? So this is what will trigger me, and I will react to it immediately. I'll immediately reply to that email, yes, 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 thank you so much. Now what if this same way is applied? Secarmy village, who are the organizers of this event, they are doing an email to me. Okay, Urvesh, that your profile is very good, and we would like to invite you for speaker and all that, and blah blah blah. Do one thing, kindly visit this link, or kindly download this PDF file and fill out the form and send back the form to us, and we will give you all the details for your talk and all. Because that information is relatable to me, because that email is relatable to me, it is somehow connected to me emotionally, mentally, or in any way, it is connected, it is relatable. That's the reason I will react. I'll immediately download the PDF file. Yes, I want to be a speaker at Secarmy conference. Like, okay, I'll download the PDF, right? So this is how the psychology is being played. This is how the social engineering is made used and this is how the cyber psychology is used for manipulating the human mind. So that's the reason I introduced this four-step based theory, which you won't find anywhere on the internet because I have made it. Right. So the point is, the person gathers your information, the social engineer gathers your information, convinces you, builds a trust. After building a trust, it is a time to make you react on that information and play with your psychology. A common example could be social engineering in dating apps, attacking one's personal emotions, right? So if social engineering attack is done in the dating app, right, probably a person who is there and is a guy, or anybody, a guy is playing an emotional gameplay with a girl by building a digital trust asset and all, right? So you can relate to it that this could be a social engineering scenario in the dating apps. Now, going deep in cyber psychology for social engineering or as a part of social engineering, let us see more examples or try to analyze more information regarding this, because this is a part, this cyber psychology in social engineering or context with social engineering, this is a term that not only teenagers or adults are involved into. The same cyber psychological technique is used in the cyber world for actually spoiling the entire life of a person, and it doesn't matter what age the person is, and we will see an example to prove it. So let us see the next slide. Okay, this is a slide. Yeah. So can you like see the image on the left hand side and on the right hand side? Probably the image on the left hand side, this whale image, is quite famous and relatable if you all know and remember, right? Blue whale game that was introduced, what it was all about. you know a group of hackers, or that particular hacker or someone used to create a fear among children, play with their psychology, that if you don't take a blade in your hand, and if you don't cut your hand and draw a veil in your wrist, or on your hand, or on your palm, we will actually come and kill your parents. If you don't do this, we will harass your mother. If you don't do this, we will kill your father. If you don't do this, then this is the condition, right? So what it was basically, see, as there were many of the children targeted, they don't know that exactly this is not something just by a WhatsApp message and all this was coming and all, and they could hack into it, or even if they have not hacked into the smartphone, what they were doing is they were actually manipulating the psychology. And what this psychology is all about, what are these emotions? Yeah, these emotions are like something, they are fear, obedience, honesty, right? All these are the emotions. They actually played with this kind of emotions. They created a fear among children. If you don't take a razor blade and draw a shark on your hand, we will actually come and kill your parents. So in a state of fear, their psychological condition was so disturbed that they actually took up a blade and draw shark on their hands. Same case if you know about this salt and ice challenge, right? Which actually burnt the hands, kind of cold burns were there on the hands, right? This is how the cyber psychology in context of social engineering is used to create lethal destruction, completely lethal destruction, right? So probably this happens quite a lot in case of large crimes, for example cyber abuse, cyber bullying, right? All this social engineering, when combined with all these things, creates drastic psychological impact on the person or on the target who is being attacked. Consider one more example for this: the sari challenge, hashtag the 10-year-old challenge, hashtag the couple challenge. Basically the hackers knows very well that how to play with the human mind, and that's the reason that they kind of introduce new trends. And it doesn't matter that all these trends that are coming on the internet, the sari challenge, the couple challenge and all, who is actually inventing it or who is actually spreading it? A common person or an attacker? But how this information is used by the attacker? Now let us consider the example of the sari challenge. Uh, the girls who were there, what they used to do, they used to wear a sari, and they used to post their pictures on social media, and they used to write hashtag the sari challenge, means you are supposed to wear a sari. On the other hand, the dark side of this challenge was how hackers or how social engineers were using it, or how the bad guys, the threat actors were using it. That there is a concept called as deep nudes. Okay, wherein if you typically see a woman in a sari, then you probably know that while a woman is wearing a sari, the exposure to the body parts is more. For example, the waist, the neck, the back, the arms, right? Depending upon the sari and all, the exposure of the body part is more when a woman or a girl is wearing a sari, right? So using that photograph, the hackers, using the deep nudes AI technology, they actually were removing the clothes from that picture, or removing the sari that the girl has worn, and creating a replicate of that girl's picture as the girl was nude without clothes, right? So this is something, a point to not just listen, or to think of. It is a serious matter, it is a serious problem, right? It is something which is very serious. And this is what links to the that cyber psychological term. That, and just imagine if that photograph is used against that girl for abusing and all. So disturbing and so shameful act, right? The same goes to the couple challenge. The couple challenge, it could be used for deep nudes and all those kinds of things, right? So if technology is improving, on the other hand, it also has a dark side, right? We should consider both sides of the coin, heads as well as tails. It's not just head or tails, right? While it's like a toss, no, even though the front side is head, but the below side is tails, the dark side, right? Similarly, internet and the cyber world is just like an iceberg. You can just see the top of that iceberg, but how deep that iceberg is from inside, we never come to know, right? So these were some classic examples for cyber psychology. And now, last but not the least, we will see the use of tools. Combining the first three steps with tools is something what makes a lethal social engineering attack. So tools are a powerful weapon. Using the previous three steps with tools makes a lethal social engineering attack. That is the reason I had designed this four-step based theory for social engineering, which actually comprises of those four steps and actually tells us that how hackers are doing this. Now, enough of theory, enough of understanding and psychology and all those terms. Now let us see some of the practical examples, some practical demonstrations. It's show time. So basically, in the short time, it won't be something, well, I'll teach you that how to do phishing and all. But we will see, quite a few of demonstrations that how actual things are working out in the real, cyber world, black cyber world, and how these hackers have been targeting, the people using this social engineering tactics. So let us see one classic example that I have prepared as a demo. Now assume that your friend Urvesh is there, and your friend Urvesh is chatting with you on WhatsApp. He's a good friend of yours, and one day suddenly he sends you a message, and the message is, "Hey brother, I've just found an amazing app from one of my group. This will help you to increase your Instagram followers and likes. Download it via," and here in place of xyz.com, the hacker will actually place the actual malicious link. Download it via, and the malicious link will be over here, right? And your friend will be like, "Whoa, thanks, I'll right away give it a shot," means I'll just try it as of now. And this is a very, very simple and a common example that you face on social media, or on Instagram, on WhatsApp, on Facebook. I mean, all this includes social media only. But the point is, this is a very common general example of, downloading apps and all that things. And here the target is done that this will help you to increase your Instagram followers, right? And just because this person who is there, XYZ, right, he or she wants Instagram followers. He or she maintains the Instagram account continuously. Obviously, as a young age, as a teen, anybody could fall into this trap of Instagram followers and all. So probably what will happen now, the person will actually download the application and assume that this is the Android smartphone, the actual Android smartphone of the person, right? And that person, actually downloaded the application and will install that Insta follower application as mentioned into this Android smartphone. So this is an Android emulator itself, right? It is an Android itself, right? So assume this is the actual cell phone, of the target who is actually installing the app, which will help to increase Instagram followers. Now this is the application that see I'm installing the application. It looks something like this, named Insta Liker, and this kind of amazing golden Instagram logo. Probably it looks like a legitimate Instagram application, right? That will help to increase Instagram followers and all. Anybody can be convinced by this scenario where the person or the target is installing this kind of application, and by the name and by the look, and there is no security warning at all, right? No antivirus or something warning, nothing. No Google Play Protect warning. A normal application, uh, probably less than you know a 1 MB, or probably the size is just an MB. That's it. Not even more than 1 MB or 2 MB. That's it. A small application. And let's see when the target will actually open this application, as said by the friend that it will help to increase Instagram followers and likes. So what will happen? So yeah, some page got in front of us saying that free Instagram followers and free Instagram likes on Instagram. So probably this is what was written in the chat, right? That this application will help us to increase Instagram followers and likes. Anybody could easily be fooled and lured in this. And now it is asking to log in with an Instagram account. Sign up right now in our system to start getting 100% real followers and like, and get your Instagram noticed. Now, assume that the target is entering his or her real Instagram username, right? This is I'm entering just as a sake of a demo. This doesn't exist in real life. Okay, assume that Secarmy is the username, and let me type the password. And now what will happen? The target will click on sign in with. It was not possible to connect, access, and verify your Instagram app. And again, the person will try and then say, okay, it's not working or something. But what will happen is in the background, let us check that the person, or mean the social engineer or the hacker who actually crafted this Instagram application, Instagram follower application, actually got the details of the IP, as well as got the details of the Instagram account and the password, right? So the account was Secarmy and the password was SecarmyConf. Directly in the plain text, this all information was submitted to the hacker system, as you can see directly. So what this demo was all about. So this was about that, yeah, this kind of things are there that are happening in the real world, in the real cyber world, that hackers have been using for social engineering attacks. The page that you see over here is not an app. It is actually a phishing URL. If you see over here, I'll just copy this URL and I will open this URL in my browser. So it is an ngrok.io something URL, and see, once you actually open the URL, it is something very similar to what we saw as of now in our Android application. It is exactly the same, in fact, right? This is actually a phishing URL that you saw on the screen. But what hackers do is they take this URL and they craft it in a form of a mobile application, just like this Instagram liker and Insta followers, FB followers. And this is just a general example. Any phishing page, any fake page would actually be set it up in such a way that it works like an app. Just because it is working like an app, this phishing page, this fake page is working like an application. As an Android application, there is no security warning. The URL ngrock.io or something, that URL is not visible at all. Why? See, because hackers know that people are getting more and more aware, so probably they will check the URL and all, right? So these are some of the social engineering tactics. Now what will happen basically? uh, the attacker will convince the person, okay, by this app you can get Instagram followers and all. So convincing the target, the person who received this message is convinced now. Why? Because he or she wants Instagram followers, so it is convincing, right? Yeah, I want it. So the convincing the target is done. Now the digital trust asset, as this message is sent by somebody else, not directly by the attacker, it is sent indirectly by someone who is in contact with this person, right? So it is a bit trustworthy, and the person will trust, okay, I'll just try it out, right? So digital trust asset is done. Then cyber psychology, the person will actually think of it, how many followers I'll get, and 100 of followers, when actually the person will download and open this application, free Instagram followers, their mental state will be in a such, they will be like, yes, it will give me Instagram followers. So that psychology will be affected. Yeah, I'm getting followers in that own state of mind. And the fourth step, use of tools, that we already did. This is nothing but we made a use of social engineering tactic, right? By converting and phishing website into an app. So this is how actually hackers have been doing social engineering attacks, and this is how hackers actually hack into the systems using the social engineering tactics. Now, I hope you really, really enjoyed this session. I know it was not a demonstration session. By the name of the session, Hacking Human Mind, many people got a misunderstanding that, okay, this is a demonstration, or this is a workshop, or this is a practical based session. But I really hope you enjoyed this session. You learned a lot. You heard new things of social engineering. You got to know that how these things are working in the real time. What is the theory behind social engineering? As I already said, social engineering is not just about creating this kind of websites or creating fake websites and all, or doing some kind of attack using your Kali Linux systems and all. It just takes a minute or two to do all these things, but the actual social engineering approach is not just to create a phishing link and just to create a fake link and send to somebody. The actual social engineering is when you actually manipulate the mind of the target and convince your target and prepare your target to actually fall into your trap that you have made. And it doesn't matter then how much aware or how much secure or how much alert the target person is. If you are able to use this kind of social engineering tactics via the use of psychology and via the use of digital trust asset, via the use of convincing, it will what will make your social engineering more powerful, not into the cyber world, but actually in the real world. When you are talking to somebody, when you are standing in front of hundreds of people and you're using this kind of tactics, it will actually gain you a real side social engineering experience, right? So thank you, Secarmy Village, for inviting me for this talk in this conference, and it's my pleasure to be here. And I hope, once again, I thank you all for attending, and I really hope that you enjoy this talk. If you have any questions, you can drop out the questions to me at urvesh@anti-cybercrime society. If you don't want to email me, if you're lazy at doing such, you could get in touch with me on my website, thegeekboy.net. This is my website where you can get in touch with me, right? So once again, thanks a lot. Thanks for joining. Happy hacking and take care.
Thank you, RESETHACKER, for such an amazing talk. We'll be taking care of those if been encountered in our real life, and we'll implement those whenever needed. Uh, Before our next talk, we will be having a 10-minute break. In that, so we'll be having some giveaways for a few prizes. So stay tuned and best of luck for the giveaways. Welcome back, and now let's get started with our next session. Two Hack the Box VIP vouchers have been given away during the break. So, congratulations to the guys who won that and enjoy pawning the boxes. Our next talk is from Vicky Lee. It's he's presenting on open source anti-recon. So, let's get into that straight away.
Hello, and welcome to my session about open source reconnaissance, where I am going to show you a few ways attackers collect information from sources on the internet and how you can use the same techniques to find information during bug bounty hunting or your penetration testing work. My name is Vicky, and I am a security researcher focusing on web security. And when I approach a target to look for vulnerabilities, the first thing that I do is to conduct reconnaissance about the target. So first off, let's talk about what recon is. Recon is the process of collecting information about a target that you are hacking. You conduct recon to gather information about the organization or the application to find out all the possible ways of attacking it. And in particular, when you're hacking a web application, you're looking for information about the application's functionalities, its development process, its configuration, and its underlying hardware and software versions. So in short, you are looking for anything about the application that will help you attack it. There are two different approaches that you can take to find this type of information: active and passive recon. Active recon techniques actively engage with target servers to gain information about a system. For example, network scanning, port scanning, and active fingerprinting are all active recon techniques. Active recon techniques tend to be very accurate because information is being extracted directly from the server. But they also tend to take up more time because you need to interact with the target and analyze its responses yourself. Plus, they're not always ideal because they are easier to detect and they often generate a lot of noise in server logs. So if you need to be secretive or non-intrusive, like in most bug bounty and penetration testing situations, you will want to opt for a more passive recon strategy instead. Passive recon techniques, on the other hand, are the ones that don't engage with the target application as much. But when you do it right, they can potentially help you achieve the same results and get all the same information as active recon. One of these passive recon techniques is to collect open source information. Very often, the information that you need is already found by someone else and documented by someone else on the internet. So if you can find and use these online resources efficiently, you can save time and reduce the risk of detection when you are doing your recon. So today, I am going to tell you about a few of my favorite tools to conduct open source recon with. In particular, I will show you how to do open source recon using search engines, code repositories, code sharing platforms, as well as a few other resources. Let's get started. Let's first start with collecting information using search engines. You should start your recon process by looking for pages exposed to the internet that tells you something about the target. And the best way to do that is by using search engines. Speaking of search engines, the one that is used the most for hacking is probably Google. In fact, Google is so useful for recon that there is a special term for it. Recon using Google is called Google hacking or Google dorking, and the search terms used during Google hacking are called Google dorks. Google search is a very powerful tool, and you can use it to find out things like an application's frameworks, the brands and versions of their servers and databases, obscure paths and subdomains are not linked to the main site, as well as crucial files like hidden admin portals, backdoors, and leaked credential files. And Aside from using simple keywords, Google Search lets you use many different operators to narrow your search results. Let's do some research on Facebook, for example. You can use the site operator to specify the domain that you want to search for, and the ext operator to specify an extension of the file type that you want to look for. So to look for a PHP file on Facebook that contains the keyword admin, you can search for site facebook.com and ext php and finally admin. And another useful feature of Google Search is tools. Here, you can filter by the time that the page was last updated, so you can look for only the newly updated PHP files on Facebook. And in addition to constructing search queries by yourself, you can use search queries in the Google Hacking Database as well. The Google Hacking Database is located at exploitdatabase.com and is a website where people share search queries for finding security related information. Let's take a look at what we can find here. You can see that there's a list of published Google Docs here that other hackers have designed to look for very specific pieces of information. And the database sorts its queries into categories. You can filter by category by going to Filter and then Category. Let's start by looking at the File Containing Passwords category. This dork looks for .env files with the term db_password in its contents. And the .env extension looks for environmental configuration files. So this dork basically looks for exposed configuration files that contains database passwords. And to look for the configuration file of a particular target, you can simply add the domain name to the query using a site specifier. And you can see here that facebook.com does not have an exposed.env file that contains database passwords. Let's go ahead and look at another dork. You can use Google Dorks to find hidden admin portals as well. And to do that, let's go to the Pages Containing Login Portals categories and look for Jira logins. So in addition to filtering by category, we can also search for specific dorks using keywords. Let's search for the keyword Jira. So /Jira/login is actually a pretty common path for Jira login portals. So this dork looks for pages that have /Jira/login in its URL. This type of queries can help you really quickly find your target's important login portals. You can then brute force the login with common passwords or with stolen or leaked credentials. And finally, you can also look for unprotected resources of particular sites using dorks. For example, let's go ahead and look for dorks that search for unprotected Jenkins dashboards. This dork looks for Jenkins dashboards that do not require a login. And when you search for these terms using Google, you can see that we found many exposed dashboards here. Another source of information that you can use is intelligence search engines like Shodan and Grayhat Warfare. Shodan is a search engine for devices on the internet. It's located at shodan.io. And Shodan scans the internet and documents the devices it finds. And then it uses the device's service banners to figure out the device's model and software versions. So many hackers use Shodan as a way to perform technology fingerprinting without ever interacting with the server. Let's get started with a simple search. If you are not sure where to start and which search terms to use, you can go to Explore to see some of the most popular search terms and just to find random machines on the internet. For example, here you can see that Shodan indexes many webcams connected to the internet. And it's actually not uncommon to find unprotected webcams here that anyone can access. But a much more powerful way to use Shodan in your recon is to use Shodan to research individual IP addresses of an organization. Let's search for a particular machine and take a look at what Shodan can reveal for us. First, let's use the Linux dig command to find out the IP of a particular site. We are going to use Shodan to research the server that hosts scanme.mmap.org. Here, we can see that this is the IP address of scanme.mmap.org. And then, we can go to shodan.io/host/the IP that we want to research to find information about that host. And here you can see that this Shodan page reveals the machine's open ports, the services running on each port, and their service banners. And on the left here, it shows the vulnerabilities associated with the target's software version numbers. You can do this for every IP you find in the target's organization's IP address range to look for vulnerable ports and services to attack. Next, let's take a look at another search tool called Grayhat Warfare. It's a search engine for public S3 buckets. And if you're not familiar with it, S3 is a service that Amazon offers for online data storage. And when you use S3, you store your data in Amazon's S3 buckets to serve them in your web applications, or just to use them as a backup location. And these S3 buckets can configure to be either publicly readable or confidential. And sometimes developers accidentally store sensitive information in public buckets. And in this case, you can go to these public buckets to find things like hidden endpoints, server logs, credentials, user information, source code, and a whole host of other information that might be useful to you. And Grayhat Warfare is one way to find these exposed S3 buckets. Let's go to its website at buckets.grayhatwarfare.com. And one of the first things that you can do here is to find random buckets or random files that are exposed to the internet. You can just click on the Random Files button here, and it will take you to a random public file. You can also search for public buckets based on keywords. Let's look for files that mention the term API token. And here you can see that we found some exposed files with the term API token in it. You can download the file by clicking on it, but we're not going to do that here. And besides file contents, you can also filter by an organization's name, its domain, its IP address, and so on in the keyword field. For example, you can search for buckets with the term facebook.com in its name or in its contents by typing facebook.com in the search bracket. You can also search for particular file types by filtering with file extension here. For example, if you want to look for configuration files, you can filter for the .conf extension. And if you want to look for log files, on the other hand, you can search for the .log extension, and so on. And in addition to using Grayhat Warfare to find exposed buckets, you can also use Google Docs instead. For example, the default URL for S3 buckets often have the term S3 and AmazonAWS.com in it. So you can search for a target's exposed buckets by searching for the page with a term AmazonAWS.com in its URL and the keywords associated with your target organization. Next up, let's talk about open source code repositories like GitHub and Bitbucket. These repositories are a direct window into a project's source code, so they're also a great source of intel for hackers. You can look into an organization's code repositories to research their application dependencies, their software versions, and to gain insight into any unresolved bugs, any input validation logic, security patches, as well as find any additional endpoints and functionalities. You can often even find accidentally committed credentials like API keys, as well as sensitive files such as log files and configuration files. Let's start by looking at how you can manually research a GitHub repository. Go to the organization that you want to research by searching for its name on GitHub. Then you can look at their repositories to get a feel of the technologies that the organization uses in their products, and then go to a specific research that you want to research. In the repo that you want to research, you can search for different keywords to find all kinds of sensitive information. For example, you can search for all the files that contain the keyword password, and searching for these keywords often reveal things like source code of password validation functionalities, as well as accidentally committed credentials. And here you can see that we found all the files in the repo that contains the word password. But in particular, you should look at the commits and issues sections. The commit section will show you how the code changed over time, and it will point you to the most recent code changes. Recent code changes are much more likely to contain bugs because they haven't been tested by the users as much. And the issue section show you the issues that people ran into with the code, and it can point you to a lot of the unresolved bugs and the potentially problematic code. So you can basically go through the repository searching for different keywords like API token, GitHub API key, access token, and so on. But obviously, manual GitHub recon is a very time-consuming process. And a much better way of doing GitHub recon is to automate the process using tools. For example, GitRob is an open source tool that finds potentially sensitive files pushed to public repositories. Let's take a look at it. You can download the tool by going to GitRob's GitHub page. And then you can navigate to GitRob's directory to start. Here, you can use the GitHub username that you want to target as the input. And then GitRob will find all the potentially sensitive files for that username by looking for keywords and special file extensions. You can see here that we already found some key store files and files that contain the keyword password. Let's go to the web interface of the output here. GitRob not only looks for current files, but it also looks into the commit history of each repository to find information there. So even if the account has deleted a sensitive file from their repository, as long as the commit history is still there, the GitRob will still be able to find it. And GitRob goes through the commit histories of the repositories and look for potentially sensitive files like log files, database files, and key files. You can then click on the flag files to access their contents. In addition to GitRob, There's another tool called TruffleHog that specifically looks for accidentally committed credentials committed to GitHub repositories. It works by searching for high entropy strings and checking for regex matches in commit histories. And after you download TruffleHog, you can run TruffleHog and then the path to the Git directory that you want to analyze. Then in TruffleHog's output, you can see a list of commits with potentially sensitive strings in it. You can then look into these commits and see if there are any leaked credentials that can be used on the target. Another source of information that you can use is code sharing sites like Pastebin and GitHub Gists. These sites allow users to share text documents via a link rather than via email or Google Doc. So developers often use them to share source code, configuration files, and log files that they want their coworkers to look at. But in these sites, the text files shared there are often public by default. So if developers accidentally share something on there that is sensitive by nature, you as the hacker will be able to read it as well. These code sharing sites are actually pretty infamous for leaking credentials like API keys and passwords. Let's take a look at Pastebin, for example. When you post a text file on Pastebin, the file is actually public by default, and your paste will show up in the menu on the right here. Its contents will become completely public, and these files will also be indexed by search engines. Pastebin actually has an API that allows users to search for public paste files using a keyword, an email, or a domain name. And you can use this API to find sensitive files that belong to a certain organization. You can also use a tool like Pastebin Scraper to automate this process. Let's try it out. After downloading Pastebin Scraper, let's first cd into Pastebin's directory. Then type in the command scrape.sh-g password to look for all the public pastes that contain the keyword password. The -g option is used to indicate a general keyword search. And when it is done running, it will store the results in a separate directory. Let's go to that directory and look at the JSON output. Here you can see that the IDs of all the pastes that contain the keyword password. You can access the paste file by just going to pastebin.com/id. And similar to how you can search for Amazon S3 buckets associated with your target using Google, you can also search for Pastebin or GitHub Gist files using Google Dorks. So to search for Pastebin files, you can use the search term site pastebin.com and then whatever keyword you want to search for. For example, you can search for site pastebin.com GitHub Access Token to look for Pastebin files that contain the keyword GitHub Access Token. And you can look for GitHub Gists by searching for site githubgist.com and then whatever keyword you are looking for. And for example, you can look for site gists.github.com API token to find all GitHub gists that contain API tokens. Let's now take a look at how you can research a target using Internet Archives. The Wayback Machine is an online archive of different websites at different points in time, and it's located at archive.org/web. You can use it to find hidden and deprecated endpoints, and also to find large number of current endpoints without actively crawling the site. And here you can simply search for a domain to see its past versions at different points in time. You can see that we found many past versions of Facebook.com. And in addition, You can also add a slash wildcard to this URL to get a list of all the archived URLs related to this domain. This usually takes a while to run, but after it runs, we should get a list of URLs that have been archived by the Wayback Machine. You can then see here that if there are any sensitive pages that have been archived. For example, to look for admin pages, we can search for /admin. You can also look for backup files and configuration files by searching for common file extensions like .conf or .env. Or look for source code files like JavaScript files or PHP files to look for vulnerabilities, API keys, hard-coded credentials, and sensitive endpoints. After searching, you just have to click on the link to see the snapshot of that archive page. You can click on a version to download it, and then from there, you can look for any sensitive info that will impact the security of the site. For example, are there any hard-coded credentials that can still be used? Or are there any leaked hidden endpoints that normal users shouldn't know about? Another way to use this functionality is to look for endpoints that would be vulnerable to certain vulnerabilities. For example, you can search for question marks in the URL to harvest URL parameters and test them for cross-site scripting or SQL injection vulnerabilities. And in addition to using security tools like the Pastebin API and the Wayback Machine, you can also do recon using information published by the organizations themselves. Public information like job posting for development positions, employees' LinkedIn and resumes, and the personal blogs of developers, and sites like Stack Overflow and Quora can all reveal a lot of information about an organization. For example, job postings are known for providing attackers info about a company's tech stack. From this job posting, for instance, you can pretty much tell which technologies that this particular company is using. You can use this information as a very good starting point for your research into your target. It's also pretty common for people to put the technologies and the skills that they have learned on a job on their resumes so that future employers will know that they have these particular skills. So, LinkedIn posts by engineering teams could also give you a window into the architecture and the dependencies of the application that that employee has worked on. And the same goes for the personal blogs of employees. Some developers use a personal tech blog to keep track of their learning, and they often reveal sensitive information about what they're currently working on their blogs. As for sites like Quora and Stack Overflow, where developers often go and ask technical questions, I often see screenshots and copy-paste blocks of code and log files on there. And if developers aren't careful with what they're posting online, these postings and discussions can become a huge source for the attacker as well. You can find this type of information by looking through LinkedIn or their company's page to find the names of engineering staff and then searching them on Google or on LinkedIn. If you can find the social media accounts of the engineering staff, you could also look through their postings on Quora, Stack Overflow, GitHub, as well as Twitter. So in addition to these platforms, Stackshare.io is an online platform that allows developers to share their products' tech stacks. Not many organizations use it, but it's an amazing resource for hackers because we can simply look at the company or the product up on Stackshare to find out all the technologies and the tools that it is built with. For example, let's look up Uber.com in Stackshare's search bar. And here we can see that vault.uber.com is built with the JavaScript library React, the Flask framework, and the Jinja template engine. And if you are familiar with Jinja, you will know that it has been found to be vulnerable to server-side template injection attacks. So this will tell you that you should test Uber.com for SSTIs first, because their architecture is prone to these vulnerabilities. And in addition to the stack information for each individual product, you can look for the company's profiles on StackShare to see which technologies they are using. These are the technologies behind the organization's products, and it will give you a good understanding to how every application within the organization is built. Let's conclude by going over the tools that I talked about today. First, you can start your open source recon process by using Google Dorks. You can find many useful search techniques by looking up the term Google search operators. And then you can go to exploit databases, Google Hacking Database to find security-related search terms. There are also several intelligent search engines that will help you research targets. One of them is Shodan, which allows you to port scan and perform technology fingerprinting without ever interacting with the server. And you can use Grayhat Warfare and Google Dork to find exposed S3 buckets that belong to an organization. And online code repositories like GitHub and Bitbucket are also a great source of information for you. You can browse an organization's repositories to read about the logic of sensitive functionalities, or to search for sensitive pieces of data such as credentials and hidden endpoints. And you can also use tools like GitRub or TruffleHog to automate this process. You can look into paste dump sites and archives like the Wayback Machine to find additional endpoints and files to analyze. And if you're lucky, you might even find a few credentials and passwords that can be used. To search pastebin efficiently, you can use the site's API or use open source tools written by other hackers. And for the Wayback Machine, you can add /wildcard to the URL to get a list of the archived URLs of that target. And finally, don't forget to utilize information that the organization published themselves to gain additional information about a target. Things like job postings, employees' LinkedIn and resumes, blog posts, Quora questions, and Stack Overflow questions posted by developers, and the company's profile on StackShare can all reveal a lot of information about the company's tech stack. And that's it for this introductory view of how to conduct open source reconnaissance. Thank you for your time and thank you for being here today. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Vicky, for so much information on open source anti-reconnaissance. Now let's get ahead with our next session. It will be presented by Pavel Yusufovich. Pavel Yusufovich is presenting us on native Windows application, what, why, and how. Now let's enjoy the session and get into it straight away.
Hi, welcome to my talk about native applications on Windows. What, why, and hopefully how. So my name is Pavel, and I'm going to discuss this idea of writing native applications, which is not the standard applications we're used to writing on Windows in whatever technology that may be. And I want to show you what native applications are capable of and how to use them on a typical Windows system. So a little bit about myself. I'm a developer, I'm a trainer. I've written a few books and sometimes speak, just like in this case, where I'm speaking at least virtually to a virtual audience. And so you can find my books on Amazon and on Linkpub. I have a few video courses on Pluralsight and Pentester Academy. I also have a few open source tools that I write. Most of them are targeting Windows and Windows internals concepts, and I have a website with some blogs you might find entertaining. So what are we going to talk about? We're going to see what a native application is and compare that to a standard Windows application that we know and perhaps write on a daily basis. Then I'll give you some motivation of why that might be interesting to write a native application. And we'll see how to run such an application and a little bit about how to write and perhaps even debug such applications. These are not your standard applications, and so you have to do some special things to make this work as though they are standard applications. So if you think about applications on Windows, you might be writing these applications in C or C++, you might be using C# in the .NET platform, maybe Java, maybe Python. It doesn't really matter what language or platform you're using, you're essentially writing a Windows application, which kind of seems a bit obvious. I mean, of course I'm writing a Windows application, but perhaps not that obvious. And so if you go back to history and look at the first Windows NT version, Windows NT actually offered 3 types of applications you could use and write. One of them is Windows applications. These are the ones that are common today. In fact, that's the only ones that remain today. And then they also offered POSIX, which was specifically POSIX 1003.1, a very basic version of Unix, and also OS2 with version 2.1. And the idea was that Microsoft didn't really know whether Windows NT would succeed. And so they tried to lure developers from other common platforms at the time to take their code and move to Windows. So they said something like, if you have POSIX source code, please bring that to a Windows machine, compile that with a Microsoft compiler, and then the resulting binary will run on the system. And so that application could use the various C APIs such as fopen. It could also use features such as the fork function that is fairly well known in the Unix Linux world, and so on. And that in fact worked on Windows. So that kind of may be a bit surprising to people, is that fork actually is implemented by Windows, although if you have been doing any development with the Windows API, you know that there's no specific function to perform that operation using the known Windows APIs. Also, the ability to have something like 2 files with the same name, just different case in the same folder, can actually be achieved using POSIX, which means that the NTFS file system driver is case sensitive essentially, and only the Windows APIs that we know perhaps make the NTFS and tell it to be case blind, which means that not all the functionality of the kernel is exposed to the application writer. So the idea was to get developers interested in Windows. However, at the point when Windows NT came finally out in 1993, the other operating system at the time for Microsoft, Windows 3.0, was very successful, and then Microsoft sort of changed gears and focused on the Windows subsystem rather than the other subsystems. So every executable you write normally on Windows runs on top of a subsystem. It links against special subsystem DLLs that are different between these various subsystems. And so if you're writing Windows applications today, then you're linking against DLLs such as kernel 32, GDI 32, and so on. These are specifically the subsystem DLLs for the Windows subsystem. There were other DLLs for POSIX and OS2 at the time. And there's always some process, which is the subsystem process manager, which is sort of a helper to the kernel for managing these types of applications. So to see that a bit better, let's look at the quick general architecture of Windows and see how all this fits together. So if you have some user applications, user processes such as Notepad or Paint or Visual Studio or Explorer or Word or whatever else you typically run on your machine. Let's take Notepad as a very simple example. Now, Notepad wants to perform operations such as opening a file. That kind of makes sense. And so to do that, Notepad, being a Windows application, is going to use one of the Windows documented APIs, specifically the function createFile. Now, the function createFile is documented and implemented in one of the subsystem DLLs that you link against when you write such applications. In this case, that's a kernel32.dll API, subsystem DLL. And by the way, don't let the name kernel misguide you. This is still completely in user mode. And so the create file function is implemented somewhere there. Now the create file function can't really open a file. With all due respect, it's still in user mode, and the only entity that can open the file eventually is some file system driver perhaps, such as NTFS. And so create file does some parameter checking, all these kinds of things, and then it's going to call another function which is part of NTDLL. So NTDLL is a system-wide DLL, which is the lowest layer of user mode code. And so create file is going to call another function which is partially documented, I would say, called NTCreate file. Now technically NTCreate file is documented fairly well because it's also available on the kernel side to kernel mode drivers. However, most of the APIs in NTDLL are essentially undocumented. And then NTDLL with NTCreate file still can't really create any file, but it will perform some operation, which I'll show you a bit later, that makes the thread transition to the kernel into a function called the system service dispatcher, which then calls the appropriate NTCreate file function, the real NTCreate function. This is one of the system calls the kernel provides, and then that is implemented by the IO manager, which is part of the executive in kernel space. And that IO manager is going to generate a data structure representing the request. It's called an IO request packet or IRP, and then send that to the appropriate driver, let's say the NTFS file system driver. And then we have a chance of opening the file that Notepad wanted to open at the beginning. Then the function would return with the appropriate result to Notepad, and execution continues from there. So these subsystem DLLs are not the same for every subsystem. So if you had a POSIX application, that would have a different subsystem DLL or DLLs. Same goes for OS2. But the common denominator is NTDLL. It's always there because that's the very important DLL that transitions the thread to kernel mode and knows how to invoke the appropriate system call that the client is trying to invoke. So essentially the subsystem DLLs for other subsystems had to do the same thing, to call NTDLL appropriately so that they'll be able to achieve the functionality that they want with system calls that the Windows kernel implements. If you have services are those applications that run like any other Windows application, but they have some interaction with the service control manager. This is the entity that knows how to start services, stop services, pause services, and otherwise configure services. So they're still user mode components just like normal processes, but they have some special powers, such as the ability to run under one of the three special users in Windows known as local system, local service, and network service. And as I said, they have some management aspects provided by the service control manager. However, from an API perspective, they're still Windows subsystem processes, and they use the same subsystem DLLs with the same API to do the things that they need to do. And then there's a bunch of system processes. These are processes we typically don't really think about too much. They're sort of just there doing their thing. And some of these system processes actually don't use any subsystem DLLs. They call directly into NTDLL. They actually use NTDLL only in many cases without using any of the other subsystem DLLs. And these kinds of applications are native applications. They don't belong to any subsystem. They don't really belong to any subsystem because they can't or won't get a dependency or have a dependency on these other DLLs. So a classic example is a process called SMSS, or the session manager. The session manager is the first user mode process created by the kernel, and that session manager can't really be dependent on anything. The only thing it can depend on is NTDLL. We can see that by using tools. So one example is opening any tool that you might have that knows how to look at PEs, at the header and information stored in a portable executable. This is an example of one of my own tools called PL Explorer version 2. So if I go ahead and open something like Notepad, for instance. Let's start with Notepad as one very common case. Let me go to System32 and find a Notepad here. So here's Notepad. And we can see here that it belongs to the Windows GUI subsystem, which is really the Windows subsystem. You might find two separate values here. One of them is 2, the other one is 3 for the Windows Console UI subsystem, but really it's the same subsystem. It just means whether NTDLL is going to create a default console or not immediately. And you can see in the imports that it has lots of dependencies, so it needs to access all these DLLs, and you can see here the functions that it's using from this particular subsystem DLL. So these DLLs are part of that Windows API that is documented. These, by the way, are API sets, which is a way to indirectly map some interface or a set of functions to some implementation DLL, which is something the client doesn't need to know about. So this is not really that interesting for this particular discussion. So if you go ahead and look for something else like SMSS, like I mentioned, we'll see that SMSS has a subsystem of number 1, which is native, which means it has no dependency on any subsystem. It is a native application. We can go to the imports and see that it has a single dependency, which is NTDLL only. And we can see all the functions that it's using from NTDLL. This is a native application. It doesn't have any dependency on subsystem DLLs. It invokes directly system calls using NTDLL and some other functions that are available in that DLL. And so these are system processes, and some of them are exactly as I mentioned, are actually using the native API directly. So lastly, we have something called a subsystem process manager. So every subsystem has a single process manager. For the Windows subsystem, it's csrss.exe, and that exists for every instance exists for every session that is on the system. Now, normally when you run Windows, you have two sessions. One session is session 0, where system processes run and most services execute. And there is session 1, where the first logged in user is logged in. Of course, more sessions could be opened if there are other logins remotely, for example, to the machine. So if we open Task Manager just quickly here, we'll find that we have here two instances of CSRSS, one of them in session 0, the other in session 1, because these two sessions exist right now. And the purpose of CSRSS is to manage in some ways processes that belong to its subsystem. So in the old days, when we had POSIX and OS2, then each one of those had its own subsystem process. So for POSIX it was psxss.exe, and for OS2 it was os2ss.exe. And as I'll discuss in the next slide, these subsystems no longer exist today. And so the focus of this session is really about these native applications, those that don't really need or use the subsystem DLLs and don't care about CSRSS, and they're sort of independent, directly talking to the native API layer that calls the system calls directly, which is part of NTDLL, which was used by every subsystem DLL regardless of the actual subsystem. So what happens to subsystems today? OS2 support was dropped in the Windows XP timeframe simply because people just weren't using it enough, so it wasn't worth holding on to that and supporting that on Windows. Even POSIX, which had some use cases at the beginning, eventually was dropped in Windows 8.1. And so today we have sort of the winner is just the Windows subsystem. It's the only subsystem that remains today. So we can only write Windows applications. But there is that extra subsystem, which is the native subsystem. It's not a true subsystem, but as you can see, it has its own value. We can think of that as another subsystem, or if you prefer, no subsystem at all. So that's the native subsystem or no subsystem. And by the way, you might be familiar with a feature that Windows 10 has since version 16.07 called the Windows Subsystem for Linux, or WSL, and you might be thinking, well, maybe it's just the same as one of these subsystems, but no. The term subsystem here is very different from the original subsystems that were created for Windows NT usage, because the original subsystems required the source code to the application. The application had to be recompiled with a Microsoft compiler, and then a PE was created, and that would run on Windows. However, WSL is much greater, and in fact is much more ambitious. It says, please take a Linux executable, already an existing executable, built with the ELF format that is used on Linux. You don't need any source code, don't need any compilation, just drop it on Windows, run it, and that will work. And that of course requires some very different support to make that actually happen. And the basic idea for WSL version 1, which is the currently existing version, and version 2 actually just came out in the latest version of Windows 10, at least at the time of this recording. And WSL 1 works on the basis of something called a Pico provider, where we have a driver written by Microsoft that knows how to translate Linux system calls to the appropriate Windows system calls so that this could actually work. So what we are installing with WSL is actually the user mode part of Linux, and the Windows kernel simulates, if you will, the Windows kernel simulates the Linux kernel, if you will. And so we only have the user mode part in WSL 1. So WSL is not part of this discussion. Just know that it is not implemented in the same way as the classic subsystems were at the time. And so native applications are those applications that don't use any subsystem, don't have any such dependency. They can only link against NTDLL and use the API provided by NTDLL. So what can you find inside that NTDLL DLL anyway? So what can I use if I'm writing just a native application and only have a single DLL I can use? Then I really hope it has enough functionality for me to do stuff. Otherwise, I'm kind of a pickle there. So first, NTDLL implements some very important components which need to be used in user mode, such as the image loader, the ability to load other DLLs, for instance, and some other functionality that is required, especially when the process starts up. It also implements the heap manager. The heap manager is there to control small allocations, because the normal APIs for allocating memory that are very close to the memory manager only work in large chunks, that is chunks in size of pages, and every page is 4 kilobytes by default. So if you want to allocate 10 bytes using that API, is going to be very inefficient, because you're going to get a page anyway, even though you just need 10 bytes. If you ask for 10 more bytes, you'll get a different page. So the heap manager is there to provide a higher level abstraction where it knows how to manage these smaller allocations. Some support from the thread pool is also part of NTDLL. The other functions you might find in NTDLL are those that you might be familiar with from the C runtime, such as memset, sprintf, and all these kinds of fairly well-known functions. So they're there exactly to help native application developers have an easier time. So if you want to implement something like sprintf and you can't link against the Microsoft Visual C runtime because this requires subsystem DLLs from the Windows subsystem which you cannot use, then how would you implement that? So you're very happy probably that you have this support as part of NTDLL. And so if you go to the PE Explorer here or some other exploration tool, in that way we can open NTDLL and see its exports. So you can see the various functions that are available in NTDLL. These are all the functions that can be used from native applications, of course. So this is everything there is. And if you scroll around, you'll see that functions such as sprintf and even sqrt and even assign for an angle is there. You have a qsort. So all these kinds of functions that are fairly well known from the C runtime are actually implemented in NTDLL as well. So it's not the same implementation you might find in Microsoft Visual C runtime, because this implementation is different and it has no other dependencies. So it's nice that Microsoft thought it's a good idea to put these things there, because it makes writing native applications a bit easier once you have all these nice C-style function support. The other stuff that is NTDLL, which is probably the most important one, is these system call invokers. So this is where we have the code that knows how to jump into the kernel and invoke a certain system call or system service, such as the NT-create file that I mentioned earlier that Notepad will probably need to use. In fact, it will use that. And we can see that using a debugger, but we're not going to do that in this session. Just to show you what that code looks like, so here's the dispatching code for 32-bit and 64-bit. The essentials are the same, the implementation a little bit different. So the idea here is that if I want to invoke a certain system call, I have to set a value inside the EAX register, and I'm talking here about Intel AMD processors for ARM or ARM64. This is fairly the same idea, just different register and of course different instructions, but the concept is the same. So for this particular 32-bit operating system where I took this snapshot, the value 8A hex represents the NT-read file system call. And then we have the sysenter instruction, which makes the transition, the quantum leap into the kernel, into that system service dispatcher function, which is prepared up front using that sysenter instruction. So this is just calling a function that was programmed initially when the kernel was booted, and that function takes that EAX register and uses that as an index into a table of function pointers, just calls the appropriate function, which by the way has the same name and the same parameters as the one in user mode. So we have another function called NT-read file on the kernel side that does the right thing, so does the actual implementation, which for the NT-read file, in the NT-read file case, it's part of the IO manager. For 64 bits, it's exactly the same idea. And so in this case, NT-read file, the system service number is actually 6, and then the instruction is a different one, it's called syscall, but the effect is the same, and the way the table of function pointers that is stored in 64-bit is it's different actually than 32-bit, but conceptually, logically, it's exactly the same thing. Just use EAX as an index into some lookup table and then call the appropriate function to do the right thing. So this is how system calls are dispatched in Windows. And so this code is part of NTDLL, which knows how to put the correct number for each system call so that the dispatching is correct, of course. So why would you want to write native applications? So one reason is that you can run some of these applications at Windows Startup. The most famous application is AutoCheck. So if you sometimes have your Windows shut down unexpectedly for whatever reason, then you get, once you restart the system, you get this prompt saying, what about, let me just check your disk or something. So this is done by an application called AutoCheck, which is native. It can only run, it runs very early in the Windows boot sequence, where only SMSS is at this time available. The Windows subsystem is not yet up, so CSRSS is not yet up, because by the way SMSS is the one that's creating it later on, and so you can't really link against anything or depend on anything except NTDLL. And so AutoCheck is a native application. If you go ahead and open AutoCheck just to verify that, so here's AutoCheck, you can see it belongs to the native subsystem, and again its only dependency is NTDLL. And by the way, there is another application which performs essentially the same operation called CheckDisk, and CheckDisk is a Windows application, so it depends on the Windows subsystem being available, so it can only run later on once a user is logging in and so on. But AutoCheck can run very early, and you can run your own applications that run this early. The way to do that is to add your application to this particular key, and there's a value there called boot execute, which is a multiple string value, and you can add your application there. The only thing you have to make sure that your application is in the system32 directory. So let's see, maybe you can do that as well. So here I have a very simple application called just simple. This is just a good name, I would guess. And so we have this simple application. I'll discuss the code later on, But for now, let's just see if we can copy that to a virtual machine and see when that and copy that to where it's going to execute once the system boots up. Let's go to a native debug here, which doesn't really matter. So actually, I think I put that under debug. So let's do that. Make sure we have the correct version. So here's a simple. Let me just take the executable. Here's a Windows 10 virtual machine lying around. So I'm going to copy that to temp here. But to make that actually work, I have to go to System32. That's the only location that is viable for running these applications when the system boots up. So here's simple.exe. So now let's go to the registry and see what's going on in there. So I've already opened here the key that I mentioned in the slides. So that's the session manager, and here's the boot execute value here. So you can see that by default it has this auto check, auto chk, and star. And so auto check, the first text is just some user defined text. It has no meaning if the executable is specified here. And so this is just some string. Then you have the executable and any command line parameters that it needs. So I'm going to just add simple here so that both of these can execute next time the system restarts. So I'm going to now restart the system. So what my simple application does is just write sort of a hello world kind of text on the window that we typically see when Windows restarts. So let's give it a few seconds for my system to restart. You can see here the hello native world text. That's my application doing something, which is, I guess, not very exciting, but still shows the fact that the application was running in the very early stage of Windows execution. So now let's see what that code looks like. How is an application written to be native? So here's my very simple hello world style application. And so the way this works is that I have to use the native API. Now, unfortunately, most of the native API is undocumented. Some of it is documented a little bit because some of these functions are documented in the Windows driver kit for use by kernel device drivers. However, most of the functions are undocumented. In any case, there have been lots of reverse engineering for these functions, so at least we know their prototypes, and some of them actually make sense and fairly intuitive to use. But still, there's no official documentation for most of these functions. So let's see the basics of just a very simple hello world style application. So as you can see here, there's no main function here. So the main function that we typically write for C or C++ application cannot be used for these kinds of applications, because the main that we typically write is actually being called by the C runtime startup code, which we link against in any standard Windows application. But here we don't have any Windows startup code. There's no C runtime here, and so the main function is actually different. It's called NT-process startup, and it accepts the process environment block, which is a fairly well-known user mode data structure that contains all the information needed for the application to start up. That PEB is created by NTDLL when the process starts up, and so it contains, for example, the full command line of the application. So if you need to access the command line, it's somewhere in there. And another thing that we should understand here is that the process is not going to be terminated automatically. We actually have to terminate that explicitly using the NT-terminate process function. So first, as far as includes are concerned, I can use include windows.h to get the basic types that Windows supports, which are also used by native applications, but of course most of the functions defined there, which are part of the Windows API, I can't really use. So there's another header called winternal.h that provides some definitions that is part of the native API. Very few of them, and some of them are actually missing some some information, but still that's better than nothing, and it's something to start with. So for example, this function RTL init Unicode string is defined in winternal.h, which doesn't require me to provide the definition myself. However, every other function that I really need to use, I'll have to define that here by finding somewhere information about the prototype of these functions, just copy them here or use an existing header file so I can use these functions. So in this case, I've used three functions here. One of them is ntDrawText. This is the function that allows me to draw the text that we've seen when the system booted up. That was here the hello native world that I've initialized this Unicode string structure, which is a very common structure to use for holding strings, UTF-16, Unicode strings, within NTDLL and within the kernel itself, by the way, because NTDLL is tied to the kernel in very strong ties, I would say. So this is the ntDrawText call that actually accepts a Unicode string, and I've initialized that, and that's why we saw the text that we did. Then we have this function ntDelayExecution. This is in fact the native API that is used when you call the Windows API sleep, which is a very simple and kind of famous API, but there is no sleep directly. This is the sleep, and so I wanted that text to remain for a few seconds so you don't miss it. So I wanted to sleep to let the current thread wait for 5 seconds. So the way to do that is to call ntDelayExecution. You can see that first parameter is whether the thread is going to be in alertable state while sleeping. And I'm not going to discuss alertable state here, but essentially the sleepEX function from the Windows API allows you to be in alertable state at that time. In any case, the most important parameter is the second one, which is the interval to wait, to sleep. And so the normal sleep function we typically use in a Windows application just accepts the number of milliseconds, and that's it. The native API ntDelayExecution is a bit more complex. It requires the time in a certain format, and that's in units of 100 nanoseconds. So that's a very common unit in the kernel in NTDLL. It is less common in the documented Windows API. In fact, negative numbers mean that I want something relative, so 5 seconds from now. So it's the sort of the transition or the translation between this 100 nanosecond unit to the 5 seconds that I want. So this is the delay I get here. And finally, I need to use the ntTerminate process to terminate my own process. So I need to have that declaration available here as well. And because I'm using C++ here, I have to use extern-C to make sure that these functions are imported as C style. Otherwise, that will not work. And so what I have here is a basic application, but that's really not enough. How do I build that to have no dependency on anything other than NTDLL? And so Visual Studio doesn't provide a template to write a native application. So we have to actually do some work to make that actually compile properly and compile without any of these extra dependencies. So the most important thing is going to the linker tab in the system option here, specify native. This is not the default. The default is the Windows subsystems. You can see there are several options here, and the default is Windows or console, depending if you're creating an application with a GUI immediately or just a console application. I'm going to change that, or I change that to native, but that of course is not nearly enough. We have to remove all the other dependencies. So for instance, under input, I'm going to remove all the dependencies that are typically stored here and just say that I want to depend on ntdll.lib, which is the import library for using ntdll. And I'm going to say ignore all the default libraries. So all the other standard libraries from C or C++ or whatever, I don't need them, I don't want to depend on them, and I can't. If I do depend on them, then that application will not be a native application really, and it actually won't compile properly, and definitely not run once I set that up in a boot execute value. So that's another thing I have to do. For C++ tab here, there's some other stuff I need to do. I need to remove most of the checks that are being performed. and some features that are specific to C++ that just cannot be supported because there is no C++ runtime when you're working with a native API. So for example, I've removed the ability to use C++ exceptions, and I've removed all these security checks which are provided by the C runtime. We have these certain security checks to make sure there's no fishy thing going on with stack manipulation, so I can't really have that anyway. The basic runtime checks, typically you have these both the stack frames checks and making sure you don't access uninitialized variables, but still that is part of runtime checks which are provided by the C runtime, and we don't have a C runtime to work with. So essentially I'm kind of trying to turn off everything that I possibly can until I get proper compilation and linking with that particular code. So this is the idea of how to create a native application. So let's go back to the slide. So we've seen the boot execute, and so to launch them, when we put that in the boot execute value, that's easy enough because SMSS is the one responsible for launching all these native applications that are part of that boot execute value. However, what if I want to launch a native application just like that, just like I'm double-clicking a normal application in Explorer and hope that application would run? So behind the covers, Explorer is calling a very famous, well-known Windows API function called createProcess. Unfortunately, createProcess is unable to launch native applications. It can only launch Windows applications. And so we have to create our own sort of launcher that knows how to launch native applications. And so the way to do that is to write some code which is going to be a normal application, normal Windows application. I've created one of those. It's called the native run. It accepts a parameter in the command line which is the path to the executable you want to run, and then it just runs that as a native application. And of course, if it has other dependencies, then it can run that as well, but it is specially used for native applications. And so I can't use createProcess. The way to do that, to actually run these things, is by using RTL createProcess parameters. This is another NTDLL function, by the way, which is undocumented, but still something that we have to use here, because we have to kind of perform the creation of the process in steps that are normally taken by createProcess, but createProcess sort of avoids or rejects applications which are native. So we are going to do some of these steps ourselves so that this creation is not rejected. So I'm going to call this function to create something called process parameters. And once I get these process parameters, I can call the RTL create user process, which is another helper provided by NTDLL, where we need to provide the name of the application, so the path to the application, and here's the parameters that we created previously, and if all goes well, we get a proper process and a thread ready to go. The only other thing that is left to do is to resume the thread, because the thread that's created here is created in a suspended state by default, so we have to kind of push it to start execution. That's going to be done using the resume thread function. So that's the idea. Let's see if we can make that, how exactly I'm using that to run something. And so I'm going to open a command line here. And so let's go to native debug and x64, maybe x64 first, and then native debug. And I have an application here. If we look at that, there's an application here called list privs, which is about listing the privileges of the current process. So if I run that under boot execute, for instance, I'll see all the privileges that I have running at that particular point in time. And by the way, we're going to have every possible privilege by almost every possible privilege by running at that early point in time, which is very nice because it means we can do actually anything. And so if I try to run that directly, then you can see that the command line interpreter can't really do that. It's also calling create process behind the covers, and we get an error. It says it can't be run in Win32 mode, which in fact is correct because this is not a Windows application, it's a native application. So I'm going to use native run to run that. So let's try that out. And now we get some strange error. And that error is C0003B. This is an anti-status which is used in NTDLL and the kernel. And so we can try to find out what that means by perhaps Googling. But we can do some other thing. Maybe I'll just open WinDebug. I'm not going to discuss WinDebug here in detail, but if I just attach to the kernel or my local kernel or just debug anything, we can use the error command to get some information about that error. And it says object path component was not a directory object, which essentially means that something is bad with this particular path. It's not really a good path. And so maybe the command really needs is a full path to the application. So great, let's go with cdev temp and native apps and x64 and then native debug, and then our application is list privileges like that, and we'll try that. And apparently we're getting the same error, and the reason for that is that in the native world that C colon doesn't really mean a whole lot. The path actually has to be in something called the anti-device form path, which is not starting with C colon. In fact, we can see that in WinOBJ, in a tool from sysinternals called WinOBJ. This is one way of viewing that. And if we go to this directory called global two question marks and look for C colon, we see that C colon is in fact a symbolic link to something called device hard disk volume 3 on my machine. So perhaps if I try to use device hard disk volume 3, then I'll be able to get to that particular disk. So let's try that out. So hard disk volume 3 and then the path to the actual file. And if you do that, it actually succeeds. The application now runs correctly. Process with this particular process ID has been created, and the process is already gone because it's only the process actually opens the file and writes all the privileges into that file, and it writes that to ctemp just as an example. So here's the file. Notice that is exactly 1 minute ago, so it's 18:05. Notice my clock is 18:06, so in fact this is exactly the same the file that's created right now. And if we open that, just by looking at it, we can see the 5 privileges that I currently have. One of them is enabled. So this is the privileges that my access token had when that process was running. And so we can see the privileges as just numbers. We need to convert that to their string representation for clarity, but these are the privileges, and this actually happened just now. And so I was using this device path because this is what NTDLL understands. C colon is just too high level. However, it is possible to use C colon if we wanted to by invoking this same idea of symbolic links. Because if you go through these 2 question marks directory, this is a logical directory in the object manager's namespace, it's not a real directory, then we can use C colon as well. So let's give it a shot. Let's just go ahead and prepend that with 2 question marks, and so that actually says let's go to symbolic links directory and then start from there, and then C colon should be translated automatically by the symbolic link mechanism to the appropriate hard disk volume 3 as we've seen earlier. And as we try that, it succeeds again. And again, we can verify that by seeing that the file is a new one. Let's refresh here. It's 18:07, which is exactly now, was created just now by running this particular process. So this native run application allows you to run any native application right here without having to go to boot execute, and that makes it easy to first test this on perhaps just a standard native application here when the system is normally up, and only then, if you do intend this application to run with boot execute, then try it with the boot execute option. And so let's try that out with boot execute. Let me take these privileges here and go back to my virtual machine. Let me first put it here in temp, because we can't with Hyper-V copy to a admin related directory directly. So I'm going to copy that from here to system32. So it's here. Let's refresh just to make sure. Okay, so we have these list privileges. Here it is. And now I can go back to my registry. I can remove, simple or not, doesn't really matter. But to make it a bit faster, let me remove that and just leave list privs. I believe that's the correct name. Yep. And then again, restart the system and see what we get. So currently, notice the ctemp folder doesn't contain any text file, and that text file is going to be available if everything goes well once the system restarts and my list privileges is going to run. Okay, you can see perhaps briefly it was privileges 31. I also used anti-display text again, or draw text to display the number of privileges. But we can make sure now with the actual list of privileges that we'll find in the file if everything actually goes well, because the draw text doesn't really promise that everything is fine. So let's see, and indeed we have this privs.txt file. If we run that, open that in Notepad, we can see all the privileges that the process had inside its token. So you can see the 31 privileges here, and almost all the numbers are here, including super powerful privileges such as the TCB privilege and the create token privilege, which essentially means you can do anything. You can impersonate any user, access any system resource at that point in time. So you actually are given lots of power, and you can just use that to do almost anything. I'll let your imagination think about what you can do at that point in time while there's nothing running on the system except SMSS and your process. So at this time you can make preparations before other processes are going to launch later on, because the Windows subsystem is just not there yet at that point in time. So you might be wondering, what's the code in list privileges? So let's see what that looks like. And so again, I have to add some functions that I need to use, such as anti-terminate process, delay execution, draw text, and here are some new functions. In this case, I'm going to use anti-query information token to get information from the token, because the token is the one that stores the list of all the privileges that are available inside that token, and that token is attached to my process. And then I need to open a file to write some information to the file. I'm going to use the anti-create file function for that, the same one I mentioned earlier. In this case, WinTerminal already defined that function, so I'm good. I don't have to do anything about that. However, I do want to write to the file, so the appropriate function is anti-write file, and to close handles I have to use the anti-close function. And so if we take a look at this function, the helper that I'm calling from my main function, and we can see here I'm going to call anti-query information token to get the token from my process and get the information about the privileges that are going to be stored in some buffer. And then I'm going to just go ahead and iterate over these privileges and write them to a file. Now, if you're familiar with the Windows API, this function is very similar to the get token information function that is documented. In fact, it uses essentially the same parameters, so it's fairly easy to use if you know about get token information. So it looks a bit different, but essentially it's the same data structures, the same enumeration here to get that data. So what I'm doing here is using swprintf here, which I am happy is part of anti-DLL, to format these privileges with the number of privileges that I found, and then I'm just using here anti-draw text to show that text. And the idea here is that I'm using an if-def here for this constant called native, so that I'll be able to more easily test my application even from a non-native application essentially, but still calling native functions. And I'll discuss that in a moment when we look at debugging. So once I have this data structure in place, I want to open the file. So to open the file, I have to use the NT-CREATE-FILE function, which is non-trivial. It has many parameters, but they're not that complex, but it is more complex than the standard create file function you might be familiar with from the Windows API, the documented one. But essentially, we have this object attribute structure here, which is very common in many APIs, and the file name is actually in there. So I have to initialize these object attributes, and the file name is just there, and it's being initialized with a particular name, which is provided by this path parameter here. So once I have that in place, I'm going to call NT-CREATE-FILE. The result, if successful, is going to be placed into this handle here, the hfile variable here. And if it works well, then all I have to do now is to perform some write operations using the NT-WRITE-FILE function. And so I have this first text, which is the number of privileges. I'm writing that to the file, and then I'm looping here on all the privileges that I have, getting each one of these privileges and writing some text to that regard, using again sprintfs for easy formatting and NT-WRITE-FILE to make the actual writing into the file. And then I'm calling NT-CLOSE-FILE, and I'm done. So this function is called here by calling this here from the NT-PROCESS startup function. As we know, it's the standard function for entry for all native applications. And notice here I'm using that same syntax, otherwise it just won't work. NT-CREATE-FILE is a very low-level function. It expects things in NT-device form, which means using device hard disk volume 3, but because I don't know exactly what the device name is going to be on whatever machine that's going to run, it's definitely easier to work with the symbolic link here, because C column is likely to exist on any machine. Of course, in a more practical example, I'll probably do some enumeration and to make sure that C doesn't really exist. But let's, for this purposes of this demonstration, let's assume that easy. And then I'm going to just call this function, and this is just a small delay just for demonstration purposes, and then I'm going to terminate the process. So this is the way this particular code works. And there are some other nuances here which are not that important, but you can look at that later on when the source code is available as part of this session. So let's go back to the slide. So we know how to launch native applications normally, and the only thing remaining is just to discuss some other odds and ends related to native applications. One of them is about writing. This is just summarizing the things that I already mentioned. So we have to use native API from NTDLL. There's really nothing else we can do. Mostly it's undocumented, and that's one of the challenges for writing native applications, because some things that you want to do, you might not know how exactly to do that. So you have to do some research, and one good location to find all the functions is the RESETHACKER project on GitHub. So some functions are partially documented. Some of them are fully documented indirectly in the Windows driver kit, because we know that system calls are also available in the kernel, because these are exactly the same functions, where in NTDLL is just sort of a jumper to the kernel, and then we have the actual implementation on the other side. And so functions such as NT-CREATE-FILE, in fact, are fully documented. So let me show you that. So here's my offline documentation, but you can, of course, use the online as well. If you go to NT-CREATE-FILE, you see the definition, and you can see the full documentation for NT-CREATE-FILE. So for NT-CREATE-FILE, life is relatively good because we have full documentation. Same goes for NT-WRITE-FILE, NT-READ-FILE, NT-CLOSE, because drivers need to use them also. And many other functions, by the way. But of course, not everything. So some functions you have to sort of guess or find information online. And as I mentioned, we need the prototypes of these functions. So those that are documented, we have the prototypes, but those that are not, we don't. And one very good location to get all that is in the RESETHACKER PHNT project that lists practically all, or at least most of the function prototypes with all the various enumerations, whatever else you might be needing, so you can really have lots of stuff to work with when you're writing those native applications. So we've seen list privileges. That was the other application I wanted to show. And last thing I want to just discuss here, I'm not going to demonstrate that, but it's something that you should try it out. How do you debug native applications? So as we've seen, you can't really attach or debug that directly using Visual Studio or WinDebug because they rely on the same create process function to launch the process and attach to it. And we know that create process just can't be used to launch native applications. So what do? So one option is to build your application in a way that you're using native APIs, but you can also launch the application without that being a truly native application. And so, for example, if you go back to my list privileges, notice I have this native macro here that I've defined for the native type, and I have a normal main function here that just invokes this functionality. So I can compile this application in really two ways. That's why I have these extra configurations. So one of them is the native configuration, which removes all the dependencies and makes sure the subsystem is native and so on, as we've seen with the simple case. But there's also a normal debug where we are going to use that as just a normal application. That makes it easy to debug because I'm using the same native APIs, which I can, but I can attach to Visual Studio and debug sort of normally. So that makes it fairly easy to debug. However, not all scenarios can be debugged like that. So for example, in the case of boot execute, I really can't debug it in this way, and the conditions may be different. So in the case of privileges, for instance, then we've seen that the privileges running locally after the user is logged in with some standard user rights, we have only these 5 privileges there, but when running under boot execute, we have many more privileges, so we can't really debug the real scenario in that case. And so it's still worth doing that because it is useful for many cases, but if you do want to debug something like boot execute, then apparently it's just not good enough. The other way you can debug that, which you can debug that fully, is by using a kernel debugger. So if you attach a kernel debugger to the machine you're trying to debug, in this case, for example, my virtual machine, I can very easily, just like any other kernel debugging scenario, I can break in any location that I want, including a particular process with a particular executable, such as my own list privileges executable or some other executable I'm trying to debug. So I can debug that indirectly using kernel debugging, and I can also do that while the boot execute is being read by SMSS and it's the one launching my application. So it is possible to do. We don't really have time to demonstrate that in this session. However, if you know something about WinDebug and know how to use the kernel debugger, then you should be able to do that without any special issues. If you're not familiar with WinDebug, then naturally that doesn't make sense a lot to you, but I do urge you to look at 2 of my courses on Pentester Academy that introduces anyone that's interested to WinDebug in user mode and WinDebug in kernel mode. So once you do that, you'll be able to debug these native applications as well using a kernel debugger. And so this is what we have here in this session. I've shown you how to write simple native applications. Naturally, there's lots of stuff that is behind that, but just to get you started here, native applications have no dependencies. They only depend on NTDLL. They're stealthy in a way because CSRSS doesn't know they exist. I'm not talking about those running under boot execute because these are definitely not known by anyone because they're running very early, but even if you run native application later on, once the system is already up, still these processes are relatively more difficult to locate if you are concerned about these things or trying to build something which is more stealthy and much harder to detect. and many anti-malware solutions, for instance, just ignore native processes, because in most cases native processes are provided by Microsoft and are also protected, and so they're not very interesting from a security perspective, because it would be very, very difficult to gain some access to one of these processes. So if you are providing your own native application, your own native process, then you might be ignored by anti-malware software. And we've seen that this is the only way to run these applications in those early times when SMSS is the only process around. And we've seen also that it has all possible privileges essentially, and you can do practically anything at that point. So you can prepare even for executing some other application, perhaps later on, you can prepare at that point something that could be useful to another application running later on, even though that application may be just a standard Windows application. So thank you for being with me in this session. I hope you enjoyed it. And the source code will be available as well as the PDF slides. So thank you, and have a great day.
Thank you, Pavel, for having this great information on native Windows apps. Now again, guys, we'll be having a 10 minutes break, but few prizes coming up again. So stay tuned and best of luck. Welcome back, guys. Three Hack the Box lab vouchers have been given away at the time of the break. So, all congratulations to all the winners winning that Hack the Box lab vouchers. Now, we'll focus on our next talk. It will be presented by Ellie Mellon. Ellie Mellon is gonna present us on trust but verify, maintaining democracy in spite of information countermeasures. Ooh, sounds interesting. Never heard of that, and definitely gonna focus on that particular topic. Let's get started with that.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Trust But Verify, Maintaining Democracy in Spite of Information Countermeasures. My name is Allie Mellon. I'm a security strategist. I've been in the technology space for 10 years now, and I've spent the last several years in cybersecurity. I've also been working very closely with the FBI, DHS, Secret Service, and local law enforcement in order to help protect our elections. The way that we've been doing this is we go through tabletop exercises in order to pit hackers against law enforcement and government officials. They go head to head and just really address the processes and not the technical aspects in order to determine if law enforcement and the government have the processes in place to protect our elections on election day. This focuses on attacking everything surrounding election equipment, but not the election equipment itself. And it's taught me some very important lessons about what actual election security infrastructure looks like and what's really important to consider beyond just those voting machines. So before we get into that, I want to talk briefly about what's truly critical to our daily lives, because it's actually way more related to election security and voting than you might think. When I think about this, I'm really thinking about Maslow's hierarchy of needs. This is, as many of you may know, a pyramid that defines all of the things that we as human beings need before we can actually achieve our full potential, including things like creative activities. So at the base of this pyramid, we're talking about things like physiological needs: air, water, food, the things we need at the very basic level to ensure our existence. The next level in that pyramid is really that safety component. This is things like personal security, employment, resources. Next level up is belonging. This is things like friendship and intimacy, family, having that sense of connection, because it really is critical to our daily lives and to getting the most out of our daily lives. The next level, and the one before self-actualization, is esteem. This is things like respect for yourself, respect for others, status, recognition in your community, recognition in general, and then finally, that self-actualization layer. This is really that desire to become the most one can be. And all of the layers are leading up to this and are pushing you towards this. So where does voting actually fit into that hierarchy? And what does it mean that we need to take these things into account when we're talking about voting? That's what we're going to talk about today. We're going to start with a dive into the defender perspective. After that, we'll jump into the daily life of a voter and then use all of that information to better understand the attacker perspective. Throughout this entire talk, I want you to really be brainstorming the different things that you could do to stop an election. And I don't want you to stop there. I want you to take all of that and use it to consider ways that you can help protect our elections, whether it be as an individual, as an organization, or even at the government level, if that applies. So let's start with that defender perspective and really understand the state of play right now. Right now, election infrastructure includes things like voter registration databases. It includes things like IT infrastructure and voting systems and storage facilities. All of the things that you really classically think of when you think of collecting votes and tallying votes. But the question I have is that really all? And through these tabletop exercises, what I've come to realize is that's really not all. Instead, we need to have a voter hierarchy of needs. And through this voter hierarchy of needs, we can better understand what voters need before they actually feel like they can go out and vote. And it really aligns closely to Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And we see that, for example, here, where at the bottom of the pyramid, you have life and death. This is really tied to the physiological need. And in some ways, so is property, which is higher up on the pyramid. Similarly, safety, that's tied to many different layers of the pyramid. If you don't feel safe, if you don't feel like your family is safe, or your finances or property, much less likely to vote. You're much more likely to have different priorities that you need to think about. And similarly with belonging. If you don't feel like you belong to the community that you're in or to the country that you're in, you're not going to be interested in voting because this society doesn't matter to you. It's when it matters to you and it's when its future matters to you that you choose to vote. And of course, esteem is critical. And we see this in many different ways. If you don't feel like your vote counts, you are much less likely to go vote. And that is a huge factor for a lot of people in a lot of different countries. And of course, self-actualization as well. Not only being the best person that you can be, but also driving your country to be the best that it can be. So that is what makes up the voter hierarchy of needs. And while they are layered, there can be overlap with different attacks that tend to threaten these and with different priorities that a voter may have. So this is the type of thing that makes me question, is election infrastructure really just limited to those polling places and to the IT infrastructure around it? Because we have all of these systems, all of these layers of the pyramid that we need to protect, and they can easily become a target to suppress voters or to prevent people from voting. And you know, this is particularly concerning when 40% of eligible US citizens do not vote at all. At all. Any kind of voter suppression can have an impact on an election. That's what's critical to understand here. So you attack one layer of that pyramid, it is going to have an impact. You attack 3 or 4, it'll have a even bigger impact to a nation where most people don't vote anyway. So when I think about election security, I'm thinking about things like maintaining faith in democracy, preventing voter suppression, and ensuring national security. Maintaining faith in democracy is critical. If you don't have faith in your democracy, there's no reason to go vote. Preventing voter suppression, similarly, if you want to vote, but you can't because of different things happening in your world, either on election day or before it, that is an attack on democracy. And of course, national security is critical to ensuring that people are able to vote. If you don't feel safe in your country, you're much less likely to vote. If you don't feel like your country has your back, it makes it much more challenging to vote. So let's jump into the attacker perspective to really understand what this looks like from a different point of view. And as you all know, this isn't evil. It's not a bad thing to address the attacker perspective. It's why we red team. It's why we intentionally try to understand the attacker's perspective. It's just so that we can better defend. We can use all of that knowledge that we've gained to better defend. And if we don't actually have that perspective, we could be missing a lot of really important things. When we think about attacker motivation, it comes down to 3 core things, especially when we're talking about the nation state level, which is where the focus of most of this is going to be. The first is gaining power. A lot of nations are looking to gain power. The second is spreading a particular ideology. This comes into play when you're talking about things like communism, for example, socialism, even democracy. And then the last is actually maintaining global recognition and support. If you are currently one of the largest powers in the world, you probably don't want to lose that recognition. And one of the best ways to maintain that recognition is to make sure that other countries don't get to that level. So these are three big motivating factors for why attackers mess with democracy and mess with a particular country's elections. I like to split up cyber attacks into three different layers. These are layers that attackers are able to target, and it's regardless of, it's for any type of cyber attack. We're just applying it to the election security scenario here. The first is the infrastructure plane. That's that physical plane. Things like the electric grid is a great example of an infrastructure plane that we can attack, or something in the infrastructure plane that we can attack. The second is the information plane. This is what people are actually hearing and seeing, and what they will ultimately be led to believe. Very important, especially when it comes to things like releasing deep fakes of potential candidates, or releasing results from a supposedly legitimate source saying the results of an election too early. And then the third one is the ethos layer. And the ethos layer is that belief system. This is what people really believe and feel, both about their country, about their religion, about their everything, every part of their belief system, targeting that, particularly through disinformation, to ultimately change a nation and change the way a nation approaches different situations. We're going to start with the ethos plane. And what we're going to do now is we're going to dive into some historical examples of attacks on each of these planes. And what's important to note is that a few of them will be historical examples that don't really have a cyber component, but could easily be extended and made a lot more damaging with a cyber component. And then we'll also look into some current day attacks that we've seen and how these have actually impacted countries, whether it be through an election cycle or through any type of event. So I want to kick off with the Italian elections of 1948. 1948 was a very critical time in the world history. And the US government at this time was actually intent on psychological warfare. They were pushing very hard for democracy in countries like Italy. And they were throwing millions of dollars to Christian democratic and contrastingly with the Soviet Union, right-wing socialist parties. There was a massive ongoing propaganda campaign from the US side, pro-democracy, and from the Soviet Union to being more communist and socialist, and to form a real coalition around that. The whole goal of these elections ended up being changing the perception between democracy and totalitarianism, Christianity and atheism, America versus the Soviet Union, and abundance versus starvation. They wanted to sculpt the narrative around these two things so that ultimately democracy could prevail and they would be able to further their narratives in these individual countries. Now, this worked so well for the United States that they actually repeated the process in Guatemala, in South Vietnam, in Afghanistan, and in Indonesia, and a lot more. So this has been going on for a long time, and you can see how this type of propaganda campaign, both for the Soviet Union and for the United States, would be aided by disinformation campaigns that are spread through social networks. For example, there are a lot of creative ways that one could attack a government through an election like this, but that's one example of where this is not a new problem, and it is a continuation of the way these countries approach other countries and try to control outcomes globally for their behalf. Another great example is from 1996, when a Chinese general interested in influencing the US presidential election started funneling money to the Clinton campaign. This was $300,000 at the time. And this was complex because not only did they attempt to send money to the Clinton campaign, but then the public found out. And so it became a spectacle. And it obviously, an event like that can really start to degrade your belief and trust in the system. Now, let's talk about social media attacks, and we're going to jump to more present day. These are some examples from the 2016 election. On the right, you have an example of an ad being taken out by someone who is not an American, but who is masquerading as an American, saying, like and share if you want the burqa banned in America, stop all invaders. It's a very divisive message. It's meant to stoke tensions, and it's perpetrated by a foreign actor. On the left, you have a great example of someone just blatantly spreading disinformation. This is an ad on Twitter that's supposedly from someone who's affiliated with Hillary Clinton or who is voting for Hillary Clinton, saying, save time, avoid the line, vote from home. Of course, you cannot vote from home. You cannot text a number to vote for someone, but this could easily affect the way that certain individuals vote. So what's really important about this example is that it's very misleading. It even has her logo in the corner. And as we know, with this ongoing pandemic, the last thing that people want to do is go into a polling place to vote. So attacks like these could potentially become much more popular right now, and people may believe them and think, oh, the government has helped me out, made it so I don't have to go in to vote. I can vote from home and stay safe. When in reality, this is not a way that an individual can vote. And we see quotes like this one from leaders at certain social media companies. And the reason that I really want to point this out is because this is not a government problem. It is and it isn't. It's not limited to the government. This is a problem for all of us, for everyone in these countries who wants their vote to matter, who wants their elections to have integrity and be secure. And sweeping it under the rug as a free speech issue is not just unfair to the system, but it's really lacking the ability to participate and to do your duty for the country. And this type of statement is just, it's baffling to someone who grows up in a nation that prides itself on the integrity of its elections. And I think that we need to call these people out more, because what they're doing is not free speech. What they're doing is refusing to act when it is their time to act. Now we're going to jump into the information plane as well. As a reminder, the information plane is really affecting people's thoughts around what is happening, making them basically believe a different reality than the truth. And I want to start with a really important example because, as we all know, disinformation is a big problem in the United States right now. And I think it can be confusing because it's being done over the internet, so it may seem like a new problem, but it isn't. America was founded on disinformation. America was founded on the premise of a conspiracy theory where the British were trying to enslave us. Sam Adams argued that Britain's taxations were part of an elaborate conspiracy to eventually enslave American colonists. And he spread that and other early disinformation through pamphlets and speeches that had information that he knew was untrue. as he was saying it. And he actually used the Boston Massacre as a important issue and manipulated that in order to fuel this message and to try to get people to believe his disinformation more. So the reason that I bring this up is because this is not a new problem for America. This is not a new problem generally. And we need to look at it from the lens of, oh, this isn't a cyber problem. This is a people problem. And this is something that we need to address, but we needed to address it for a while. And it's very challenging. And it is something that is very much so in countries like the United States, baked into our DNA. But it's still worth fighting against. The next thing I want to talk about is the CIA and the propaganda asset inventory. This was a time, it was during the Cold War era in the 1950s, the 1960s, and the CIA was using a lot of different means to spread propaganda across the world. And I want to highlight two specific cases that I find very interesting, good little anecdotes for you guys. The first is through a radio station that the CIA controlled called Radio Free Asia. And at the time, what they realized was they were getting their message across to some in Asia, but countries like Taiwan, they couldn't quite reach because the majority of Taiwanese citizens, private citizens at the time, did not have a radio. So the CIA actually strapped radios to balloons and released them in an effort to try to fly them over to Taiwan, to these private citizens. Needless to say, the balloons flew the wrong direction and never arrived at Taiwan, but it's an interesting story that shows the extent to which the CIA would actually attempt to spread propaganda or spread their truth, as the case may be. Now think about how much easier that would be in the 21st century with the tools that we have now. The other thing I want to highlight is a magazine that the CIA regularly contributed articles to called Forum World Features. And these were propaganda articles, and the magazine became so popular that they started to distribute to the US as well. And the CIA had to be very careful not to place false stories in the US version because they didn't want to spread the propaganda that they were spreading to other countries to the United States. So, kind of horrifying, kind of interesting stories. The next thing I want to cover is the US radio in Moscow. So, from 1976 to 1982, it was fairly challenging to get rock music in Moscow, especially English rock music. And so the CIA actually set up a radio station that played things like Elton John and the Beatles and other rock music. But it was followed by quote unquote editorial content, which Soviet authorities considered disinformation. And then a really interesting example, which is the 2014 elections in Ukraine. Now, on May 21st, 2014, attackers compromised the CEC network and were able to disable vote counting. Now, immediately, you can see that this would make people lose faith in the government. This is 3 days before the election, and their attackers are managing to actually compromise the election network and disable vote counting. It seems like a pretty big deal, even though it was only for, say, 12 hours. But of course, heavily reported on, and that really does have the ability to make people lose faith in the government and the government's ability to really have a election where they're sure all the votes counted and that the count was accurate. Then 3 days later was election day, which was May 25th. And there was actually a constant denial of service attack on that CEC website again. And 12 minutes before the polls closed, attackers actually posted a picture of the former leader of the right sector on the CEC website claiming he won the election. This is a legitimate website, mind you, a legitimate election website. And this was promptly shared by Russian media 12 minutes before the polls closed. How many voters turned away because they heard that someone had already won? How many people decided, I guess my vote doesn't matter because this person has already won? And then further, what ramifications are there down the line from this person who's like, well, I can't trust my government to protect itself and to protect my vote and to not have some attacker get in and accidentally post a picture of some guy. So this is the challenge that countries like Ukraine are dealing with, especially when you then have it shared actively by Russian media. Looking at some communications attacks, again from the 2016 election, I want to start with the one on the right. This is a text message that a voter in New York received from someone claiming to be a part of the government, giving this person information regarding their polling place, the location of their polling place, so that they can go vote. Needless to say, this place is not a polling place. They're giving them the wrong address intentionally to frustrate them and to try to prevent them from being able to go vote. Now, I don't know about you, but I can see myself getting very frustrated when I go to vote and the polling place isn't an actual polling place. I think I got this helpful text message from the government telling me where to go to vote. It's not actually a place. Some people might choose not to vote at all after something like that. And then on the left side, you can see a message that's supposedly from President Trump saying that your ballot has not yet been submitted. Now, this is not a message from Trump or from the Trump campaign, but it is meant to shame people into voting and to potentially click on that link. Who knows where that link goes? Lastly, I want to talk about the infrastructure plane. This one is particularly interesting because the immediate ramifications of this are very dangerous. And we're going to start again talking about examples that are from the past, are not directly related to cyber, but really could be enhanced with a cyber component and we can easily see them being perpetrated in the 21st century. And to start, I want to talk about the assassination of Lumumba. So Lumumba was the prime minister of the Democratic Republic of Congo. He was assassinated in 1961. Only problem is he was actually elected in 1960, and he was elected in 1960 as the first leader of the newly independent Democratic Republic of Congo, which had gained independence again in 1960. So the year they gain independence, he is elected prime minister, and then the year after that, he is assassinated. And what's more, he was assassinated by a joint operation between the American and Belgian governments. This is horrifically politically fracturing for a very new and independent nation. But it's also a truly terrible way for an independent nation to start out in its first year. What voters are going to have any interest in going to vote after this when they think that their leaders their leaders' life and death is controlled by some much larger government than they are a part of? It's horrifying. And this is the type of operation that I think we can very easily see how this would be much easier to execute on given present day technology. The next thing I want to talk about is the Indonesian elections and subsequent massacre. In 1965, the Communist Party finished fourth in an Indonesian election, but they were offered a proportional representation in the government. The US, through sending messages and talking to people, pretending to be citizens of Indonesia, secretly supported the purge of suspected communists after this happened because it was not appealing to Western interests to have a proportional representation in the government from the Communist Party. And this resulted in thousands to millions of people dying over the course of months in this country. The military subsequently took over as the most powerful institution. And, you know, this is the type of thing where obviously direct impact from all of this awful death. But moreover, for the future and for the country as it continues on, who is going to be voting freely after this happens in their country? Who is going to be speaking about what they believe in freely after this happens in their country? When again, a lot of what they're dealing with is controlled by governments that are much larger than theirs. And I also want to talk about the Bronze Night. This one is more recent and does involve a cyber attack component. The only difference is it doesn't involve an election, but it could really easily be translated to an election day scenario. The Bronze Night was a night in Estonia in 2007 when Estonians opted to move a Red Army soldier to a Soviet cemetery. It was like in the middle of the city. And they moved it to a Soviet cemetery because, needless to say, they don't want to have a Red Army soldier in the middle of their town. Pretty much immediately as this statue was being moved, fake news started to spread from Russian news reports claiming that the statue and Soviet war graves were being destroyed, not just being moved. Just this reporting resulted in 2 nights of riots and looting. 156 people were injured, 1 person died, and 1,000 people were detained. But there's more, because on top of that, banks, media outlets, and governments were being hit by denial of service attacks. This meant that online banking and ATMs were out of service. Government employees were unable to communicate over email, and newspapers and broadcasters couldn't deliver the news. So your only source of news is now these fake Russian news reports, and you can't go get any money out of the bank, and also government employees are struggling to communicate, on top of all of the rioting and the looting and the injury and detained people. And this quote from quoting on that day was, I figured, a very important example of what we're talking about here, which is really that cyber warfare adds that element of confusion, and it does it in such a way that attribution becomes very challenging. This is a tool to not only further unrest, but then also really up the ante and really make it explode very easily with a couple of fake news reports. Now, when we're talking about actual infrastructure attacks, we'd be remiss not to talk about potential attacks on the electric grid. In 2003, a 4-day power outage left at least 100 people in the United States and Canada dead. Now, this is horrifying. And now imagine if an electric grid attack happened because of a hacker on election day. What are you thinking about if this happens on election day? Are you thinking about going to vote? Or are you thinking about all of the food that's going bad in your fridge? This type of thing can have a big impact on not just people in their homes, but also hospitals, where if a hospital loses power, that could be a major issue depending on their existing setup, especially over the course of 4 days or any extended period of time. In addition, it's worth noting that one of the things that we talked about in these tabletop exercises is the potential to target these types of power outages to specific regions, not necessarily to suppress votes from one particular party, but to make it appear as though votes were trying to be suppressed from one particular party in order to continue to sow more chaos for years to come, as people think that they have been tricked into not being able to vote for a particular candidate. And then another great example is transit. Transit is critical when we're talking about actually being able to get to the polling place. It's a critical issue when it comes to voter suppression generally, but it can also be a critical issue when it comes to cyber attackers. In 2016, for example, San Francisco's transit system was infected with ransomware. Now, imagine your day going to vote. You take the train into work, you vote after work. So you take the train into work, you get into the office, you do some work, you get to your lunch break, hop on Twitter, potentially read some disinformation by accident, hopefully not spread any, and then you work the rest of your day and you leave to go to the train station so that you can go vote on your way home. But you get to the train station and the train is shut down because of a ransomware attack. Now, in this situation where you don't know how you're going to get home, what becomes your priority? Is it actually going to the polling place? Or is it figuring out the way that you're going to get home and being annoyed that the train station is shut down? A lot of people would reprioritize so that they got home, probably had a long day, don't want to deal with all of the transit issues. So we see these attacks that are across all of these different layers and across all of these different layers of the actual voter hierarchy of needs. Now, what's really important about these attacks that we're talking about here is they're very particular to leading up to, but very specifically, these time-based attacks that are happening on election day. And we're seeing this change a little bit, especially with how many people are going to be voting by mail this year because of the pandemic. So it's important to think about not only these examples, but also how things are going to change as we really stop having a single day of voting or 2 or 3 days of voting, depending on where you are. But now we have a lot more time to think about voting. It opens up the possibility of actually having a better defense against these types of attacks, but at the same time, it opens up the potential to find different attack vectors for these new systems that potentially have not been used to this scale before, and so we may not understand the actual threat model for them. For example, mail-in voting. I am a big advocate for mail-in voting right now, especially given the circumstances. However, of course, everything has its own threat model, and mail-in voting is not immune to that. Do I think it's the best option, especially right now? Absolutely. I will urge everyone to use mail-in voting right now. But we do need to think about the consequences of every different type of voting we're allowing and how it impacts our election and our election integrity and people's belief in our election integrity. So let's jump back into the defender perspective now that we really understand all of that and talk about where this leaves us. We started with this really narrow definition of election security, talking about things like voter registration, databases, IT infrastructure, everything you need to vote and have your vote counted. And where has that left us over the past few years? With quotes like these, talking about how we cannot exclude activities like this in Germany. We will have to confront distortions and fake stories, which on the one hand, great to point out, but it's worth noting this offers no way for citizens to actually use that information to better prepare themselves, to defend themselves against these distortions and fake stories. It leaves us with tweets like this from some of the most powerful people in the world saying that particular voting in places like California is a scam, which is hugely damaging for our belief in the system. And then, of course, also even comments from top congressional Democrats talking about how we are under attack from targeted interference campaigns. And this is going to amplify in the coming months. Again, not offering a solution, not offering a way to address this, stating a problem, and we are just left to our own devices to address it. So, with all of that in mind, how can we take this information and actually talk about where we should be going? And the way that I see it, what we need to be doing is talking about a more comprehensive version of election security that integrates things like social media and transit, the electric grid, communication, all of these things that really do impact our daily lives, that are part of our daily lives in order to help us achieve a higher level on Maslow's hierarchy of needs. But we need to also be considering them when we're talking about election security and more. It's not just limited to these. These are just the examples we went over today. But what I really want you to take away from this is that there's a lot more to election security than we have previously thought. And if we don't consider it, then we're going to continue to run into the same issues that we have. Now, I want you to think about what your election day looks like, because this is the best way that you can challenge yourself to think of what you can do to better defend it. So ask yourself things like, do you vote before work? Do you mail in your ballot? How do modern events like the pandemic change the way that you choose to vote? Are you on Twitter, and when you see tweets, do you fact check even if you agree with what they're saying? These are the questions that you should ask yourself at the baseline to understand how disinformation and how various attacks from nation states may be affecting your vote and the integrity of your election. And then use that, all of that together to think about how you would actually attack and what levels of the voter hierarchy of needs you would choose to attack. What would be the most impactful for you? Would it be targeting personal and family health? What would be, how do you measure that against what's most achievable for an attacker? Does attacking things like your belief system, is that a long-term investment that's maybe not worth it? These are the questions that we need to ask as we move forward in order to get a better understanding of how attackers are doing this and what we can do to stop it. And that leads me to what's arguably my most important point, which is, so ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. We really need to take into account what we can do to defend, what we can do to protect democracy, because as I've mentioned a few times now, this is not a government problem. This is an everyone problem. We all need to take part. We all need to vote. We all need to call out disinformation. We all need to actively participate in our democracy in order to keep it. So what can we really do? Because it seems like a huge problem, because it is. But we, in whatever country we're in, we're a lot of people. So we have the ability to defend against these threats. The first thing is secure your systems, whether it's personal, enterprise, government. Push for security wherever you can. This is critical, because the more secure we are, the better off we are. Every day, if you make one small incremental change that improves or enhances your security posture, that's a win. That is important. That matters. So work to secure your systems. Find opportunities to actually work with the government. So, for example, I'm a member of an organization called InfraGard. Through InfraGard, I am able to interface with the government more generally in personal meetings, in group meetings, and things like this, so that we can build a partnership. And in the event of a cyber attack, I can have an open line of communication. Because a lot of these attacks target the enterprise. They don't target the government. Social media networks, not public companies, not like owned by the government. and not part of the public sector. And so we need to consider this. And the last thing is fight disinformation. And I cannot stress this one enough. If you see disinformation, report it. Don't comment on the post because that raises its profile, but report it and maybe post something that is the opposite of it or is the truth. Take a screen grab and post the truth. Tag people with articles. If you know someone personally spreading disinformation, try to reach out to them. Be a voice for reality and truth and what's right. And make sure that every day you are challenging yourself to make sure that what you're talking about is true and is factual and is not driven by something that you agree with for an emotional reason, which we're all guilty of, but we want to minimize that as much as possible. Thank you so much for attending this talk. I hope that you got something out of it. If you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer them. And you can also find me on Twitter at HackerBella. So feel free to reach out to me on Twitter or email me or whatever. I hope that you enjoy the rest of the conference. And again, thank you so, so much.
Thank you so much, Ali. That was wonderful, and we hope you guys have enjoyed it too. Now let's get started with our next session. It will be presented by John Peters, and John Peters is presenting on burp suit and you. This is going to be interesting for web application penetration testers and bug hunters out there. Burp suit being the most important web application penetration tool and one of my favorite go-to tool when it comes to interception and fiddling. So let's get started with that. John Peters presenting on burp suit and you.
Hey everyone, welcome to Burp Suite and You. Welcome to, if this is the first talk that you're tuning into for Grayhat, welcome. Today we're going to talk about Burp Suite. This is going to be a nice introduction. If you haven't used Burp Suite before, or maybe you're not that confident with it, we're going to talk about the various components of Burp Suite. I'm going to talk about how you can go about getting better with it, and then we're going to talk about a quick demo with it. So real quick, here's an overview of the talk. First, we're going to do a Who Am I slide, obligatory, I know. We're going to talk about why you should actually bother with learning Burp Suite. We're going to talk about the various features of Burp Suite, as well as the tools within Burp Suite. We're going to do a demo, and then we're going to go over those extra resources as I mentioned. So first, who am I? I am Dark. I'm John Peters. I am the content director for Try Hack Me, and I'm also the community manager for over there. I am a penetration tester for State Farm, and then I have my socials linked down there. I'm a YouTube creator. Just started that not terribly long ago. And then I'm Darkstar7471 on Twitter. Why should I learn about Burp Suite? What is so special about this that I see everyone using it? Burp Suite is widely regarded as the de facto tool that you need to know. Not just, it's nice to know for core penetration testing because it allows you to do a lot. You need to know it for web app pen testing. While there are alternatives to this in the form of, oh my goodness, OWASP Zap, there we go. Burp Suite is versatile and it's incredibly widely supported. Additionally, it has a great community backing to it that really helps it. So again, you need to know it for web app pen testing. It's very, very useful for that. Additionally, if you want to go into bug bounties, if you want to get into this and go into web app hacking, like HackerOne or BugCrowd, you are going to want to know how to use Burp Suite. It's a tool that you're going to use through and through. And a lot of people that do bug bounty actually recommend buying the professional version of it just because there are so many features that you're going to end up wanting to use it for. Additionally, if you're going into bug bounty, we'll talk about some additional resources further on in this talk that you can use for that and training with all that. But there's serious money in that if you're good at it. Additionally, looking at certifications, looking at the OSCP, the Offensive Security Certified Professional Exam, that is one of the exams and certifications, furthermore, that is regarded as it's core within InfoSec, and you need it for moving forward. The OSCP covers some light usage of Burp Suite.
You're going to need to know how to use it for intercepting perhaps maybe an exploit request or something that you need to get information out of a request for an exploit to work, and just some basic things for that. Typically that entails using repeater and using proxy with intercept. Additionally, what typically follows the OSCP, however it's not always this case, is the OSWE. As you can see its icon there on the right. This is the Offensive Security Web Exploitation Expert exam. That is, if you want to go into web app pen testing and specifically start going into some further AppSec, that is the exam that typically you're going to take after the OSCP, and I believe that's actually what OffSec recommends beyond their Wi-Fi pen testing certification. So what is Burp Suite? I mentioned this a little bit earlier. Burp Suite is widely regarded as the de facto tool to use when performing web app pen testing. Now, Burp Suite is one of those tools that it actually comes pre-installed on Kali for this reason, because it's just that useful. You're going to use this for if you're doing web app pen testing, or if you need to examine a web app, odds are you're going to have Burp Suite open. You're going to need it. For this talk, for the sake of keeping this useful to everyone that's listening, I'm going to focus on the community edition. However, I'm going to briefly touch on some of the paid features that you can find with the professional version. So let's start off by talking about the proxy. This is probably the first feature that you're going to come across within Burp Suite, because you're going to set it up and you're going to wonder, wait a minute, I can't load this web page. What's going on? And that's just because the proxy, it's probably set to intercept and you can't load your request. So this is what allows us to actually push our traffic through Burp Suite for further analysis. If we can't put our traffic into Burp Suite, we can't look at it, and there's not a whole lot that we can do, and then Burp Suite's kind of like not that useful. We can use it for other things outside of this, but typically speaking, you're going to need to use the proxy. So the proxy itself allows us to do interception, which is sort of a man in the middle, but it's our own traffic that's going in and out of our web browser. Typically, you're going to do this with Firefox. You can do this with other web browsers, and I'll show this a little bit more in the demo later. So requests will, by default, require our authorization to be sent when we've got the interception to be enabled within the proxy. We can actually modify our requests inline, as I mentioned, similar to what you might see with a man-in-the-middle attack, and then we can send them on. And this can be really, really interesting, and we'll go into this a little bit further with Repeater and Intruder, but we can do some things that web developers probably didn't intend to be done with their website and probably didn't necessarily plan for. And then we can also drop requests that we don't want to be sent. This can be really useful when we see requests, for example, if we want to see what a button does, or maybe we want to see what happens if we just don't send a request. Like maybe we send one request in the middle of a form and then we just don't send the next one. We just drop it and we just go back. It can be really useful to see what's going to happen, and if we don't want it to happen. Very, very useful for that. Next, we have the targeting part of Burp Suite. This is arguably the most important part because it's what allows you to actually set your scope. Now, what do I mean when I'm talking about scope? That is going to be what you're actually targeting. You don't want to, so for example, if I'm going through and doing bug bounty tests on TryHackMe's website, I don't want to be attacking Google at the same time because that's out of scope. It's not within where my project has been defined. I'm not allowed to attack it unless, otherwise specified. It's out of scope. We can use this to effectively create a sitemap of the application that we're testing as well. Sometimes you'll be given this, sometimes you won't. Sometimes you'll be given this and you won't have a very good sitemap, or it might not be complete. We can use this to effectively just map out the application because it's going to track everywhere that we visit on the website. And I'll show you that a little bit more as we get into the demo. Additionally, it introduces the idea of happy path browsing. So what do I mean when I say happy path? This is actually something that comes out of the OWASP Juice Shop exercises by Brian Kimmich, I want to believe. And I likely just butchered his last name. Happy path browsing is browsing the web application or the web app as a normal user would, as a happy user would that's not trying to hunt down things. We can go through and say, for example, if we're browsing Amazon's website, we can go through and pretend to just be a normal consumer, browsing it as the happy path walking the happy path rather, and finding the full scope of the actual web app that we're looking at. That again builds out our sitemap, and it gives us essentially what we can work with, and it's part of our enumeration phase. And again, enumeration is going to be the most important step because it allows us to figure out what we can attack, what are all the parts, what might be interacting under the hood that maybe we just don't see it, and maybe we can revisit it later on. It's very useful. And additionally, the targeting part is useful for testing authorization issues or access violation issues, where, and we'll talk about this a little bit later with the extender, and specifically authorize. You can see that something maybe can't be accessed or can be accessed by one user. Maybe a privileged user can access the administrator panel, but the low privileged user, just a normal user of the web app, can't access that. However, maybe you force navigation to a page that's not just the landing page for the admin portal. Maybe it's something a little bit beyond that, and that user can navigate to that and load the page. That's a problem. And that's where you can start getting into access violation issues, where you can see how the website scope and the actual map can vary depending on the user that you're looking at it with. Next, we're going to get into probably the first actual tool within Burp Suite that you're going to use. This is Repeater. So as the name suggests, this allows us to repeat requests. We can take requests that we've either captured or we've seen, as long as they've gone through the Burp Suite proxy, and we can send them over to Repeater, and we can modify them, we can do experimentation with them, and then we can send them on and see what we get back. This is really, really useful if we need to go through and start looking at, maybe we suspect that there's SQL injection in the actual username or the authentication field, and maybe we don't get it right one time. It's really, really helpful to put it in Repeater, and then we can send it over and over again just to see what happens. And again, it allows us to resend requests, and we can actually view either the raw response or we can render it using Burp Suite. That's one of the newer features that they've added as we please, and that gives us a pretty good idea of what we're working with. Now, sort of the automated and more powerful version of Repeater is Intruder within Burp Suite. Intruder is arguably the most powerful and versatile tool within our arsenal with Burp Suite. It allows for things from fuzzing to brute forcing and so on and so forth. Now, there are 4 different attack types within Intruder, and keep in mind this is going to be once you've taken it from an experimentation stage, and you want to go through and maybe you know that there's SQL injection at a point, or maybe you know that there might be cross-site scripting in an area, and you want to go through and automate testing of what might be there. You can go through and send it to Intruder, and you have these 4 options to pick from. The first one is going to be Sniper. This is the most popular attack type, and this cycles through our selected positions, so we can select different areas within our request that we want to change things, and it puts the next available payload, so the item from whatever word list we have loaded, in each position. So think of it as you're going through a magazine in a sniper rifle, that you have to go one bullet at a time, except it's a word within your word list and it's being put in the request. You have to go one at a time. Likewise, or similarly, we have Battering Ram, which is similar to Sniper, but Battering Ram it uses one set of payloads like Sniper. However, unlike Sniper, Battering Ram puts every payload into every position. So instead of going 1, 2, 3, 4, where if there's 4 positions, we put 1 in position 1, 2 in position 2, 3 in position 3, and so on and so forth. Battering Ram takes position 1, position 2, position 3, and puts item from the word list, item 1 in it, and then item 2, and you just shove everything into every single position just to see what happens. And this can be really useful, especially if maybe you don't know which field is going to give you the results that you're looking for. Now, and again, think of this as like a battering ram where you have this wide surface area that you're impacting with the battering ram. Now, next we have Pitchfork, and the Pitchfork attack type allows us to use multiple payload sets, so 1 per position selected, and iterate through both payload sets simultaneously. For example, if we selected 2 positions, say a username field and a password field, we can provide a username and a password payload list. Intruder will then cycle through the combinations of usernames and passwords, resulting in a total number of combinations equaling the smallest payload provided. So it iterates through them simultaneously, and say for example our username list has 10 words on it, and our password list has 20. Well, we're only going to go through 10 because it goes through those simultaneously. And then last but not least, we have Cluster Bomb. The Cluster Bomb attack type allows us to use multiple payload sets, so one per position selected, again, similar to Pitchfork, and iterate through all combinations of the payload list that we provide. So, for example, if we selected 2 positions, say, again, a username field and a password field, we can provide a username and password list. And again, this sounds very similar to Pitchfork. Intruder will then cycle through the combinations of username and passwords, resulting in a total number of combinations equaling the usernames times the passwords. So it's every single combination that we can get that we're going to iterate through. And again, do note that this gets really lengthy, especially if you're using the Community Edition. One thing to note with Intruder is that Intruder is rate limited in the Community Edition, so you can still use it, but it's very slow. There are additions that you can put onto this, or extensions rather, once you have the Premium Edition or the Professional Edition rather. There is Turbo Intruder that can make it even faster, but again, those are paid features, so just something to be aware of. Still useful though, because we can go through it even though it's a little bit slow. We can still use Intruder to fuzz things for us. Next we have Sequencer. Sequencer is a tool that's meant to be an analysis of randomness. So it's meant to check things that are meant to be random, but they're not always random. It represents a core tool in the proper web application pen test because, well, if things aren't random, that's a big problem because we can abuse that. And you may notice there are some things on there for examples that if they're abused, that's a big problem. The first one is going to be session tokens. Session tokens are what actually define your individual session on a website. So for example, if I'm logged in to try hack me, I have a session token that's tied to me. If you can get that, or you can guess that, and it's maybe not random, or maybe it's fixated, where I get the same, or maybe there's an issue of session fixation rather, where I get the same session token whenever I log in, that's a problem, and we can find that with Sequencer. Additionally, we have anti-CSRF tokens. Those are cross-site request forgery tokens. That's something that loads in the web page whenever you're making a request that you want to make sure that it's not being made by some other site there. We'll talk a little bit about that more potentially going on. And then we have password reset tokens, something that you might not have realized whenever you're doing a password reset request. Now, everyone's done these. If you, next time you do a password request, maybe even do it after this talk, just to see what's happening, go in and take a look at the URL that you're provided. There should be a semi-random or somewhat, hopefully random, string of characters at the end of the URL that specifies your specific token for performing that password request. Now, imagine if that weren't random. Imagine if we were able to guess it. Well, there's opportunities for social engineering. There's a whole lot you can do with that, where it very quickly becomes a problem where we can potentially get a hold of someone else's account. Next, we have Decoder and Comparer. Decoder, this is something that I don't personally heavily recommend using just because CyberChef is much, much more useful. Decoder allows us to go through and take various encodings and either decode them or encode specific things. It's very useful, for example, if you want to do URL encoding and other things like that. And again, I do recommend using CyberChef instead. Decoder has a magic mode that is kind of nice, but CyberChef is more versatile overall and ultimately provides a lot more useful tools. And if you haven't used CyberChef before, I highly recommend checking it out. It is, especially if you're doing a CTF, it's going to be your best friend. Next, we have Compare, which is really, really similar to the diff command. That's going to take two things that you throw at it, and it's going to compare them, trying to find what is different. So, for example, say maybe you have a bunch of different web requests that you're trying to find the differences between two of them and try to find what changes. So maybe you're looking for, maybe you are trying to do cross-site scripting or HTML injection. You're trying to find where what you put into the page comes back. Or maybe you're trying to get a password list off of, maybe you're fuzzing for something and you can get a list of users through user enumeration. You can go through and take compare those two requests, and you can compare it in two different modes, either words or via the bytes in the actual request response. And you can get the difference there. And again, very, very similar to the diff command in Linux, This is actually very useful, especially if you're getting a lot back in a request, and it's web pages, modern web pages and modern websites are very crowded. They will have a lot in their response. This can be really useful in that specific case. Next, we have Extender, which Extender is similar to installing mods in Minecraft. This allows you to add things that extend or give you additional functionality. Now, one thing to note with this, you do need to have Jython. This is the Java implementation of Python. Very cool. Installed. This will actually, Burp Suite Extender will walk you through the installation of this. It's very nice. You just need the standalone version, and you point it at it, and you say, I have Jython installed here, and then it just knows what to do with that. But we have a bunch of different mods that we can install. I've listed a couple of the mods that I specifically use. There is an article actually that I have linked in the notes for this slide, and I should have the slides link sent to the organizers of the talk that I'm giving here. That has a link to a bunch of the popular extensions that you can get. I do recommend checking this out, especially if you've potentially used Burp Suite before, and maybe you're just not as familiar with the various extensions with it, or maybe you've just never played with the extensions before. You can do a lot of fun things with this. So Logger++ gives you additional logging functionality. Request Smuggler, James Kettle, I want to say, gave a talk specifically on this where you can do some malform requests and you can get things to slip through between the front end and the back end servers, and you can get weird things to happen where you can hijack other people's requests. Very cool, and that is an extension that does all that for you. Autorize, I mentioned this before. This is something that you can use to specifically go through and check access violation issues. Burp's team server, this is so that you can go through and do a collaborative pen test using a team server that essentially it's a chat server that lets you go through and interact with your teammates on that. Retired.js will go through and actually look for different retired JavaScript libraries that have issues, and then there's a whole bunch of other extensions that you can go through and get. Again, I do recommend grabbing the slides for this. I do have a link to that article in the notes. And then here's some of the premium features that we specifically have. So the first thing that we have is the scanner. This is the big draw for the professional version, beyond just not having intruder rate limited. Scanner will go through, and I do have a sample of the output here, and it will do a rough scan as you're going through, and either as you're actually browsing the website, or you can set it to run as an automated task after the fact, and it will attempt to identify specific issues within the website. Now, this is something that, again, it's very nice, but you need to go through and actually verify the results from it. It will give you tentative, and it's usually pretty decent at highlighting areas that need further investigation. However, it's something that, again, they need further investigation. So Scanner can go through and identify areas that may have issues, or almost certainly have issues, that you need to go back through and identify. So if you're not as familiar with what you may need to pick on within a web app, the Scanner can help a lot with that. One thing to note, depending on what bug bounty you are doing, they might not allow using Burp Scanner. So just something to be aware of. Make sure that you check the actual bounty, what they specify on the actual client page for further information. Collaborator Client and ClickBandit, those are really interesting ones. Collaborator Client can be really useful. I believe this one is specifically for if you are sending, for example, blind SQL injection. Well, it's blind. You can't get anything back on the page. That is SQL injection that maybe you can do out of bounds communication, where, for example, in the case of Collaborator Client, it will send a request, or it will make a payload that you can put in that will actually go through, and it will ping something that, or attempt a DNS lookup against infrastructure that PortSpicker owns, and then it will let you know, hey, this happened, you actually did have something come out the other end, and that way you don't have to worry about maintaining public infrastructure on your specific end that you have to worry about. It might be blocked by the client. And then ClickBandit, you can go through and use that to make clickjacking requests and payloads. So something very useful. Again, these are professional tools, so very, very cool to play with. And then we'll go ahead and jump in the demo. This will be a pretty quick overview of the actual tools. I'm going to show you where you can find this in Kali, and we're going to go ahead, and once we're back, we'll jump into that. All right. And we're back. So I've gone ahead and I've jumped over to Kali Linux, and I've opened just a basic Firefox page. I've just opened exploit DB in this specific case, and we're going to go ahead and walk through getting the actual CA certificate installed really quickly, and then we're going to talk about where the various tools are within Burp Suite. So I've gone ahead, I've got this open, and then we'll go ahead and click on the Kali logo up here in the top left, and we can search Burp, and then go ahead and click on Burp Suite. And then we can close that, and we'll click Next on Temporary Project, and then Start on Use Burp Defaults. You won't typically need to mess with that. That's specifically if you want to go through and fine tune maybe the proxy settings, or maybe you have a custom configuration for Burp Suite. Up here in the top, this is example output from using the scanning tool, so you can see how it gives you high-level overviews of where those issues were found. In this specific case, it's with this dummy vulnerable-website.com, and it gives you a description of those issues. So again, very, very useful here. However, I do recommend whenever these items are found, even when they're a certain, or you can see that it gives you this confidence level here, this is something that needs to go through and be reinvestigated. You should always go through and confirm that just to make sure. So yeah, that gives you output. That's sample output from the scanner, and you can see that you have tasks over here on the side. You can start different tasks. This will not be grayed out on the actual professional version, and you can see that it's even telling us that it's only available in Burp Suite Pro. And that's how you can start different tasks such as scanning and whatnot. So I've got this open. I'm going to go ahead and close this advertisement here in the top right. We'll go ahead and click on proxy, and we can see that intercept is on. Now, we can note that the proxy has already been started. If we go over to our options, we can see what interface this is listening on as well. We will need this for getting our CA certificate, which we'll go through in just a moment. One thing to be aware of, this is the default, and if you have Burp Suite running from out of the box, this is going to be what it's listening on. So we'll go ahead and jump over to the browser and hop over to localhost 8080, and we're going to see that we are greeted with a Burp Suite Community Edition website. And we need to get this CA certificate up here in the top right. This is going to allow us to relay HTTPS, so secure connections through the Burp Suite proxy, and allow them to actually appear. If we don't do this, you're going to go through and try to navigate to sites like TryHackMe or something like that, which has HTTPS, and you're going to see that it won't load. It'll say, this is an insecure connection. This is an untrusted entity that's trying to identify this site. So we need to go through and do this. Go ahead and click on the CA certificate in the top right. That's going to go ahead and download that. I'm not going to do this because I've gone ahead and already done that. And then we can hop up into the actual options. So we go to preferences, and then we can search certificate in the search bar. Make this a little bit bigger. And then we click view certificates, and we can click import, and then we just need to target our cacert.dir. So we can see I've gone ahead and already installed this. Just make sure you check both of the boxes that are there, and then click OK, and you'll be all set with that. So you've gone ahead and got that installed. That's going to allow us to load those secure connections, and we'll go back to exploit DB. So here at the top, you'll notice I have one more extension that I've installed on my Firefox browser. This is a proxy extension called Foxy Proxy. It allows me to easily switch on and off my proxy so that I can push my traffic through Burp Suite. You can find that just by going through to Google and searching Foxy Proxy. And if you go to Google, this will be one of the first hits, and you can see that we've just got this off of the Firefox add-on store. So you can add that, and then you just need to configure your proxy to be HTTP and then have it going through your local host on port 8080. And then you can add that as your option. You can name it whatever you want. I name it Burp just for simplicity. So we're going to turn that on, click over to Burp, and we'll refresh the page. And we can see that Burp Suite has popped up right away. This is because it intercepted a request that we sent through to the web browser, and we can see it's highlighting the intercept tab. And we can see that we have our HTTP request here, the GET request that we made for exploitdb.com, as well as a bunch of information here. We can see that Burp Suite is working if this specifically happens. If we click forward, our web browser will go ahead and continue with that, and we can see it's making a bunch of other requests. And we can just keep hitting forward, and we can see that it is going to eventually load the entire web page. Now that's all good and fun. However, what if we actually want to modify this request? We can do that even if we've gone ahead and already sent it on. I'm going to go ahead and turn intercept to off, but if we switch over to HTTP history, and we can see that we have all of our requests that have gone through the proxy in this tab. And then we also have WebSockets for things like that. If we go ahead and right click on one of these, we can either add it to scope, which I'm going to do right now. This sets our target specifically that we want. And you can click yes on this. And we can go through and click send to repeater and send to intruder. And again, I'm just right clicking for that. You can also highlight the request and do Control and R and Control and I respectively, and it'll send the request to repeater and intruder. So here we've switched over to repeater. This is where we can actually go through and edit the request. So for example, maybe I just don't want my cookie to be there. I can go through and just delete it. And we can modify our requests accordingly. And we can actually even undo that with Control Z. But we can go through and modify this and change little bits to see what happens. And then we can go up here to the top right and click send just to see what we get back. And you can see over on the right hand side where we've had our response rendered. If we click up in here, we can see this is a weird error that we're getting, but you can see that it will go through and actually render our requests or just provide us the raw output as we please. Additionally, over in Intruder, we can go through it and see that we have more options where we can go through and select different positions. And here it's auto-selected with Sniper, all of the various positions that we might want to attack or inject payloads into, and so on and so forth. Otherwise, you can see that over here on the left, we have our targeting tab, where in this specific case, it's already started to build out this sitemap for us, providing us this nice overview of where everything's at and where everything has been requested from within the website. This is a nice map for us to go back through, and we can browse to all these items and see what's going on behind the scenes and under the hood to potentially go back and exploit it. Additionally, over here in Extender, you can see that we can go through and install extensions either with the B App Store, or we can do this manually. Again, a lot of these are premium, so you do need to have the professional version for. However, you can see that there are notes over here. So for example, this is specifically one that requires Burp Suite Professional, but there's a whole bunch that you can do for free. And you can do other magic things with this as well. Perfect. Now that we've gone ahead and done a quick tour of Burp Suite and how we get it all set up, let's go ahead and hop back over to the slides again, and we're going to go ahead and wrap everything up. And we're back. All right. So before we go on, let's talk about some extra resources because you're probably itching to go through and try this out right now. I have 3 resources that I recommend taking a look at. The first one is going to be the PortSwigger Web Academy, and you can see the link for it here on screen. This is a free web academy that is provided by the people that make Burp Suite, and you can go through and try out the different features and learn about different attacks like cross-site scripting, doing CSRF, or potentially SQL injection, a whole bunch of different things. Very, very cool. One thing to note with this, all of this is free. Sometimes you do need the professional version of Burp Suite to do different activities, so just be aware of that. Additionally, I have HackerOne's Hacker 101 Burp Suite playlist linked here. This is a series of videos that HackerOne made, and again, that's going to be the bug bounty site HackerOne that they made over Burp Suite, so you can go through and get a little bit more detail and get even more insight into using Burp Suite. Additionally, we have the Try Hack Me Burp Suite room, and as you probably noticed throughout the talk, I had little numbers hidden on the side, or small codes. This is a subscription room, so just keep that in mind. This is a room that specifically I built out that gives you a nice walkthrough of how to use all these components, and I highly recommend it if you're going to go through and start learning more with Burp Suite. However, as I mentioned, there are some codes hidden throughout. This may be a subscriber room that there's a few subscriber codes hidden throughout this talk, so if you go back through and catch the recording, or maybe you caught them as I was going throughout my slides, go through and grab those and get yourself a subscription. Perfect. Thank you for watching. If you have any questions, any comments, or if you want to learn a little bit more, you can check out my Discord. That is going to be linked with the slides. Additionally, you can follow me on YouTube at DarkSec, so youtube.com/c/darksec, or you can follow me on Twitter at darkstar7471. I hope you enjoyed, and have fun with the rest of the conference.
Thank you so much, John, for that special talk on burp suit, and it was wonderful. Now, guys, we will be having a 10-minute break again. And guys, stay tuned. We will be having another few prizes being given away at the time of break. So let's get back together after the break. Welcome, fellas. 10 SPYSE vouchers have been given away at the time of the break. Let's get started with our next session without further ado. Uh, Sankarat Subramaniam is gonna present us next. He's here with the talk upon digital forensic analysis. Now, let's get started with this amazing digital forensic science.
Hi everyone, this is Shankaraj Subramanian. I'm the founder and CEO of Prompt Infotech, cybercrime consultant. I'm glad to meet you all in this virtual conference of Secarmy Village. And moving on to today's topic, we have digital forensics. We have digital forensics analysis, which we are going to target today. We'll discuss few topics about how digital evidence is being handled. Forensics analyst, what is their job profile, and how data is being retrieved from digital evidence, and a lot of other interesting facts. Yes, moving on. To start with, the most question being asked is like, what would be the cost of a digital forensics workstation? Yes, when you look at Google images of digital forensics workstations, yes, it will be huge. You will have it like what you see in movies. Yes, we have fascinating workstations. To start with, yes, it starts with from 2 lakhs. It can go up to 15 lakhs or even more. Any forensics workstation. The main target of any forensics workstation will be with regards to the memory being allocated. How much of memory is there for storage, RAM speed, the processor. Yes, a lot of important criteria which needs for a forensics workstation, because obviously it needs to be very fast, and it has to support a lot of different applications which is needed for forensics. Yes, and looking at a forensics team structure. So what does a forensics team structure look like? We have forensics analyst who is going to work in a forensics team. Forensics analyst, they can be in cybercrime. Probably you can take it in this way. We have in office forensics analyst, and you have field forensics analyst. Right? In office forensics analyst, they are going to be placed inside the office. They're going to concentrate on more on analyzing the data, what these field analysts are going to bring from the crime scene or from anywhere outside the office. So we have two categories, and apart from this, you also have a lot of other categories. But before starting this, first we'll see how data is being stored. Data is stored in memory devices, because this is one key factor where it is needed. Okay, when you look at a digital evidence, or when you look at a memory device, right, we'll consider this as a memory device. It can be a hard disk, SD card, whatever it is, right? And we have all images, folders, documents. We have so much of things stored inside this. And as you all know, computers is zeros and ones, and this hard disk is going to be full of zeros and ones, right? The data which is stored inside this hard disk is going to be full of zeros and ones. And if you look at a traditional hard disk, you will have an architecture where you will have a platter with a spindle and an actuator arm, which is going to revolve like this. And this would be the architecture of any traditional hard disk, right? And this platter here is going to save all these information of zeros and ones. You will have tracks, you will have clusters, you will have a lot of different spaces here where these data zeros and ones will be saved. And when it comes to erasing data, when you delete any data from hard disk, probably you think all these zeros and ones gets deleted, but when you use a data recovery software, right? Use any data recovery software, probably you'll be able to get back few of the data which is present in your hard disk. We'll discuss how forensics analysts recover these data, what methodologies they use and what softwares they use. Right? Before that, where do you have this forensics in place? We have two people here, right? We have We have A, who has hacking skills. He is not an ethical hacker, but he is someone with some hacking skills here. And we have B. B also has hacking skills. He has hacking skills. Let's see how both of them are using their hacking skills. A uses hacking skills to crack or to break down or to breach any server, or you take any application, anything like this, fine. So he is using it for a bad purpose. Whereas B, he is using it for a good purpose. He is working for a company, we'll call it a CTS. He is working for CTS. Since he has hacking skills, he is hired for the security team, probably a pen testing kind of job. So CTS has come up with an application called XYZ, which they are going to launch in the market. And before launching this product, yes, this product should have gone for a lot of technical and screening testing, which has done. And probably this should have also it should have passed through security testing. What do you mean by security testing? We have pen testers. We have pen testers like B, who will test this product, who is going to test this application for different types of attacks, right? We have A here, who is waiting for this product. He is keenly watching this product to be released. And once if it is released, he is going to target this product. He is going to try different types of attacks, A, B, C, D, E. He has so many different types of attacks with which he can target, with which he can crack this application, and he can find different flaws. And he is going to use it for a bad purpose, fine, A. Whereas B, yes, he also has the needed hacking skills. Whereas B, before the product is being launched, he will test the product with all the different attacking methodologies. And you call these as test cases. We call it as test cases. Since he is a pen tester, he would carry on a lot of test cases, and finally he will submit a report stating that this product has a risk assessment of, he's going to perform a risk assessment, and he's going to come up with a score. This product has a risk assessment of this score, right? So once this product is launched, it is in the market, XYZ is in the market, and we have so many customers who is using this product, right? Just like Flipkart or any other product, right? It's an application, and so many people are using this, and this product is connected with the server here, and server keeps or stores all the customer database here, right? So what does A do now? A, he tries with one of his methods. He tries exploiting this product with one of his methods, and with this he is able to go to the server, retrieve all the details, right? Get all the details, and that's it. It leads to lot of customer details, right? So we have a security team in place. Like B, we have so many people in place here who is going to test the authenticity or the security of the product. We have other people here who have hacking skills, who use it for a bad purpose and try to exploit servers, try to exploit applications or anything else, right? Where does forensics come into picture? If some data breach has happened, the customer details have been stolen, or it has been deleted, or something else is happened. Now, forensics team comes into picture. So what is the role of a forensics analyst? Forensics analyst, he is going to analyze what has happened. He doesn't prevent any attack from happening like a pen tester or an ethical hacker or a security analyst. He comes into picture after something bad has happened. Why? Because his main target is to find out who has done this, right? His main objective is to trace back who is the attacker and what he has done, right? So the same way, we also have, say, for example, you have a crime scene here. This is a home here, and you have a laptop which is in place. This is a laptop here. You have a mobile, and this is in the table, and you have a person who is dead, right? He is dead here, and normally from police department, when someone is dead from law and order, they go inquire, yes, to analyze the root cause of the death. They can analyze what has happened. And we have two digital evidence here. We have one laptop and we have a mobile. So in case if we have digital evidence like this, we need forensics analyst, right? It is not that you just go grab the laptop and grab the mobile and come back. No, the first thing, or the first and foremost thing which you have to consider when you are considering digital evidence is this. In a crime scene, when you look for digital evidence, first you have to analyze whether it is on or off. If it is on, then it is going to be live. If it is off, then that is dead, right? When the system is live, when the computer is live, it is running, we should be doing a lot of acquisition techniques, live acquisition techniques from the digital evidence here. And if it is dead, you can take back the evidence, seal it, conceal it, and bring it to your office. But when it is live, yes, we need a lot of things which can be taken. We need to consider a lot of important factors which needs to be collected when a system is live, because when it is off, probably you might lose some of the data which is in the RAM. So we'll have a lot of things to consider here. When it is dead, yes, you don't have any other go. You will have to take back the evidence to your office. Now here, the first thing what you'll do, what you'll have to know is calculation of hash values, and then we'll move on to chain of custody. I'll tell what is hash value and what is chain of custody. Chain of custody is a document which you maintain as a forensics analyst. So when you go here, when you go to the crime scene, right, and you find a laptop here, right, and you want to take this laptop as a evidence, you have chain of custody here. What is chain of custody? Today is like say 14/10/2020, and what is the time now? Time now is 1:48 p.m. Fine. So I'll make a note on this particular date and this, and which place is this, and who is the victim, what is the victim's name, and what is the digital evidence which you have captured. Is it a laptop? Is it a mobile? Or what is that? And who has confiscated this? Who is holding this, right? So if I am the person who is taking this, probably I'll enter a record like this, and say on the same day, I go back to the office. I go back by 3 o'clock, and which place? This is my cybercrime investigation office, and this is for which victim, what's his name, and what is the digital evidence which is being handled by whom, and it is being given to, say we'll take Anand, right? And what's his designation? Why do we do this? Chain of custody will act as a important source of how an evidence is being handled, right? So when you look at chain of custody of any evidence, digital evidence, starting from the time when it was taken or when it was confiscated till the time it is being produced to the court, right? Anyone who is holding this, or anyone who has taken it for analysis, in case if a forensics analyst needs to, tomorrow a forensics analyst comes and he needs to examine this, then probably he needs to enter this, fine, in this office, and this is for which case, what's his name, what's the digital evidence he has taken, and his name is Kishore, and probably he will write the reason why he has taken this for forensics analysis, right? So this is chain of custody, which is a document which needs to be taken. Now, when Kishore here takes this laptop, right? Takes this laptop for analysis. He cannot he cannot perform the direct analysis in this laptop. That is the first rule of any digital evidence, right? You cannot tamper or you cannot play around with the digital evidence, even if something is being lost or if there is a minor change which is being done to a digital evidence, you cannot prove that in court of law. So for that, what does he do? He will take a hash value of this. What is hash? He will compute the hash value of the entire hard disk, and hash value something like this. He can use any type of hashing algorithms for this particular reason, and this hash value will be entered in chain of custody. Once this hashing is done, along with imaging. What is imaging? Imaging is where I take a clone or I take an image of the entire device, right? This is the original evidence, that is okay, but I want to work, I want to examine, I want to use my softwares and analyze what has happened. I want to analyze the browser history. I want to see what is being recently deleted or which apps was recently used. I want to do a lot of research on that, right? Analysis on that. So I cannot do directly on this. So what I do, I take an image. You can clone the entire device and you can keep an image of the device. Say you have different formats. You have raw format, you have DD format, you have a lot of different formats here. Based on the tools what we are going to use, you can use FTK here, forensics toolkit, which can be used for imaging. You can use autopsy, you can use SloopKit. You have so many kits, so many softwares which can be used for imaging. And say for example, I've taken the image of this. I'll take it as I'll name it as the case number 2018143.dd. So this is my image, right? This is the image what I've taken. Now after taking the image and I've taken the hash value along with the image, now I'll close the laptop, I'll return back, I'll keep it in my safe. Why? Because I won't be touching this digital evidence. Now what is this hash value for? Hash value is to prove in court of law that when we took from the forensics team, when we took this digital evidence, right, the hash value was this, right? After analyzing all the evidence and before submitting it in the court of law, right? You'll again compute this hash, you'll repeat this, and you'll say for example, this is A. And before submitting it to court, you'll take another hash value, which is B. And you'll say A is equal to B, which means the hash value when we took and the hash value now is both are same, and which means there is no tamper of data. Data from this digital evidence has not been tampered, means I have not changed. And if you ask me, will the value of hash change if I include, if I delete a small file here, which is in KB? If I delete this small file, if I compute the hash again, will this B value change? Yes. Even if you include a dot in any of the file, or if you delete a file, you delete a folder, you do any minor changes in the digital evidence, hash value will not be the same. In that case, A will not be B. When A is not equal to B, there is no use in submitting this particular piece of evidence in court of law. They will not accept that. So when you handle any digital evidence, you should be careful of not tampering the data which is present inside. So we always be looking at hashes, hash values. Once if you grab the evidence and before submitting it, yes, you will again compute the hash to make sure you have not tampered any data. So you will have your image file here. So let me go to my image file. Say this is my image file to something 14.3.dd. This is my image file. So as per forensics procedure, I'll make two copies of this. One is for my analysis and one is for my backup. I'll have this for analysis and I have this for backup. What is the first thing which I'll do? As usual, you'll come up with data recovery. Fine. You'll come up with data recovery. You call it as data. You can also call it as file carving. Next time, when you're interested in data recovery, when you want to recover data from any of your devices, don't search for data recovery tools. Obviously, we'll do this. We'll go to Google. We'll go to Google and we'll type free data recovery tools. Yes, recovery software. Instead of this, in case if you use file carving tools, fine, file carving tools, probably you will get better tools which will be good for recovering data. And when it comes to data wiping, I want to add this. Data wiping and evidence acquisition. In data wiping, you have, we will take it from a non-forensics point of view. You have your mobile or you have your laptop here, and now you want to sell this. You want to buy a new mobile or laptop, so you sell your old mobile or laptop, and what do you do to your mobile? You format your mobile. Yes, and what do you again? You do the same to your laptop. You format your laptop, you format your mobile, and then you give it for sales. But when you format this, do you think anyone who is going to buy your mobile or laptop will not be able to recover all these details? Yes, for sure, he can recover all the details, whatever is inside, right? Just by using any free software. So in case if you have any sensitive information here and you don't want to someone else who is buying your mobile to retrieve all these data, you need to go for data wiping. Data wiping? What do you mean by data wiping? Data wiping is where you come up with different techniques like 3-pass. You have 3-pass, you also have 1-pass, 1-pass, 3-pass, 7-pass, and you also have 35-pass. Right? What do you mean by 1-pass, 3-pass, 7-pass, and 35-pass? 1-pass is where you overwrite your data. I told you this. We have our hard disk which is filled with zeros and ones. Yes, zeros and ones. So 1-pass is where you delete all the data. That is okay, but you again fill this with random zeros and ones. What is 3-pass? 3-pass is where you first delete all the data, then you fill it with random zeros. Fine, you fill the entire hard disk with random zeros. Again, you delete this. Then you fill it with random ones. Again, you delete this. Again, you fill it with random zeros and ones. Again, you delete this. So this is 3-pass. 3-pass is where you fill your hard disk, you fill your memory device with a junk data again and again to delete the original information what is present inside. So the initial information what is present inside, it will get deleted once. Then again the hard disk will be overwritten with all zeros. Again this will be deleted. Again your hard disk will be filled with random ones. Again this will be deleted. Again your hard disk will be filled with random zeros here. So what will happen to the original data? The continuity of the original data in a cluster or in a track will be lost. Any file which you give will have a header and footer. Inside this you will have document. So when you do this repeatedly, when you give data, when you fill data repeatedly like this and you delete this, this header and footer or the data inside this will be lost. That is why when you go for data recovery, fine, when you're recovering an image, probably you might be seeing an image like this, a full image, but image will be present only here. Rest all will be blurred or rest all will be grayed out. Why? Because like the data which is present inside the hard disk, the data recovery software was not able to completely recover all the data because part of the data was deleted. So in case if you have plans of selling your mobile or laptop, probably go for 1-pass, 3-pass, 7-pass, 35-pass is not needed. Whereas the US Department of Defense, they recommend 7-pass data for all government related data. If they have a hard disk and if they want to destroy the hard disk before the hard disk data is deleted or the hard disk is being destroyed, it has to undergo a 7-pass. 7-pass again like this. This is 3-pass, 1, 2, 3. 7-pass will go on like this for 7 times. It might be time consuming, but it is one best procedure where you can use it to delete all these data. So data wiping, I'll zoom this. Okay. Data wiping, you have two types. One is called clearing, the other one is called purging, right? Clearing is where it is to prevent recovering data using software, right? Whereas purging is to prevent recovering data using laboratory equipment like forensic softwares. So it is up to you to use whatever you want. And when it comes to live acquisition, okay, and it comes to data acquisition is where you try to recover data. So what is the first thing which you will do when you get any data for a live system, for a live computer? In case if you come across a desktop which is on and you want to recover data from this, yes, you can go for a few things, but the main thing which you have to consider is this. Even this is for a live or for a dead acquisition, wherein you have brought the laptop or desktop to your forensics office and you're trying to analyze. You will have to connect this to your forensics workstation. This is your forensics workstation, and probably you will be connecting the hard disk, right, the memory device of this particular computer to your workstation here. But before connecting, you will also have to consider this. This is very important. You will have to use write blockers. Write blockers. What do you mean by write blockers? Write blockers or hardwares. You have hardwares, you have softwares. Write blockers it's a piece of equipment where you connect your evidence to a write blocker, and from the write blocker you connect it to a forensics workstation. Why is that? Because you might be using a lot of different softwares in your forensics workstation to retrieve all the details from here, right? So you're going to extract a lot of information from this piece of evidence here. Sometimes your software, the chances are very less, but sometimes this can happen. Sometimes there is a possibility of data being written back. Any junk data from this software can be written back to the evidence. If you don't want this to happen, you have to use a write blocker. When you use a write blocker, it is always going to be one-way communication. When any communication or any data is trying to enter or trying to be written in the digital evidence, it will be stopped by write blockers. Write blockers, you have this write blocker tablet, which is famous. I'll show you this. Write blocker. So it goes like this. So you have write blocker devices like this, wherein from the evidence, from the digital evidence here, from your hard disk, you connect it to a write blocker, and then you connect the other end to your computer here. So anything, yes, you want to extract whatever you want, yes, it can be extracted. But from your forensics computer, if any data is trying to enter or trying to be registered in this digital evidence, probably it will be stopped, right? So we have many devices like this, and this tablet is one good equipment which can be used, and it's a very mandatory equipment here, right? And when it comes to live acquisition, I'll tell you what important details which you have to capture. You will have to consider prefetch files. Prefetch files. I'll tell you what prefetch files is. You'll have to consider registry. So what do you mean by prefetch files? Prefetch files are those which get created when we run any application. When you run any application in the system, right? OS creates prefetch files which will have all the information about the list of files loaded by the application. And it will have all the files. So prefetch file is not a temporary file. Temporary file, it gets created when you open application, but when you close application, temp files will get deleted. But prefetch files will get saved in your computer. And probably when you want to speed up your computer, it is always good to delete these prefetch files. These prefetch files can slow down your computer. The location of your prefetch files, it will be in C, Windows, and you have to go to prefetch. And before you try to access the prefetch files here, you will have to go to folder options and show hidden folders. Only then you will be able to access, you will be able to see the prefetch folder here, right? This, and you can use a software which a tool like Windows prefetch view, right? You can use this Windows prefetch view to fetch all the prefetch files. So what will happen with the prefetch files? What information as a forensics analyst you can get? You can get what recent applications have been opened, and even if it is being deleted from the log files, prefetch files will still have access to whatever application is being opened. Fine. So I can see this using prefetch files. And registry keys. Registry is where you store, which has all instruction sets stored. Yes. So in case if you have deleted any software, if the victim or if the accused, he has deleted any particular software before the crime scene, what can happen? We can use registry analysis. You have a lot of tools for registry analysis. You can go for registry viewer. You can go for rec shot, which is good. You can go for rec scanner, which is again good. We have these many tools. So what will happen? You can just try these tools. They're all free tools, whatever I have mentioned. Okay, I'll tell about rec shot. Rec shot, you can try this. What you can do, you can run rec shot, and you can go for shot one. Shot one, what it does, it will capture registry details. Right? It will capture registry details. Now what you do, you delete VLC media player from your computer. Right? VLC media player, and then rec shot will be on. Now go for shot two. Fine. It will again capture registry details. It again capture registry details. You will have an option to compare. When you compare, it will show you when rec shot runs for the first time, what was the status of registry. It is going to compare. Later you have deleted VLC media player from your computer. Now if you go for shot two, then again you capture the registry details. Now what will happen when you compare both? It will show you, yes, this particular software is being deleted and what all changes have been made to the computer because of this deletion. Fine. So even if it is being deleted from the log files, if the attacker has used something else to delete all the log files of VLC, probably from registry, yes, you can go for analysis. You can get what has happened. Fine. You can take 2 shots and that might help you. Browser history examiner. Browser history examiner is one excellent tool which is going to, it's again a free tool. It is going to give you all needed information about a browser. It is going to give each and every information. I'll open this tool, browser history examiner. Trial will display only 25 records, but still that's fine. Once if the tool opens like this, you can go to file, you can go to capture history, and capture history from this computer, yes, and next, and yes. It is asking from which browsers do you want to capture, select all, and destination, you can select any destination. I'll choose this folder here, and when you click on capture, it is going to take a lot of time, but once the capture is done, you will get all sensitive information which is being accessed from the browser, which accounts you have accessed, what bookmarks have you saved, what username, passwords you have saved. It can, browser history examiner, yes, it's a forensics tool, but it can also be used for a lot of different purpose. In case if you want to analyze any computer of their browser history, it is not one history here. I'm speaking about the entire browser history of what has happened. So you have so much of options with browser history here. Browser history examiner. yes, you might get a lot of details like this, right? You will get for, you might get like this. 1 second, okay, fine. You can get information about bookmarks, cached files, cached images, web pages, cookies, downloads, email address. You have so much of things which browser history examiner can do, right? So forensics, yes, it's a very interesting field here, and but you will have to be very careful when you are dealing with the digital evidence. You should know what you should do, what are the do's and what are the don'ts, because you are playing with the digital evidence. You don't have anything else. This is one evidence which the data of which cannot be tampered, it cannot be deleted, or the softwares which you use shouldn't interrupt with the normal functioning of this digital evidence. So probably even if you take an image of this digital evidence and if you work, yes, before this you have a lot of precautionary things which you have to do uh, to make this digital evidence a valid one, so that when you analyze, when you submit your forensics report, in court of law, probably that will be accepted. We have many cases which have been rejected because a digital evidence has been tampered. Sometimes, you know, this particular X person is the accused, and you wanted to have some sort of proof, and you try to plant some proof inside his digital evidence that will be properly identified and by the hash values, whatever you generate, and in court of law, that is not going to be considered as evidence. So as I told you, we have different do's and don'ts which we have to consider, and considering this, yes, forensics analyst job or forensics analyst job profile can be very interesting in analyzing different types of cases, in analyzing different types of logs here. We have forensics crime investigation, and you also have corporate crime investigation. Corporate is where if a server gets attacked, and you wanted to see who that is. Yes, that's going to be a different job profile here. And for crimes, yes, cybercrime investigations, you will have forensics team. Again, you will have, the job profile is going to be entirely different. We have state labs, which is established, which has all the needed equipment, all the needed softwares needed for forensics analysis. We have this in a lot of universities as well. And we also have separate labs, which is run by a government, individual state governments, which is gaining a lot of momentum these days. Why? Because the rate of cyber crime and the need for forensics has increased a lot in recent days. For that reason, yes, government has come up with this. That's a good initiative, and I hope I've discussed a few things about forensics. We had a very less time, but I want you guys to know that forensics is such a wonderful field. But yes, you need proper knowledge, and you need knowledge of ethical hacking, you need knowledge of pen testing, you need knowledge of servers, you need knowledge of networks, you need programming. Yes, a little of programming is needed. And with all this, then forensics analyst job profile can be open for freshers, right? Without this knowledge, in case if you learn 20 forensics tool, and if you're trying to apply for a forensics analyst job, probably you might not clear the interviews. But with proper preparation of all these technical skills, whatever is needed, yes, for sure you can make a successful career in forensics field, right? And I hope I didn't waste your time. Thanks for your time and patience, and thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Sankaraj Subramaniam, for this amazing piece of session. Now let's start with our next session. It will be again presented by STU, Cyber Viking, and RAGSAC. They are engaging with us for the talk upon OSINT for missing people. Let's get started with our open source intelligence.
Okay, so welcome to our talk, and it's apparently OSINT for Missing People workshop for Secarmy, which apparently is on our slides. Right, okay, so what are we going to talk about today? We're going to do some intros, which is quite nice, so we know who you're listening to this. A bit about OSINT, rules of engagement, some kind of bit about processes. We've got some case studies to talk about. Importance of OPSEC and sort of using this for defense. We're going to talk a lot about OSINT to find missing people, so a bit about the trace lab CTFs, how else you can practice and things you can do, tools, resources, techniques. Probably not going to do a live demo, but we have got a challenge because we've realised we've only got 60 minutes for this, so live demo might go out the window. But yeah, okay, so let's do some intros. Oh yeah, we've also do a lot around finding missing people. So we've won Trace Labs CTF 3 times, black badge winners. Technically 4 through the globals, and then one of the special kind of
NCPTF.
Yeah, that was good.
And then Cyber also ranked top 3 in the first one.
I think so did Sticks in Las Vegas as well. So.
Oh yeah, of course. Sticks came second, didn't he?
Yeah.
In Las Vegas. So actually, technically, it's what if you count the first, second, and third place as being a winner? Then what's that? 5?
Oh, 6 maybe.
Six?
I was thinking 7 here today, but we couldn't get it all up.
Well, can we just say we've won a lot then?
Yeah, we'll just say we won a lot. Yeah, let's say about that.
Also,
sounds good to me.
World record. We have the highest score in any CTF. No one's beat that yet.
Important to say.
Yeah, okay, that's pretty good. Right, I was going to talk about myself for a bit because that's a thing I like to do, apparently. Okay, so yeah, I have a day job. I do cyber stuff for my day job. I do some training. I do some incident response. I break into buildings and steal people's stuff and social engineer people. I do some open source intelligence stuff. I'm also now part of a volunteer group for the National Child Protection Task Force. I do some stuff here. I'm in a book, and yeah, I interviewed John McAfee twice before he's arrested, so I can put that on my T-shirt now. So that's me.
It's me. It's Viking. You spelled it wrong, Stu. It's Cyber Viking. It's me, Cyber Viking.
No.
Or D.
No. You QA'd this as well?
I was drunk.
That's
cool. I'm Cyber Viking. I once called the scariest man in InfoSec by Farmer of the Beers, which I'm sure many here know. Member of multiple yearly and annual threat models. Same thing. Avid whiskey connoisseur, I think at this point, even though tonight it's beer, unfortunately. Professional beard wearer and world traveler. The former CEO of the Ethical Hacker Society, and I break a lot of things and do a lot of OSINT stuff. I need to pretty much cover that. Oh, and organizer of content. I think that's very important. I think Stu even missed that one.
Oh, can I just go back and say?
Oh, no, too late now. You passed.
Original organizer of content. There you go. Yeah, we're all organising content, but we'll talk about that later anyway. Yeah.
Hey everyone, fairly certain you know who I am. I'm Rag, security researcher, sort of 10 threat intelligence analyst as of a year and 6 months ago. 4 times winner of the global Trace Lab CTF, well, 3 times global, 1 time NCPTF. Had work featured in Bloopy Computer, the Many Hats Club podcast, episode 34. Go listen to it; it's great. I found a ranking, sort of like scoreboard thing for our podcast, and it was in the top 10. So I was really happy with that. I spoke with Dean at Bacon 1. I work as a cybersecurity specialist, and I'm a volunteer OSINT analyst with the NCPTF.
And by no means least,
saved the best for last. So I'm Alan. I'm a student at TU Dublin. I was former chairperson as well as cyber of the TU Dublin HackerSoc. I have quite the interest in open source intelligence. I was part of the TMHC team who won the Trace Labs. As well as being a student, I'm a hobbyist Python developer. I've made a Discord bot for handling Article 17 and 15 GDPR requests, which is right to be forgotten and right to data or whatever it is. And currently I'm working on an Instagram scraping and uploading tool. Oh, and I also met Troy Hunt once. Very nice lad.
Yeah, I just added it was nice because I thought it'd be funny. But
Yeah.
He stole my
nice,
laptop.
though.
He stole my laptop.
He did steal a laptop actually. That was
He
quite
still
funny.
doesn't. He still doesn't follow me on Twitter. So Troy, if you
That was a
watching
great
this,
workshop
right,
too.
you owe me for stealing my laptop.
Well, yeah. Well, he did a podcast with us. And he still doesn't follow me, so I don't think he follows anyone really. But he does actually have a great blog, and I do like Troy a lot, and he's quite funny. So, just a disclaimer: we are sane, although actually, is anyone in InfoSec? So maybe not. Right. Okay. Well, do you know what? OSINT's quite important for us. It's an interesting topic. Collection of information, processing information, generation from like sources that are typically open or publicly available, kind of Wikipedia kind of definition. But we're looking at aggregate intelligence on a self or a target, or missing person if you're going to be doing a trace lab CTFs and things like this. So we're going to talk about sort of techniques, some of the ethics, and some other stuff around OSINT and stuff like this. Obviously, from a kind of perspective of this, you don't really need that much in terms of tools. The internet, obviously, a phone or a computer would help. Browsers, prefer Brave, Firefox over Chrome. Really, Safari's okay. Obviously, you can't use Buscador anymore because it's actually dead. But you can use, hopefully very soon, and by the time this talk is out, a new distro which we will release in a couple of weeks. Probably by the time this talk is out, actually, technically. So should we announce it?
I think we can go ahead.
It's up to you.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. We're gonna announce it, and then we'll find out it's never out. But the guy who built Buscador, who likes to keep very private, he is building TeamHC in combination with the people on this call, our very own version of it, because Buscador doesn't exist anymore. So we're having our own OSINT Linux distro being built, and we're working heavily on it at the moment, and we're hoping to release it for Conint. So it's all very exciting. So yeah. Hey, that's pretty cool. Hey, obviously Callie's brilliant because TJ Nell's probably here listening, so we love Callie as well. Don't forget. Right. Okay. Rules of engagement. Let's talk a bit about that. So, Viking, do you want to talk about this as well? Because you love this bit, right?
Yeah. So obviously, no contact, no breaching accounts, no liking, commenting, or sharing posts. We follow a complete no-touch rule. Like as I said, there, you have to be the ghost. You have to be an observer because anything you do, as it says, can in fact tamper evidence in some way or another, such as liking a post. Obviously, then that account you're liking from is then listed to be involved in the account in some way. So on automated streams, on any kind of stream, it will pop up saying your account is and somehow would like to post or like to tweet, and that can bring you into the investigation and make you the subject as well. But in many cases, it can be critical not to do any of this and be completely an observer. I think no touch is important.
Yeah, it's really important, and it's like forensics in some respects. You don't tamper with the evidence, right? You keep the machine on. You don't interact with it until it's ready for forensic collection. Same as with OSINT, you need to be just observing and collecting, preserving evidence as much as you can in its original format. So it's fairly same sort of thing. You don't want to be doing humans, we're doing OSINT, right? So we're not interacting with the target. OPSEC is vital. Ideally, you'd want to have some kind of fresh VM or set of accounts for investigations so that they're relatively clean. Really, really, really important. And sorry, I missed actually confidentiality, right? Like the most important rule. Don't talk about Fight Club or OSINT Club, right? And just keep everything completely confidential and secure. And then, of course, once you finish your investigation, then you want to basically wipe all that information once you've built your report and stuff. So you don't actually ideally kill those accounts as well if you can. So there's no trace at all. Viking or any of the guys about speculation, because that's important.
Yeah, no, especially with working on Tracelab CTFs, the amount of times you've had to walk away from something because you've gotten something in your head, like your mind will then try to correlate stuff, try to bend the facts and evidence to correlate what you're thinking, but when in reality it's something completely different that's happening. At least that's my view on where speculation can mess up stuff.
I mean, to sort of add to that though, is when it comes to speculation, speculation isn't getting an this could be happening. If you have a gut feeling that something's happening, let's say in a missing persons case, this person has links to a political group. If you have that feeling because you've seen in a couple of different posts the same icon, like icons and things, to dig into that and go down that route isn't speculation. Speculation would be deliberately ignoring information because it doesn't fit what you think it is.
I'll add to that further. It's about what you can prove as well, right? And it's about what evidence there is to prove that working theory, and also remove personal biases as well. Speculation is also lent by personal biases, and that can also have a lead to assumptions and things like this, right? So some examples I can talk about, obviously anonymously, in this kind of conversation, but there have been submissions as judges where people have gone, well, this person likes, I don't know, like some kind of American kind of racing, like NASCAR, because they're wearing a jacket or something that says NASCAR on it. Well, how do you know that? They could have just bought a NASCAR jacket. It doesn't mean they actually attend NASCAR events, or they go surfing because they've liked a picture of a surfing competition or something like that, right? So you've got to deal with what you can prove to actually say this is this person's interest and they're likely to get involved in those circles and whatever it may be. So if there's suddenly lots of other evidence, and you can actually then you can use that to find more information on them. It's a pivot point, and then if you can prove that, then actually you've actually investigated it. But don't just assume that they do it. You have to be able to prove it, I think, is what I'm trying to say.
Definitely, yeah. 100% agree.
Yeah, okay. Viking, you'll have this slide.
Yeah,
so.
definitely. Like I think it's very important, especially this slide alone. Having the correct permission in place when doing investigations is extremely important. Like understanding what your scope is. Like, are you doing it as a client? Are you doing it for missing persons? What are you doing it for? Like, it's very important to have the right permissions. Like, do you have proper permission from law enforcement? Has law enforcement actively asked for help? Or do you have permission from your employer? Do you have permission from basically someone over a higher authority than you to be able to say, okay, go ahead and have a look? Because if you don't, in many cases, I've seen it in the past where people have done gone on missing person investigations when no one has asked for help and have ended up tainting current investigations. That's not something we want to do. We really don't want to do that. I think it's very important to bring it up and have that. You need to have your permission there and know exactly what you're doing in many different forms, either witness verbal, signed letter of permission, again, permission from authority. In many cases, I think that we've certain situations we will fall under. I think Rai can talk more on that as well, especially if it's like risk to life.
I mean, there's that level. I think the most important thing to realize, though, is at the end of the day, that it's a real person on the other end that you're potentially sort of looking into. So, sort of having the respect for that will sort of lean into getting the correct permissions and having the correct ethics and handling it with the caution that it requires.
Yeah, and just to add to that as well, the way I kind of look at this as well is it's like pen testing, right? In some respects, you need to have permission to test the systems, and if you don't, then it's still a pen test. It's just you're breaking the law. It's kind of the same with OSINT in some cases. If you don't have permission, you're potentially doxing someone, and that can have potential risk, or you could be like I say, tampering with an active investigation. So it's really important. Unless there is a definite risk to life, and you've got a clear evidence to prove there's a potential short-term risk to life, and you might need to do something about it, then you might need to make that call. But in any other circumstances, you should be getting some kind of permission to do these kind of investigations, especially into missing people. I think we talked about the no touch rule, so I think we can kind of move on from that.
Yeah, but it's still just that reminder: no touch. Do not touch accounts. Don't breach accounts. As I said, don't add, like, subscribe, follow, capture, screenshot. Don't do anything with the content. Stay away from it all. No touch.
Don't touch it. Don't touch it. No hacking or trying to log in. No touch again. Do not breach counts. Obviously, there's a difference. If you find breach credentials, that's fine, but don't do anything with it. And actually, I'd add to that as well. Some of the soft password resets. So in some sites like Twitter, if people haven't, set up their security settings correctly, then you can get a soft, view of their preview of their email and all that kind of stuff. But if you try and do that with Instagram or Facebook, you end up doing a soft password reset, and that target would then be notified that that they've reset their password or they've tried to reset their password. So that would be breaching that no touch rule. You're potentially tipping off somebody who may not want to be found to then move on from where they are, thinking that someone's trying to find them. So again, you could be causing more damage by doing that.
On the other side of it, you could become a part of an active investigation then. Say, for example, it was a missing persons, law enforcement are looking into it. They look at the email and they see all of a sudden this IP address has just tried to log into this account multiple times. The IP address then becomes a subject because they have to follow every lead to understand, has this person been kidnapped? Is there something happening? Are they part of human trafficking now? They need to find out and figure it out.
Which could delay the investigation.
Exactly. Waste resources.
I think we talked about this again, confidentiality. Obviously, we've seen examples actually where people have actually done write-ups on Trace Labs and they've potentially shared sensitive information on targets. I saw one not too long ago actually. So yeah, make sure that if you are doing a CTF like Trace Labs and you're doing a write-up of what you found, make sure you don't include any of the data that you are investigating, because those cases are active and real people.
And if you think it is, if you are writing up something like that, contact people. Contact people at Trace Labs and say, look, I wrote this write-up. Can you have a look at it and just see, have I redacted the most important information? I don't want to identify the person as much as possible. And that's the best way to do it. Reach out to people. There's people out there who will willingly help you. But keep in mind, there has to be people who are being involved in that event. So it's not leaking information out to people who weren't involved.
Yeah, and actually, Trace Labs do keep a log on all the blogs and stuff like this anyway. So they want, obviously they encourage people to do write-ups, but you have to make sure you're not leaking information as well. I think we covered this.
Yeah, don't speculate.
Yeah. Well, we're going over these things again. Making a plan. Love this. I'll do a brief intro and then I'll let Viking go over this. But yeah, it's about like good investigation, the who, what, when, where, why, and all that kind of stuff is really, really important. And like any good investigation, asking these questions is really, really good as a kind of like checklist almost, to try and make sure you've got the right information to kind of start doing an investigation, and good background information as well, so you can send you in the right direction if you start asking these questions. And I know you're itching to talk, Viking, so I'll hand over to you.
Yeah, so for me, I actually I go one step further in this now. I start adding how at the end of it. So it's now the 5 to 6 W's. So what we have is who, what, when, where, why, and how. Everyone probably knows this. Everyone who's done English has probably had this in the class, where a lecturer stood top of the class and said, oh, what does who, what, when, where, why, and how mean? Or in basic storytelling. And that is what we have to do, especially when it comes to the analysis portion of the intelligence. We have to almost build that story of what we have. So in other words, who was involved? Or who did it happen to? What happened, or what exactly was going on when it happened? When did this occur? When was it reported? That's another one. Where did it take place? Where were they seen? Where did this happen? Where were they when it happened? Like, why are you investigating as well? Why did they disappear? Trying to answer the questions the whole way down, even to the point of how. How did they go missing? How did something happen? Having those questions, being able to answer those questions is very important in an investigation.
I would even actually say, Viking, that if you ask those questions, that leads to the how.
Yeah, always. It always does.
And that kind of then starts becoming your analysis to your conclusion in terms of, okay, so if we know why they're missing and where they went missing and when it happened and what happened, you can very quickly get to the how, and then that can then sort of lead you off in a kind of certain direction, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and what I'd usually say about that is you always hear the saying, a picture tells 1,000 words. Well, we're telling a picture in 1,000 words. We're doing the opposite way. We're building a picture with the words, which is very important to understand exactly what has happened. I think Rag and Alan could probably add in more on that as well.
You talk to it from a not just an analysis perspective, but also the sort of having a plan similar to this, something like this, before you start an investigation can help give you prompts on which ways to go, which sort of information you want to be looking for, instead of just ending up down the rabbit hole of who they are friends with on Facebook, for example. So it not only benefits the analysis, but also the gathering stage of the intelligence lifecycle.
Alan?
Yeah, so I've really nothing to say. Two of them really make great points. But yeah, following this does help get more higher quality intel, rather than, as Rag said, their friends on Facebook.
Yeah, spending an hour in a rabbit
more
hole.
helpful. Yeah.
So checklist, we've covered this, right? So get permission, get the scope of the project and the do's and don'ts. What's the outcome of the investigation? We haven't really talked about is it safe? Actually, why haven't we talked about that? Is that later?
I don't think it is. We should have had it at the start, I think. Being safe in the investigation is very important for yourself. Not just physically, but also mentally. We have a lot of people who get involved in investigations who aren't exactly understanding what to get involved in, and they're seeing things. Like, there's certain things I'll see in an investigation where I'll have to step back. I know Alan is the same, Rag probably the same, and Stu's the exact same. We'll see things that has physical impact on, like, not a physical impact, but more of a mental impact on ourselves, or from past experiences that we've experienced that we have to stand back from. It's very important to investigate and understanding that you might see this stuff and be prepared how to deal with it when it happens. So there is resources out there. There's a lot of online counsel resources that is there just to make sure, and if something does happen, keep that in mind and just have a checklist of them ready to go, just in case you do come across something. Don't bottle up, talk about it. It's probably the best thing to talk about is with people.
Yeah, I was having a conversation with some people who did some work into this and looked at some like law enforcement type stuff into some pretty horrible stuff. And I don't know if it's on a podcast or it's something else, but they were saying they used to watch stuff in black and white because it would, they looked at some pretty horrific stuff, like shootings, things like this. And apparently looking at it in black and white sort of reduce the risk, and not playing the sound and things like this would kind of reduce the mental impact. So you might come across something pretty horrible, and you sometimes have to step away from it. But in most cases, investigations do take a toll, especially if you're looking to missing people. You're potentially looking at something that could be quite dark, and sometimes you might want to say, do you know what, am I mentally prepared for this or not? And not everyone is, but you've kind of got to sort of step into it and go, well, am I mentally prepared to do this? If I am, brilliant, fantastic. If I see something I don't like, then can I, I'll take a break, take a detox or something like that, and just step away from it. It's really important.
Yeah.
Okay, let's move on. So, Viking, do you want to go?
Yeah, sure, I'll go. We have starting points. Obviously, especially if you're doing trace labs, you always have a starting point. Now, it could be minimalistic in some cases we've seen in the past. I think a few cases we've seen where it's been over 4,000 days where a person missing, where there's no starting point other than a missing person's profile, a photo, and base details. Or you could have treasure troves of information, such as, this is the person, they were last seen with this family member, they were here's their Facebook page. You have treasure troves of information. So it's a case of finding that starting point and then pivoting from there to somewhere else. So the example that we have here is social media handling, obviously Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and then pivoting from there to get family, friends, or known contacts. So it's all about having those little points of information and building off them and pivoting to everywhere you can as you need it.
Yeah, and some of the things that we found, I think you mentioned, you get your treasure troves, but also you get, like I said, the hard ones. And we've had experience, and I remember this from one of the CTFs that we did, where there's this one guy been missing for ages, and there was literally, they had no social media profile or anything, but they had family members that were mentioned in articles, and were like, well, we can't use the article for intel because it's a news site, but we can use the person's name and then pivot from that. And it just turned out to be a massive treasure trove of information on that target. In other cases, there's been things like, like videos or podcasts where you can pick up information and use that for kind of intel. There's just loads of stuff you can use that's maybe not directly linked to the target, but will give you a picture on them and their family, and then actually you might hit a profile that actually has loads of photos that you can use and stuff like this in and around them. So you may not have direct intel on the target, but you might have indirect intel on the target, and I think that's really important.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Also, Steam is an absolute treasure trove as well.
It can be. It really can be. Yeah.
Yeah.
What would be great is now it rarely happens, but if you could get their Discord, you can normally pivot to Xbox and Steam, and sometimes even Twitter. Although normally you'd have Twitter before you get Discord. But because people readily give their handles and social medias onto Discord, like I've seen people with their Facebooks attached.
Yeah.
Now it can be a nice place to pivot off of. But again, it rarely happens that you find someone's Discord.
Well, it's always an idea to go looking.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Right, okay. We've got a case study. I remember this one.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. So this is an interesting case study. This was a friend of mine from college years ago. Basically, he moved into a new apartment, and he was talking. He posted on social media that he was moved into a new apartment, and he was going out drinking with the guys. He was going to have a great time that night. He was going to Wetherspoons. He was going to get absolutely, completely slosh drunk, and he was very lonely because he didn't have a girlfriend at the time, and he knew he wasn't going to come home with a girlfriend either. He's just that kind of guy. So he got a new apartment, and he posted a picture, and he's like, "Hey, what's the crack? What's happening?" And some dude replies, "Oh, where is it? What's happening?" And the other guy replied back and goes, "Oh, I'm in 14B. Great view of the bridge. Come over. We'll get lunch." You know, it was interesting. One in 14B, pretty quickly, deadly view of the bridge. Kind of limits down the location very quick. If you know the city this is in, you kind of get an idea very quickly. Hang on a second. That city only has one major bridge. Oh, wait, hang on. So that city just has one major tower looking at that bridge. So you quickly, straight away off one post and a bit of information, you can narrow down the building you're actually looking at in the investigation. Now, unfortunately, this guy was the time he posted a picture of the key. Now, this isn't the key for his own OPSEC. I decided to keep that there. He posted a picture of his key with the thing. Apparently, it's a common thing for students and new people to do is post a picture of their new key. I'm like, hey, look, my new apartment key. The problem was when he posted the apartment key, the next thing happened. There was metadata on the thing. For example, we knew straight away it was an iPhone 5S. And also had location data. So straight away we had confirmed the location of the GPS data, where the photo was taken from, which happened to be that tower block. We now knew it was that tower block number 14B. So we got that pretty quickly. What we had next was we could 3D print a key. Now at the time, myself and another guy called Lumlock were working on 3D printing keys in college, playing with 3D printers just because you can, 3D printer, awesome. So we decided to 3D print keys. What we ended up doing was 3D printing my friend's key. Took us about 10 minutes at the door to file, and we eventually got into his apartment. So what you can see is what we actually got. We got GPS location and a room number. We knew how long he was going to be gone. So we knew for exact he was going to be gone all night. He's going to get drunk. He's going to get sloshed. He's going to have a good night. We have a possible working design of the key based off one image. In some cases, you can have a picture of a floor plan because some people actually show a picture of the floor with it as well, as you can see in the photo on the left. We know how inebriated he plans to be, so he's going to come home really drunk. So if we have to deal with him when he comes home, if we're criminals and we're breaking in, we can deal with him. We know he's going to be drunk. And we also know how far he's going to be away from the apartment because he just said he's going to Wetherspoons. Now, how many Wetherspoons are within the radius of that apartment? Just one. And we know at the time it was 45 minutes away. So he had 45 minutes on the way back from leaving there. We could have just monitored social media and waited for him to walk out and say, hey, finally leaving the bar, had a great night with the guys. Putting a post up like that gives me an idea pretty quickly. You got about 45 minutes, 40 minutes from that time of him posting that picture till he gets home. So people don't realize they're posting this information online all the time. They're posting selfies online in the background of car keys. It's been common in the past where people have seen like what type of car a person has based on what's there and then gone and stole the car. Very common with BMW owners. It's very common in Europe at times where people post selfies of themselves. I just got a new car. Here's a picture of my car keys. And you can see it's a BMW emblem. They're targeted straight away. People don't realize they're posting on social media. And this was a very prime case study of that, was people not understanding what was going out there.
I love this. It's my favorite meme, by the way. But it's a bit like that, right? It's stalking. It's like going for a long romantic walk, and everyone knows about it. You can observe everything from someone's social media profile, and it's amazing how much you can pick up. I like these use cases because, like, OSINT's used for so many things. It's not just, and I actually used to do it like years and years ago when I used to be in recruitment, like 2003, 2004. God, I'm old. And like I used to do that. It was 2004, I think it was, when I started doing it. And I went on loads of like really cool courses and stuff like this to kind of find CVs without people having social media profiles, because there wasn't social media back there. Wasn't any social media, in fact. And when people started getting social media, it became a lot easier. But, you know, like anyone can use OSINT. It's not just for intelligence investigations. It's for pen testers. It can be for anyone, and different types of applications, which makes it probably the most exciting kind of thing to be involved in, really. And, you know, there's kind of this process, you know, as we've kind of talked about, really, you know, you do your target selection, kind of harvest that record, you kind of process it, and then kind of enrich it. So you can do it through different kind of tools. You could use your kind of Multigos. To be honest, Multigo's powerful, but manual is so much better sometimes.
Yeah.
We'll talk about Multigo later because we've got a case study for it. But yeah, even using Multigo just to visually map out where you are in an investigation, it's like a footnote almost. It's quite powerful. And then kind of go through that pivoting and that kind of analysis, you know, get some more information, go back to the target, maybe pivot to a new target and kind of start again with that same kind of process is kind of really important. And, you know, the more you kind of get down into the rabbit hole, the more you kind of find, the more avenues you probably have to go down. And even if you're doing like a CTF, for example, like Trace Labs, you've got 6 hours. And if you kind of, between the team of 4 of you, you pick your target. So you go, right, okay, Reg's going to go for that one. I'm going to go for this one. Viking's going for that one. And Alan's going for this one. And you just stick to that target until you've completely dried up the well. You've probably found quite a lot. But if you pass it to someone else and you just kind of do a swap over, that fresh pair of eyes and using the intelligence that's already been gathered, you probably might find something else that someone else missed. And it's been quite common, actually. We've done that quite a few times, haven't we? You've gone, right, we swap over and we just see if we can find something on the target.
Yeah, it's been a good few times we've had to do that. We've got our own, like, we've hit a drought ourselves where we can't find it, we can't see anything. It just needed a second set of eyes, just someone else to have a look over and just see something we didn't see.
It happens every single time we play.
Yep.
I think it's important. So fresh pair of eyes is actually a really good thing because you're probably so deep into the investigation, you've hit a brick wall and you're like, okay, I can't find anything, we're going to move on. A bit like this slide, actually. Moving on, right? Because,
so this is a fun case study, and now that we have the person here to talk about it as well, Rag's here. We can talk more about it.
Yeah.
So Rag, do you want to start this off, and then I'll work my way through it.
So I had gone abroad to the US on a work trip and sort of having a bit of fun. Just got to the hotel and, you know, quite a nice view from the window. I dropped it into a group chat with Viking here and pinged him and said, "Find me." And yeah, that's sort of what started all of it. Sort of become a little tradition every time we go somewhere now.
Yeah, it has actually. And you know what? It's a great way to sharpen our skills. It really is. It's a great way to practice. Oh, yeah. So I got this photo. And I'm sitting there going, okay, I got this photo from Rag. I know Rag's away. I know he's in America somewhere. I don't know where Rag could be. So the first thing I do is start looking at the photos, and I start looking at important details, such as landmarks. I'm looking at landmarks. I'm like, okay, cool. I'm seeing some landmarks. I'm seeing a bridge that looks like the Brooklyn Bridge. I'm seeing a Ferris wheel. I'm seeing weird shaped objects that look very phallus at points. We're seeing lots of information. So we do is we start looking up different bits of information like that. So what we looked up was bridge next to a Ferris wheel, because many times you look for a bridge next to a Ferris wheel, or many times you see it. It's kind of a rare thing to see. So all we have to do is just quickly search up bridge next to Ferris wheel, and straight away came up a picture of a bridge next to a Ferris wheel that looked like a bridge similar. It was just a case of mapping up that bridge to the image, which obviously was pretty easy, as you could see. We were able to mark out the buildings, get the angle, so we knew it was taken from the other side of the bridge, and we were able to identify the location very quickly off that image. But just to confirm it, as always, we have to get cameras. So we got a camera overlooking the area. and we're looking down. We start mapping out, crossing out the buildings, cross-referencing all the information we can, looking at view angles, view distances, trying to see what we can find and identify location. Of course, very quickly we were able to identify this location just by crossing over the lines. As I said, cross-referencing the information back. So as you can see right here, we know it's exactly which hotel it is. We know it's a Hilton hotel. And I think the next one is a picture of the actual hotel. Now, it didn't end there. It didn't just end there. I could have just had fun with it and just been like, okay, cool, we're done. There you go, Rag. But no, I decided to go an extra step and call the hotel room. So instead of just saying, okay, done, yeah, I'll call the hotel room. Got to the front desk. The front desk weren't exactly very helpful for me. So I was like, cool. OSINT, back to the OSINT, quick, search, find the area manager for the area. Call the hotel areas, the managers for the area. They're like, oh, you want to talk to a person? I'm like, yeah, look, I've got a friend in a room there. He's over working with me. I have an Uber outside from him. I can't get in touch with him because his phone's from a different country. And your guy was like, look, I understand. Happens a lot. I'll patch you straight through to the room. I think Rag can answer the next part of this.
Yeah, I was laid in bed, just relaxing, and the phone rang, and picked the phone up, completely not expecting this. Bearing in mind, it had only been about 3 minutes since I posted the picture, so I really wasn't expecting anything. And yeah, just hear a voice down the phone asking me weird questions. Started to panic a little bit. Then I picked up on the accent, and we were all good. There is audio recording out there. No, we're not publishing it.
No, we're not publishing it.
I think we should probably one day they do that. Be hilarious.
Maybe.
Sorry,
but not no.
We'll modulate the voice.
Right. Okay. And it's kind of like the whole idea, and we talk about it's like pivoting is quite important. And this is a crazy mind map I did a while ago. Just doing some investigations into like social media profiles and things like this, and working out how things are all linked. And it's just so easy how some people can make things a lot easier to find information. People like to reuse usernames and handles and things like this. So if you get someone's Twitter, they've probably got the same or similar Instagram. Actually, sometimes their Facebook username's actually similar as well, so it makes it quite easy. People like to reuse their profile pictures, so you can reverse image search those, find those quite quickly. Or they'll have one of their older pictures, profile pictures, as their current profile picture somewhere else. You can use that, and before you know it, you've got a good, decent amount of intel on a target in a very short period of time. So that kind of pivoting is really, really important. And it all falls down to that investigator's kind of mindset. So you've got to think about, I think, going back to what Viking said near the beginning, you've got to use words to build the picture, 1,000 words to build the picture. But actually, you've also got to use the picture to kind of build the kind of evidence. So, like every picture is a clue. There might be something you're missing. So image analysis and image kind of processing and investigating the image to work out behaviors, potential clues to habits, potential, clues to location, reflections, things like this. Look at everything within a photo of your target, because you'll actually end up finding something quite significant sometimes. And there might be those little OPSEC fails, those little fails that kind of lead to a big discovery. So, just look for as much as you can. Again, where do they reuse profile pictures? Friends and family circles. What can I learn from their images? Look at public records if they're not on social media. Look at their family social media. Look at work contacts. Build that kind of profile on them. And of course, we're all creatures of habit. As much as we don't think we are, we actually are. So look for those kind of key things around people, such as.
I think it's very important to also say, like, especially when you have like accounts where it's the family members as well. You're looking at the family members. It's not just that. You got to remember, your OPSEC might be the best OPSEC you could possibly ever have in the world, but your family's going to break it.
Yep.
Your friends are going to break it because they're not exactly as upscale as you, unless you have crazy friends in TMHC like myself and Rag and Alan, where our OPSEC tends to be horrible, but also we try to be good. We try to be good, but at the same time, it does get broken by other family members, by other friends, where they'll post a selfie with us online at a pub, and we're like, "Hey, having a great time with Viking at the pub," and we mightn't realize that, but that's there, and that is things you can find, especially through family members. It happens all the time with family members, where they'll post identifying information, full dates of births, in really detailed information about people on their profiles are people realizing it.
It's absolutely crazy, and things to really look out for if you're looking for I guess, in a CTF situation or in an investigation is any identifying marks, because that will really help validate pictures. So we've done lots of these things where you're trying to find some intel on a target. You're trying to find a target in the first place, and their social media profile isn't so obvious. Maybe they're not using their real name, or they're using a different name. And actually, there's been cases. I remember this one case that we were investigating where they also had a different name. That they had 3 or 4 social media profiles, and one of them was under a completely different name. But they had a very clear identifying tattoo, I think it was, or something like that identified them. So we're able to cross-reference that to say, actually, no, it's them. And we're able to kind of do that quite quickly. So yeah, there are things you can pick up that are really important for the kind of building up those identifying marks. Obviously, it's very hard to do gait, for example, in an OSINT exercise unless you're looking at videos. Then of course, and that's actually a really, really, really good one, because it's very hard to change your gait. You walk a bit odd. So yeah, and of course, say again.
Same with your gate one, put a stone in your shoe.
Well, yeah, that's you can do it. You can do it, but I mean, it takes a lot, right? And beliefs, interests, all those kind of things, colloquial quirks, and we all have those things. We all have those OPSEC fails where we might take the same route to work. Usually from the upstairs bedroom down to the office is the one I take. But people, I might go via the kitchen or something like that. So I might mix things up a bit. But we try and build that kind of into the life. But this investigation spanned 4 months, and to give you some understanding, it started off here. So we were looking at their Twitter user profile, the people that were attacking them. They were going past their house, and it was a massive investigation. Huge. And it kind of spanned out to this after a while, and it was just huge. It involved like a cult at one point. It involved, like, we thought, law enforcement, some investigation people. It involved so many different aspects.
Government officials.
Still couldn't rule that out.
Yeah, couldn't figure that one out. It's still a mystery to us in many cases.
Yeah.
We built the most amount of intel, and then we realised, and this is kind of why I like this case study. This is the drinking your own Kool-Aid situation, where you get to a point where we haven't really got a conclusion. We can't get to a conclusion because there's too many variables and too much. There's not enough evidence to make that conclusion. So we kind of went down what I like to call now the speculation rabbit hole.
Yeah, because it just came up that we were speculating about literally everything, because we couldn't figure out what to do or where to go, because it seemed too crazy. But at the same time, it made sense.
We consulted experts on like electronic warfare and just all sorts of different stuff, and nothing made sense.
So sometimes you have to walk away, and this is one of those situations where, with great sadness, we had to say, this is what we found, this is what we did, this is all we know, and we can't prove it either way. And it was interesting. I mean, to be honest, it was a great life experience. I mean, I've never gone into that. I mean, I've been in some big investigations, but this was crazy, and I think it was a good experience there, wasn't it?
God, yeah.
Really was, yeah.
Yeah, it was insane.
Still is.
I'm going to skip over this case study because I think we haven't got time for OPSEC fails. But yeah, don't post your CB details. Talk about hacking on the internet, then post your CB details on GitLab and GitHub, and then not expect to get raided in about 5 minutes.
That's how you get a visit from Mr. FBI man.
yeah. Just don't do that kind of stuff, really. If you're going to do a crime, don't do crimes, basically. Yeah, it was pretty bad, right? Yeah. So OPSEC's quite important. We talk about this, the reverse of basically what we talked about. If you're being targeted, what information are you sharing? Have you actually done this on yourself? Have you actually given an attacker too much information to look at you? Look at your images. Have you actually stripped out the EXIF? Because sometimes in social media, it doesn't really strip it out always. Or there might be as you post it on other sites, or information might be posted by other companies that have also not stripped out the EXIF data. Don't obviously put passwords in the background. What's in the background is quite useful. Always love that one. Or don't post your badge. because that's really bad and can give so much information away about where you work and more information about you and your company, or we can have that lifted by an attacker and recreated and all that kind of stuff. And it is about. Go on.
Can I just add to that as well on the using us for defense stuff? If you have some friends who you can trust, like obviously us four here, we do this to each other, and the Six joins in and things. Don't be afraid to ask your friends to, one, not only look over stuff before you post it, but also to help you look into what's exposed on you. So to actually conduct an investigation on yourself, but also have your friends do it at the same time. Obviously, only people you trust. But like I said earlier, with those extra second set of eyes, it can just reveal so many different things that you just didn't even know is out there.
Because you're biased on yourself, right? Because you think, oh, I wouldn't look at that. Because
exactly,
it's harder to look into yourself. I've done it, and it is quite hard. But I've also poisoned a lot of my data as well. But yeah, with a huge number of GIFs. So yeah, and a huge number of memes. So any decent information is lost, God knows when. But yeah, there is you kind of think about trying to understand what information is useful, public. So if it is public and it's useful, you should probably try and delete it if you can, or poison it, or get a whole big community to make a load of GIFs out of you, because that's always quite useful. Just 5,000 GIFs, that will do. And if it is supposed to be private and it's public, well, there's a big red flag there. Work out how that happened and can you delete it, all this kind of stuff, right? And of course then go through, and I'll share the article link to this with the show notes for the conference talk. But there is you need to be thinking about using OSINT to kind of build that kind of knowledge on yourself and trying to understand where you're exposed and what you can do to deny the attacker if you're exposed and if you're worried about your OPSEC. Also use this to actually make sure when you're building a SOC, it's actually got, you're not also mixing legends, because that's what happens so often. Many cases where people forgot which account they're logged into and they post stuff and it's complete OPSEC, right? Fail. And there's loads and loads of cases. So, VPNs, really important. Really, really important. Make sure you use a VPN. Obviously, Firefox and Browse are pretty good. There are some OSINT extensions, but I don't really use them, but there can be some useful ones. Kali's pretty good. So you can use other tools like Sherlock, it's pretty decent. And there's a whole bunch of tools. All the new TMHC distro when it comes out will be awesome. You should definitely use that. It's going to be amazing. Multigo is pretty good. Visualizing, there's lots of other visualization tools you can use, but again, unless you're paying for Multigo, you're not really going to get the benefit from it. Is the kind of opinion I have. I've had a paid account before and it's pretty awesome, but like I said, it's entirely up to you what you want to use. Hunchy I love. I will always talk about Hunchy because I use it pretty much every day for case management. It's superb, but it's not free, so it doesn't really form part of OSINT really, because it's not really free or open, but it's pretty good.
To add on the tools though, don't rely on tools. The biggest question we get asked a lot is after this is how do you find this? How do you do that? What tools did you use? Is the best one what tools did you use? We don't use tools. It's all by hand, because tools will flag so many false positives because the tool's not smart. There's no intuition there. So when doing an investigation, do it by hand. You will get, your results will be so much better.
It's following your investigative gut, as I like to call it, right? You basically follow the data, right? And you follow it until its natural conclusion, and then you pull back and go, right, where can I pivot off now and follow that to its natural conclusion? You can't do that with a tool. In fact, actually, it's probably quicker doing it manually, because you'll find the pivot points quickly. With a tool, you've got to wait for the tool to finish running, and then you've got to follow that process anyway. And then you've got to go and work out what data's real, what's false positive. You can do that manually, and you can work out a lot quicker. Yeah, you might not be able to collect the data as quickly, but you'll certainly get to a quicker conclusion. So all you're really doing is you're speeding up the data gathering process through a tool, but you're not going through the analysis and investigation. Google Dorking, I think we know this kind of stuff, but yeah, Dorking is brilliant. Dorking's pretty decent. Generally, how we find most of our stuff is through pretty good Google Dorks, and very quickly gets the leads. And you can do Google Dorking and Shodan as well. Obviously, there's like a list of search operators and things like this you can use if you don't know them. DuckDuckGo has bangs, which are brilliant as well. They're really good. Obviously, you can do some quite cool dorking on Shodan as well. Have a plan. Organize everything. All data is good data. We're going through this because we've got like 3 minutes left. Verify information, document your methods and steps and things like this. I did create a spreadsheet that was pretty good that I've just updated again. I'm going to probably port this across to GitHub. I think make it open source. I don't think we'll do it for OWASP. I think we'll do our own GitHub and we'll open source it. And then we'll get people to commit to it. Just a TMHC open source, I think.
I'm just trying to make a bigger project with more resources and where the information to go for.
Yeah, I think so. I think we'll do that. So we'll probably do that after release the distro as well. So we've got another resource for people to look at, which would be quite nice. But if you, in the meantime, it's my pinned tweet on Twitter if you want to get it, rather than trying to work out what this is. There's a challenge. We've got a couple of challenges as well. If you want to do some challenges. I've did this challenge. I'll drop it into Discord. I'll drop it into the Secarmy Discord as well. So you can come and do this. DM me the answer. So if you want to work out what it is, I'll share that with you. It's quite a good challenge. Basically docs me. Not really docs me, but there's some stuff you might want to learn in there. It's all public anyway. So and then of course there's another challenge, the Insider Threat CTF. Bushido again created this one. It's definitely worth looking at. It's a really good challenge. And it's decent actually. It's really good.
I do recommend it. Yeah, I do.
Yeah,
I do
it's
recommend it.
100%.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thanks to him for giving us access to it and letting us use it.
Yeah, it was. I don't know if it was still open, but it's confirmed it's still open. It is really good. So you should definitely do it, and it's good fun. Okay. So I just like to say, obviously questions. We'll try and be on the Discord when this is live to ask questions. But ultimately, I just want to thank Rag. I want to thank Cyber Viking, and I want to thank Alan, and for being awesome, and for helping put together this awesome talk, and thanking everyone for listening. Really, I guess. Obviously,
yeah, I hope you enjoyed it.
No, it's great that you have turned out to listen to this.
Any questions at all? Feel free to hit us up. We're actually all pretty approachable on Twitter.
Thank you, STU, Cyber Viking, and Ragsack for that amazing piece of session. And it was a wonderful session on OSINT again. Now, guys, we will have a 10-minute break again. And stay tuned, we have OSCP voucher coming up next for the giveaways. Best of luck for the OSCP voucher. Welcome, guys. Let's start with our next talk. Congratulations for the winners winning the OSCP voucher. Our next talk will be presented by Pramod Rana. He's gonna join us for the talk on learn to say no to almost every vulnerability, art of risk prioritization. We hope that you guys will be enjoying that. So let's get started and let's dive into it straight away.
Hello everyone, welcome to my virtual session. My name is Pramod Rana and today I'm going to present you V Prioritizer, which is a risk prioritization framework in current area. So a bit about myself, I'm working as a senior security engineer with Coupa Software, where I'm responsible for security functions like penetration testing, threat modeling, and cloud security assessment. I love to understand new security trends and how we can practically implement them as a security industry itself. I am a security engineer by profession, a coder by hobby, and a runner by passion. In past, I have presented two of my tools in Black Hat, DEF CON, Nullcon Goa. I'm one of the OS Pune chapter leader, and I'm a proud OSCP as well. So let's get started. So to give you the context, why we need a framework like V Prioritizer in current times. So as I have reflected in the diagrams that on a daily basis, approximately 50 new vulnerabilities are becoming known to the industry. And these are only the known vulnerabilities. And it's fair to assume that this count is going to increase in the future. So even if an organization is considering a small percentage of vulnerabilities of newly released vulnerabilities will be impacting an organization, it's still a huge number to assess and remediate on an organization level. With this amount of vulnerabilities, organization is focusing, or rather I'll say should focus on reducing the risk rather than completely eliminating. So in today's time, we are moving towards an area where our job as a security professional is come to the reducing the risk as best as we can. Because if we consider the today's phenomenal rate of vulnerabilities coming and demand for the business in terms of developing software, it is increasing on a very aggressive rate. So it makes, in my opinion, it makes more sense to focus if we, it makes more sense if we focus on eliminating the risk. So like I said on the context slide, why we need a framework like a prioritization. In current time, vulnerability management is almost equal to risk prioritization, because resources, when it comes to the resources on organization level, whether it is skill set or the time, is limited. On industry level, environment is changing too fast and too frequently. For example, in today's time, no organization is following a cycle of yearly release or something. It's reducing on a significant rate on a day-to-day basis. So as of today, organization demands developers or the operations guys to continuously integrate and continuously deploy the product. So in this case, if the affected server is not going to be up and running for a long time, then there's no value to assess and remediate the finding on that particular asset. Attack surface is increasing exponentially, like I said, in terms of diversity and technology, which again comes down to prioritization. I would like to point out the 80-20 rule here, which in my opinion, 20% of the vulnerabilities brings 80% of the risk. So if by using a systematic method, we can identify those 20% of the vulnerabilities, then with a well-informed decision, we can come to a conclusion, we can come to a decision that which vulnerabilities we need to fix at which asset, and most importantly, at what time. So this was a definition or context for the risk. So what is a risk and how we can calculate it on a consistent level. what are the factors which contributes to the risk. So historically we have used, or industry have used, CVSS as a risk prioritization framework. Along with that, I have jotted down number of factors which we can consider on individual levels, which is like asset criticality, asset accessibility, what is the exploit availability, what is the ease of exploitation. So in my opinion, if we consider all of the above factors while prioritizing a particular vulnerability in terms of risk, that will make a more a better decision on fixing the vulnerabilities on multiple assets across the organization. So how do we do it? To overcome the mentioned challenges, I have developed an open source framework. I call it vPrioritizer, which gives us ability to assess the risk on different layers, such as we can assign the significance on per asset basis, we can assess severity on per vulnerability basis. At the same time, we can adjust the risk relationship on the relationship level of asset and vulnerability. So one vulnerability will have different significance for different assets pertaining to different organizations. So one vulnerability will not have same risk across all the assets and especially across all the organization. So if we have that level of granularity in our risk prioritization framework, it helps us to make a contextualized risk, which I call it a VP risk. And most importantly, if security professional or security experts keep analyzing vulnerabilities depending on their understanding, then we have a community intelligence which can provide us a suggested risk that though CVSS says that this vulnerability will, for example, have a CVSS score of 10, but if we are combining all the analysis of different security professionals, it is coming to the 7. So in that way, it helps us to build a database across the community on a consistent level. How it works is, broadly speaking, it have two components. One, I call it vPrioritizer engine. Second is the web UI component. And obviously it have database and other integrated components as well. So vPrioritizer at this point of time can accept the CSV scan files of Nessus, Nexpose, and Qualys Guard scan engines, which arguably are the most 3 used network vulnerability scanner across the industry. So you can upload as many as files you want within a single project. You will have a better understanding of a project and how it is getting uploaded once we will get into the demo part. So on a broadly terms, it integrates with multiple vulnerability scanners. And then we have within the vPrioritizer engine, we have two components. The one is parser, the other is the analyzer. So parser, as the name depicts, it parses the scan output to make it consistent across the framework, because every vulnerability scanner have a slight variation of reporting things. So in the parser, the tool normalizes the data and assigns certain metadata to make analytics out of it. In the second part, the vulnerability analyzer, it considers the CVSS from the scan output. At the same time, the user have option to specify the asset criticality and asset accessibility. So while doing the analysis, it considers all of these factors, the CVSS, criticality, accessibility, exploit available, and community analytics to generate the VP risk for each asset and vulnerability relationship. To have the administration and the from the UI perspective, it have a web UI for a user to upload the files, to perform the administration, like creating the projects, uploading the file, assigning the metadata as per their organization need. all the information are stored in a central database, which is integrated with engine and the web UI. A user can see all the data from the web UI. So what are the key features at this point of time? Version 1.0 supports, like I said, upload of CSV scan files from Nexpose, Nessus, and QualisGuard. I have a list of scanner output which I'm planning to parse data accordingly. So in a long run, I am planning to support virtually all vulnerability scanners, which includes some cloud native scanners as well, but that is work in progress. One important point here is that even if as a programmer, I write parsing methodology or parsing algorithm for the scanner, some edge cases will be there. To support those edge cases, I have allowed the custom mapping at the runtime. So if as a user, as an administrator, you're not convinced about the mapping between the view prioritizer field and the file field, then you can change it at the runtime. It will be, I'll demonstrate it in a demo part. User can assess the risk on different layer. Like I said, you can assign significance on asset layer, you can assign severity on vulnerability layer, and then you can adjust both factors at asset vulnerability relationship layer. It have a dashboard, a comprehensive dashboard, which depicts the inherited and projected risk, top 5 vulnerabilities, top 5 assets, overall program on a timeline basis, so on and so forth. It supports project management feature, which allows you to tweak the file uploading depending on your need. You may want one project for the test environment and another project for the production environment, or let's say one project for a certain product and other project for different product, so on and so forth. Docker is supported for Linux at this point of time. I'm working on the Docker support for all of the operating systems, major operating systems. Though the installation is pretty straightforward. Even if you want to install it in your system locally, it should not take more than 1 hour to do entire setup. So while concluding the entire activity, I would like to point out 2 sections here. The first is what it allows a user to do, how it helps an organization to make a decision about what vulnerability they should fix first. So it gives us a contextualized risk, which I call it VP risk, pertaining to each asset and by each vulnerability across the organization. That's the most important part. Second part is that because it allows a security professional to assess the vulnerability severity, hence by collection of the analytics of different security professional, we can provide a suggested risk for each vulnerability, so that we are aware that at what point of time what vulnerability is getting more rating or more weightage from the security professional across the organization, because we can rely on automated solution as much as we should, but at one point of time, manual analysis is what provides a real differentiator. So if we have multiple manual analysis on a different community level, then it gives us a more effective risk suggestion across the organization or across the vulnerability. So at any point of time, teams can make an effective and more informed decision about what vulnerabilities they should remediate, and most important, they can afford not to remediate, because most of the time we have to choose which vulnerabilities we want to fix. So again, if we have if an organization is falling, let's say we will be picking top 10 vulnerabilities in every quarter, then that's where it helps to make a decision that which are the top 10 vulnerabilities for the organization. So I would like users to take away from this presentation is that risk is a variable function of multiple parameters. It's a very, very subjective art to make it effective and efficient on a broader level, consistently. Prioritize correctly, fix worst, what matters most, because let's accept we can't fix literally everything what vulnerability scanners are reporting to us. We have to come to a point that, yes, these are the 5 vulnerabilities we are fixing, or these are the vulnerabilities we are accepting the risk. Share with the community whatever the conclusion, whatever the analytics we are having in our organization. That's the only way to scale. And fix fast, test fast, fail fast, adjust fast, because that's a typical agile development where every organization is moving towards or has already moved. Now we come to the demo part. Before going to the demo, this is the GitHub link available for the Very Prioritizer. It's an open source product available on GitHub. Version 1.0 is already released. This is my Twitter handle. These are two my email addresses. If you have any queries, suggestion, feedback, comment, please feel free to reach out to me. I will try to respond as quickly as possible and work on the issues which you have suggested. Thank you so much. Let's get to the demo. So in the demo part, this is how a typical dashboard of the vPrioritizer looks. I'll get back to the dashboard first later. Let's create the project. Somehow it is stuck in. Okay. So you have an option to create a project. I'll create a project Secarmy _ demo. This is where I'm presenting it right now. So first time it will be a blank dashboard because you have not uploaded anything yet. So from the upload option, you can browse to the file. It supports Nessus Qualys and Export. For the demo perspective, I will be uploading only one of the files. So let's say we go to the Nessus, we can select any of the file. It supports CSV files. We'll click on upload. This is what one of the most important part of the tool is. So like I said, from my algorithm, I was able to map it to this is the first section is the vPrioritizer field. The second section is file field. Next two sections are row 1 and row 2 of data. So let's say from your uploaded file, you are not convinced about the mapping. Then at the runtime, you can change the mapping. I'll show you how you see it, because host name, it was not able to find it. So you can select the host field, it will change automatically, and then you can click on complete. Here, I have suggested to provide you the header so that I can support the mapping in the algorithm itself. But if you want to change it at runtime, feel free to do so. Once you have uploaded the data, you will have some data in the dashboard. I'll come to it later. Let's go to the asset triage first. So this is where every detail of the assets will be there. Now let's assume that you decided that a range of IP addresses belong to a test environment. Let's say I picked 10.86. Then you can select all the assets for that range. You can triage it, and then you will say it's a trivial asset for me, and then you can put the result for that decision. You will say it's a test environment. As you can see, the criticality of the assets have changed. It is now trivial. By default, the value moderate is assigned. And then let's say you decide that 10.11 asset is a critical asset for me, that you can do that way also. So when first we downgrade the criticality, in this triage, we are increasing it. As you can see, that particular asset has been changed to critical. Now let's go to the vulnerability criticality. Like I said, you have option to asset triage, you have option to vulnerability triage, and then you have option to triage on vulnerability asset level. We are on next phase. Let's say you decide for your organization that all SSL vulnerabilities are known issue to us. Hence, we will put it as a informational. So you will select it as a informational. You will say it's a known issue. You can put the reason accordingly. I'm just giving you an example. The possibilities are limitless. You can assign it on any level. As you can see, the projected severity for the SSL vulnerabilities have changed. Here we have two different kind of severity, like I said in the presentation as well. The first one is the inherited, the other one is the projected. Inherited severity is what scanner has provided to us on the basis of CVSs for purely. The other severity is projected, which is the VP risk, which is by the analysis engine of the view prioritizer. So it will change accordingly. As you can see, it has been changed from low to informational, and the VP risk has been changed to 0. Now, if we go to triage on asset and vulnerability level, then you may decide that one vulnerability for one particular asset have a different significance than the others. So as you can see here, we have the criticality and the accessibility part and the CVSs for that vulnerability. So in this case, I have decided that this asset and this vulnerability have less severity to me than it has been reported by the scanner engine. I'll say it has been changed to medium. The asset criticality is moderate, which is a default value. And then I'll say it's a user desktop. It's not a server. Hence, the SNMP agent, that particular vulnerability has been changed to medium. As you can see, the relationship, it will change only on the relationship level, not on the entirely, all the vulnerabilities will not be changed because of that. You have some basic filtering option available here. You can select by the criticality of the asset. You can select by the accessibility. You can make a filter on a CVSS. You can make a filter on the VP risk level, so on and so forth, which helps us to make a better UI, to make a more intuitive UI on this level. Because of these configuration you did on this upload feature. Now, please note that you don't have to do this change each and every time. Next time you will be uploading a file, it will pick the changes from the database automatically. So you have to do these things only once. Because of these changes, your inherited and projected risk have changed because you have reduced the risk of certain vulnerabilities and you have reduced the criticality of certain assets. Here we have 5 assets. You can click on any asset and you can see which vulnerabilities are reporting, which vulnerabilities are impacting that particular asset. Same concept you can do with the vulnerabilities. It has the details around it. You have the proof of concept. Now, this timeline will change as you will keep uploading the files. So next time you upload, it will have, let's say 10/11/2020, 10/12/2011. It will change on a timeline basis. So that's one more thing. You have a project selection option. Like I said, I can select the SIKKIM Army demo. So this was all from my side regarding the view prioritizer. It's a risk prioritization framework. I'd like to point out it's not a scan engine because I believe there are already very good scan engines available in markets. It collects data about the assets and vulnerabilities and it helps organization to make a more informed decision about the risk prioritization. If you have any questions, these are my coordinates. You are more than welcome to reach out to me. Thank you so much. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Pramod Rana, for such a wonderful talk. Now let's get started with our next session. It will be presented by Vandana Verma. Vandana Verma is joining us for the talk on building secure architecture in the cloud. We hope that you will enjoy the talk and let's join the talk together.
Hi everyone, thanks for joining us today. Today I'm going to talk about building secure architecture in the cloud. That's it. It's like a talk of the town, wherein people who have never thought of moving to cloud are talking about moving to cloud. Now, this is a situation happening because of the pandemic that we are in. So why not talk about it, that how can we secure the architecture in the cloud when it's the need of the hour? And it's not just that the bigger organizations have to make sure that they are secure, but it goes for the startups as well. So today we are going to today I'm going to give you a brief architecture or the knowledge that I have around building secure architecture in the cloud. So while we deep dive into it, let me talk a bit about myself. I'm Vandana Verma Sehgal. My day job is with one of the multinational companies where I am working as a product security architect. Apart from that, I root pro work wherein I support OWASP, which is Open Web Application Security Project. I'm one of the global board of director for OWASP. And I also work a lot for bringing diversity in information security, which doesn't only need to be women. It can be anyone who wants to be part of cybersecurity. It can be from different domains. It can be the person who's going to be flipping a domain from any other to information security. So that's what I do during my free time. And I love thinking about topics that I know, or I love researching about new things in cybersecurity. So today's agenda is more around cloud strategy. Why do we need to have an architecture review for cloud when we are thinking about moving to cloud? Or even if we have already moved to cloud, what are the things that we need to consider? At the same time, what are the scenarios that are stopping us from moving to the cloud? Or when we have already thought, okay, now this is the way to go, what are the considerations that we should have? And then we will sum up all of that. So when I talk about public cloud and the data that is moving to cloud, that's a huge number. And as per one of the research, which is latest, that 90% of the data and analytics would be there in public cloud by 2022. And at the same time, when we are in pandemic, there are over 98% people, 98% organizations which have moved to cloud. That's one of the statistics. And some people were planning to move to the cloud, but this situation has made us so that we have taken the steps to move to the cloud. At the same time, when I talk about the services that are part of the cloud solutions or the public cloud, the services market is expected to reach its new number, which is $354 billion, which is huge number. And 83% of the enterprises workloads will be in cloud by 2020. That was the same. But now, when we are in pandemic, that situation has reached another peak point. Apart from that, 66% of the enterprises already have a central cloud team or a cloud center for excellence. They've started to think about it. They want to have something that can they wanted to have a team which can maintain the cloud. Now, when we're talking about these numbers, wherein the organizations are spending so much on the cloud, talking about moving to cloud or have moved to the cloud and reaching its own big number, organizations are moving to the cloud. Sometimes the situation says, okay, you have a plan, you're going to go to the cloud by this date. But now when we are in a kind of a situation wherein we're dealing with a pandemic, organizations have already fast forwarded their move to the cloud, and more than 1.3 trillion in IT spending will be affected by this shift. And always when we talk about these numbers, cloud adoption, spending on the cloud, it has a positive as well as negative impact. There are organizations who have a view that, okay, this is what they want in the cloud. But at the same time, there are organizations who have a plan to move to cloud, but they don't know whether cloud is the best solution or which cloud is the best solution for them. So these are some numbers which are going to spill the beans and change the numbers in the coming future. If I talk about why organizations have concerns in moving to the cloud, or when a small startup thinks that they're going to move to the cloud, but they are facing some challenges, if I highlight some, it's because of the unknown territory, that everything is moving out of the organizations. And since ages, all the data were always in the data centers. But now when we are moving, the scenario or the paradigm is shifting. Cybersecurities are becoming day-to-day struggle for businesses. Recent trends in cybersecurity statistics reveal a huge increase in the cybersecurity space, the organizations getting hacked, data breaches, and not just that. Now, when we are living in the world of IoT, internet connected devices, mobiles, there's another shift which is happening, and there's so much of concern around the data breach. Additionally, recent security research suggests that most companies have unprotected data, poor cybersecurity practices in place. There are teams who are working towards securing an organizations, but there's so much data still lying out there, and there are still vulnerable servers on which, if we talk about patching, that takes a huge amount of time to patch a vulnerability if it exists, and especially if it's an internal vulnerability, people take time to resolve that. Another shift that I've heard, that people are moving their legacy applications to containers or to cloud. But think about, legacy applications already have an overhead. Why do we need to move them to Docker or containers if we don't have a proper plan? They will still be an overhead if we don't properly update it. Lifting and shifting never always helps. And when it comes to the legacy applications, that's what have been the strategy for a lot of organizations. So we need to address that concern as well, wherein if there is an application which is legacy application and we are trying to go ahead and move that to the cloud, we need to make some changes so that it can be cloud ready. It shouldn't be just we are going to pick it up and post it there. It should not be the copy and paste. There will be a lot of overhead, and not just that, there will be a lot of budgeting constraints that will come into picture, because to manage that in the cloud, we would need resources and whatnot. And whether the application will get the required kind of support would be there or not, who knows about that. Another concern is the hybrid cloud kind of an environment or multi-cloud kind of an environment. Organizations think that, do we need a multi-cloud strategy, hybrid cloud strategy, or what kind of things that we are looking for? So that's again another kind of a scenario which needs to be addressed. Because if we don't understand that or that vendor lock-in could be there, if one cloud doesn't suits us, we can move to another cloud. So that's a very big area to address. At the same time, regulatory concerns. There are so many regulations that we have to follow, especially if it's like in US we talk about CCPA. If it's California, if it's a European, then we have to talk about GDPR. And then there are so many other compliance certifications that are there, that or requirements which are there, which needs to be addressed. There are standards that needs to be adhered to. There's a governance mechanism that we need. How are we going to attain that? That's a really, really big area to be addressed. Now, let's look at, if we don't have a right kind of architecture in the cloud, what could go wrong? And managing data on the cloud is a function. It's actually a task that is co-owned and co-managed by the cloud customer, which could be us, or could be an organization, and the cloud service provider, which is CSP. So it's a shared responsibility. And this adds up to efficiency and cost optimization at the same time. But there are still few gray areas that we need to address and look after. So as the saying goes, the chain is only as strong as its weakest link. While a regular pen test activity offers a certain level of assurance that yes, we are safeguarded from the threat actors and our infrastructure is secure. However, it may not go into the details of overall architecture design. And if we don't do the right architecture design, we could be in trouble. So a secure review of architecture is very, very important. It look at what's there in the internal network, and what are the nuts and bolts of a network. we also need to have the information around our architecture. We need to do some exercises to get to know our own network. If we do not know, which is like security misconfiguration, or we have left a bucket open for anyone and everyone to see. The database credentials are there in the code, which is publicly available. Even when you change it, the thing that is there on the code on public, that will be cached forever. And the code of public cloud security architecture review is to identify and highlight those cloud security weaknesses and strengths, and provide the right guidance towards making a mature security architecture. Now, with an increasing number of organizations which are moving towards agile and DevOps methodologies and running their infrastructure in the cloud, and they are trying to attain the whole product itself, their organization is based out of the cloud. So it's really, really important to secure that. The attack surface has actually widened for them, and not just for them, but overall it is widened. And it's very, very difficult to sometimes understand that what's our own play area, or what's our own environment. Now, there has been moving parts in that also, wherein we are deploying changes into the production itself. They directly, I have seen organizations deploying changes to production. Who does that? It's like the most unsafe thing to do that. You're just putting an X on your own feet. So identifying the attack surface and evaluating our own environment is the first and foremost thing. And if we don't understand and address these challenges, we're going to be in big trouble. So do we need an architecture review? Think about it. Obviously, we do need it, because we've seen that there have been increase in the crime or cyber crimes and breaches, and every other day we see that there is an organization getting attacked or hacked or breached. Now, when that happens, as per one of the study, when an organization gets breached, that doesn't happen for one. Like, that doesn't happen once. It happens a couple of times in a short span. Now, the organization know that we have been compromised, and still the same continues to happen. Because it's not that the organization don't safeguard them, it's because sometimes we don't understand our own attack surface. So it's very important to understand what's our protect surface, which is like our own data, network, assets, or applications, or even our users. So it's very important to understand these aspects. So if we don't understand, what would be the impact? So with the risk of breaches can be huge. It can be that that organization could have penalties, which is due to regulatories, like we've seen so many penalties due to GDPR, or customer data loss. This is like losing the customer data and then losing the customer. So we can have a big problem. And then the reputation, which is one of the most important thing in brand value. Another thing would be, once we lose one customer, we tend to lose multiple at the same time. And when we talk about the statistics, that go a long way. So security breaches have increased in huge number. I would say by 11% since 2018 and 67% since 2014. That's a huge number or huge increase. Hackers attack every 39 seconds on an average. Wow, that's gross. So the average time to identify a breach in 2019 was 206 days. 206 days. God, if an organization figure out that much of time that yes, they have been compromised, it's a big problem. So all these data I've collected from the Ponemon research done by IBM in partnership with the IBM. So you can look at the report done in 2020 that has the latest data about what could be the impact of all these breaches that are happening. Now, when we talk about migration to the cloud, that's actually a fear of unknown. And cloud brings the internet benefits and it brings the breaches also at the same time. So building on top of the native security of the cloud, which is there, will help us big time. Sometimes we don't understand that, yes, this is there in the cloud and we can take help from. I have seen it. So it's very, very important to understand what our cloud security provider which is providing. So there are still so many questions that are unanswered, or there are gray areas which are lingering around and which lead to these exposures and breaches that happen. Now, what are these? If I talk about these questions, how my data look in terms of format, state, flow, and more. When we talk about on-premise and cloud, but what do we need to understand? Like, how are we going to safeguard my data when we talk about moving from on-premise to the cloud? What level of access do the cloud security provider employees get to the data when I host on the cloud? Like, whether they're going to access my data. And if I host it on the cloud, that means they have access to anything and everything. So are they segregating it or not? At the same time, if I talk about cloud security providers, native security features, which are great. I've seen with so many vendors, there are great features, but how do I know how much of them have been exercised or thought through, or whether they are even effective? And how do I get that there is an assurance? Yes, there are regulatory requirements my cloud provider have met, and there are auditors who have come and measured that. So it's very important for me to understand. And how do I get notified if there is a breach with that cloud provider, or even if there is a breach attempt also? So that's really a concerning area. And if I talk about the research by Gartner, and Gartner predicts that by 2023, the leading cloud service provider will have a distributed ATM-like environment, wherein which have the presence to serve many services, and apprehensions do not take a backseat. So all these things will be considered. Now, if I talk about how should we do the architecture review. Now, I have talked a lot about breaches. I've talked about this could be the impact. But did I talk about architecture, which is like talk is all about? So now we're going to talk about architecture. What are the lessons that we should be learning from that? So the first and the foremost thing is that it's all about aligning the fact that there are risks, understanding that there are risks. When we are moving to the cloud, the first thing that we have to understand that our network is hostile, completely hostile, before even moving to the cloud. So we start that, yes, now we have to secure our environment, and that's where the first step lies. And when we are there, we need to assess the risk, and we have to have a proper plan that how are we going to secure our own network. At the same time, there are responsibility models that we are going to be talking about. We need to understand them, that yes, it's a shared responsibility of a client and the cloud service provider. So it's a shared responsibility. I cannot say that I have hosted my data on the cloud and I'm all secure. No. Cloud security provider has given you a platform, he has given you infrastructure, or he has given you the software, or they've given you that. But your data is on your own responsibility. I can't say that I have a house and I have my tenants, and my tenants are going to take care of my full house. No, that's not going to be there. You have to manage your own house. Tenants will be there. If something goes wrong, they're going to call you. They're not the owners. So it's like that. Cloud, when we are moving to cloud, it's like we are moving to a house which is we have rented. So we need to understand the whole clauses which are there in the agreement. It's very important to get the lawyers and the people who understand the language, or the auditors who understand the language. Yes, this is what this cloud provider is abiding by, and these are the things that that needed to be considered while moving to the cloud. Now, let me show you an architecture. This is an IBM cloud architecture. And if I talk about AWS or Azure, most of the clouds almost look similar, wherein we have to address the concerns which are there as part of governance, risk, and compliance. Then we have to understand the different areas which are there, which talk about security in the cloud, like identity and access management, application security, data security, infrastructure security, or anything else. Like, there are multiple layers. People say that there are 7 layers that we need to understand. There are 7 parts that we need to understand. And it's an integrated thing wherein we address the physical security, the whole platform security, even the services that we are getting in the cloud. So based on the business needs, companies adopt for different models which are part of the cloud, whether they want to go for public cloud, private cloud, or even kind of hybrid cloud, and now a thing called multi-cloud. So organizations have started to talk about it. And when we are selecting the appropriate cloud, okay, this is what I need, we need to understand the deployment model, what kind of deployment model we will be going by, and the type of application that we have, the data sensitivity we have to very much understand that, and the kind of business process importance, who will be our target users. So it's very important. And if we talk about single deployment or development and management exercises across the platform, if I talk about public, private, and hybrid cloud, it's important to understand the basics, that what do we need, if I am okay to take the route for public cloud, or if I'm okay to take the route of public, private or a public cloud, or do I really want to be like a part of multi-cloud strategy. So it's all depend on organization. And the most important thing that we need to understand is that we need to have a proper plan to address the security components that are part of our security architecture. If I talk about network security, I need to understand that what will be my product, my boundary protections, or if I'll have isolation or not, what will be the network access control would be there, or boundary protection would be there for my web application or not, whether I will also have a firewall which is there for my internal resources. I have seen cases wherein we are talking about web app firewall or WAF for our external resources, but we tend to forget our internal resources. If there is an internal attack happens, for God's sake, nothing should happen. If that happens, how are we going to detect that? Especially on our internal applications. We have so many internal applications in the organizations. Could be HR, could be internal employee apps, or even for learning portal. So there are so many applications that we have, or there are some mission critical applications that we have. So how are we going to handle that situation? How are we going to address the concerns which are there with the identity and access management? And especially now when we are not in the four walls of an organization, it becomes even more important to address these access or authentication or authorization related flaws. How about having multi-factor authentication, and not just for the people who are privileged users, but for everyone, and adopting the principle of least privilege. How are we going to can we have a different authenticator management systems? Like I'm not comfortable in getting OTP on my phone. I've seen a lot of recent cases wherein the SIM was skimmed or spoofed, or I would say that it was cloned, and then attackers gained a lot of money out of it. So those are SIM card issues, but then again, those are concerns. And when we talk about cloud is like, if I get your credentials, especially root credentials, I can own your network. And the fun fact is that for one of the project I was working, it's not a recent incident, but a sometime old incident wherein the developers were using the root credentials. And I was like, wow, if these credentials go anywhere, what could go wrong? The whole applications can go down, or somebody might have access to anything and everything. At the same time, we need to address the concerns which are there for our own application and workload security, like vulnerability scanning, understanding the virtual servers which are there, or the ingress points that we have. And now when we are talking about Kubernetes services or microservices, we need to understand that how are we going to provide the access to that? And do we have, are we going to have role-based access? What kind of access are we going to have? So it's very, very important to have. We also would need to address the data security concerns, whether the data would be encrypted at rest, motion, or in transit. Are we going to have TLS, endpoint security, confidentiality, and integrity, or are we going to have encryption, key management? So these are the things that if we don't understand on time, we're going to be in trouble. And last but not the least, if we don't log it, we can never safeguard ourselves. So how are we going to manage our audit events, relevant audit logs? Where are we going to store it? For how long we are going to store it? How are we going to protect our audit information? At the same time, what infrastructure we would be monitoring, where the audit records would be there for retention. So it's very, very important to understand that. And when we talk about architecture services, so this is the architecture which I picked up from one of the social media sites. I don't know who posted it, but yes, I found it really relevant that these are the things that we need to address, which starts with the whole strategy planning, and then having the right governance, doing the gap analysis, or education, which is important. The training for the teams are very important. Doing the right kind of risk assessment is very, very important. So we need to have an architecture review methodology, which starts with data flow diagram. And even before that, when I talk about the new normal that we are in, businesses have to have a quicker and agile transition to the cloud, which is with cloud enabled operations. And this means thriving a lesser known environment with unprecedented threat, which I don't know what we're going to be doing with those threats in the cloud. So these unprecedented times or unknown times have taught us so many things about our own environment. So this time has taught us a lot. Where should we start off? We should first start off with the data flow diagram. We need to understand our own cloud architecture, infrastructure, and this will be done by referring to target organization where we need to have a high level cloud architecture. So data flow diagrams actually help in that. Then we have to have a proper threat modeling done of our cloud infrastructure. And there has to be proper resources that should be created for that. We also have to have a risk-based plan that, okay, this is how we're going to move to the cloud. These are the things that we need to safeguard. This is where we're going to be landing. And we need to have adequate visibility on our environment and understand our own environment with the gap analysis. Where is the gap? How should we address that? So let's start with the threat modeling. So let's start with the threat modeling first, wherein which is most critical, or I would say threat modeling is crucial. So let's start with the threat modeling. Threat modeling is crucial as it sounds, or it helps teams to proactively understand and develop a strategy for identifying the potential threats early. And for cloud, it's very, very important to do the threat modeling of our own environment. There are multiple models which are there. Like Stride, Pasta, Trike, WASP. There are so many. I have been working on Stride a lot lately, and I really like the kind of model Stride is. And when we talk about threat modeling can be done as a code. And threat modeling, we need to understand that this is not just code as well. So the tool is less important than the data recorded. So we have to have data recorded in that. And using a tool already, okay, keep doing so if you're doing it. And whiteboarding is my favorite. So I always say that for threat modeling, whiteboarding is like amazing way to go. How are we going to have the threat models that we have created for longer run? Now, there's another thing that we have to understand when we are doing the threat modeling. We need to create data flow diagrams. Now, when we create the data flow diagrams, we need to define our trust boundary. And when we are creating those trust boundaries, we need to understand the whole architecture. And especially this new normal demands businesses to have a quicker and agile transition. So how are we going to connect the systems with the data flow and where the data would be passing through? So it's very, very important to have the whole map. So the advantages of utilizing these processes or application flow diagrams, wherein we can create the threat models which are developer friendly, and wherein we can showcase, okay, these are the applications we have, this is the whole architecture that we have. And it can also help us in creating the process map, which shows how individuals move through an application. Security professionals and developers can then view that these applications, if I don't act upon time, how the attacker might be envisioning them, which is more efficiently prioritizing the potential threat. And if we have a standardization of these threat modeling processes, it can help us in consistent actionable output, which can help us a long way. And companies need to govern how data or how connections to data sets are established, and we need to monitor this data transfer. So data flow diagrams are the best way to go, and employees, organizations need to understand that the risk of data exposure is huge. And if we don't have the right kind of training around these data flow diagrams, or in general about cloud security, it can lead us to a wrong way. Now, we've talked about threat modeling a bit, data flow diagrams a bit. Now let's talk about shared responsibility model that we were talking about in the beginning. So shared responsibility model talk about that what would be the responsibility of the cloud provider, and what would be the responsibility of a client, or us, let's say, to be precise. So identifying the security risk management responsibility is very, very important. A clearly chartered security responsibility model is the way to go. So the COVID-19 pandemic changed the business practices worldwide, and the traditional workspace transformed or changed for many, the new norm. Like people are saying new normal, new norm, which is now a new home office. We are all homebound. We are doing the virtual, we are in a virtual workspace. Our all servers are on cloud, and we are meeting over different platforms like Slack, Hangout, Teams, and whatnot. So the cloud is busier than ever. Making cloud security is more important than ever. So in public cloud, there is a shared responsibility model wherein how the cloud security provider and we are going to manage it. And security for things like data classification, network controls, physical security, and whatnot. So if you can see on the screen, we've talked about we've talked a bit about data classification and accountability, and endpoint protection. We've talked about application level controls, network controls, host infrastructure, and not to forget physical security. If we don't understand and address that, that can be a big concern. So based on whether we are running IaaS, or infrastructure as a service, or PaaS implementation, which is platform as a service implementation, we might want to retain the additional security responsibilities that we have. So whether it's in the data center using a server based infrastructure as a server instance, or serverless system, or even a PaaS system, we are always responsible for securing our own data. Talk about information and data. If we don't retain our control over the information and data which we maintain, we would never be able to understand what is the visibility of our data. We will have zero visibility into our data, and all the data access in our control would never be there. So and again, another thing is identity and access management. So how there are different facets to it, different terms to it. So if we don't have the right IAM set, which is identity and access management set, right kind of rule set, group set, we don't have a single sign-on mechanism or multi-factor authentication, we're going to be in trouble, big trouble. And I'd say apart from that, we need to understand the application logic and code. So regardless of how we choose to spin up the cloud resources, our proprietary applications are ours to secure, and the control throughout the application lifecycle. If we have moved an application to the cloud, we cannot say that now the cloud provider is going to secure our application. No. There can be abuses that can happen. So this includes securing our own code repositories from the malicious or misuse, and talking about application build, testing throughout the life cycle, ensuring that secure production access is there, and maintaining security on any connected systems. Talk about virtual machine accesses which are there in the cloud. So it's very important to have a role-based access control, or started using the principles of least privilege. So when we spin up the cloud environment, we control the operation environment. And how do we maintain or control those environments varies based on the kind of instance that we are going for. Whether we are talking about maintaining the operating system, so we have to harden it. If we are maintaining the applications, we have to make sure that when we are doing the DevSecOps, we are doing it with the right things. So for the serverless resources, the cloud providers control planes give us the access to the setup of the configuration. So it's very, very important to understand what's our control plane and the data planes that will surround us, and how the control plane will be managing the configuration. And if a cloud provider is giving us the right to manage that, there's nothing beautiful than that. And in case of server-based instance, we need to understand that how are we going to manage the identity and directory infrastructure, how are we going to manage our own applications, how are we going to manage the network controls that are there, how are we going to manage the operating system. I can go on and on when we talk about shared responsibility model. There's a huge thing to understand. And not to miss, we need to have a right kind of risk-based approach. And if we don't have a plan, we can never attain a right kind of shared responsibility model. It will just lie there and nothing is going to happen. So what are the various data sets planned to migrate to the cloud? Understand that. What are the regulatory requirements from a transport perspective? Like there are multiple data centers which are there. If I'm moving the data from one data center to another, how are we going to manage those cross-border perspectives? And do we have policies and baseline defined to be enforced on these workloads? How does the data cycle life cycle look like? How are we going to manage our own data? What are the encryption measures which are there, and how do we translate it to the cloud? So the outcome would bring in a clear and documented cloud security roadmap if we understand these things. If we have a plan, we understand shared responsibility model, we address the identity and access management concerns, and the concerns which are part of the different layers that we have. Last but not the least, gaining the right kind of visibility. And if we have the right kind of visibility, we can have the right set of service level agreements defined. What is actually the need of the hour for the business? So a due diligence is very, very important. And not to forget, we need to have a kind of right logging and monitoring. We have to have an incident reporting, like a proper response plan that has to be there. What will be the business continuity management if one data center goes down? What are the legal implications that would be there? Or if there are contracts that I need to change, if I want to move from one vendor to another, what will be the legal implications? Or if I want to move services from one cloud provider to the other provider, and if there is a vendor lock-in, how are we going to move past that? So another important thing is that uptime, a right to audit. Can we audit the cloud provider? I have seen that a lot of cloud providers are not letting the clients do the risk assessment. Instead, they give the reports which are there. So how are we going to understand that these things are important for us? Things which are not to miss, which are latest things, and people don't recognize it and don't address it. So let's start with CASB. So CASB is Cloud Access Security Broker, which is required as a central shared security thing, which can be there at Cloud Edge, which can help in cloud related traffic monitoring and preventing controls. Another thing would be data user behavior and activity monitoring within and across the authorized and unauthorized SaaS cloud providers. How about using the shadow IT, and how about using those shadow cloud and protect that? How are we going to have protection against the malwares? At the same time, understanding the cloud infrastructure, configuration management, container security, traffic management, threat management. So CASB is the anchored multi-cloud safety net is very, very important for us to use. Now, how about we're going to address the challenges which are there across the cloud security providers? We have to address the concerns for identity, authorization, and authentication mechanisms. So so we need to have a pragmatic approach towards implementing all across the cloud providers. Another thing is that application security basics like implementation, configuration, and audit of security design and configuration is very, very important. And especially if we have within SaaS as IaaS, PaaS, and now functional as a service as well. So what will be the management from the cloud security provider end? IAM configuration or network configuration, what will they be managing? How are they, what are the services that they are providing? So it's very, very important to address these concerns when we talk about cloud security architecture. Now, to sum it up, we need to look at the broader picture that we have. We need to protect the customers, partners, and our own business. We work with a lot of partners, and we need to think out of the box. We need to have a different kind of an understanding about our own network. I have seen organizations who are moving to cloud, they don't understand their environment well. They don't know what they have in their environment currently, which is a big gap. And if we address that, we address the skill gap that is there. Another important aspect is that when we think about moving to cloud, we need to do the design thinking. Like, okay, this is how my design is going to look. We need to involve all the stakeholders which will be part of this movement to cloud. There might be multiple teams who would be moving to cloud. So change is the only thing that is constant. And when we talk about cybersecurity, it's very important to address these concerns. Now, one more important thing that I want to tell before we go that building a security in the cloud is not an easy task, but not a difficult task. What we can do is we can start with building the security architecture with zero trust. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, any concerns, any discussions you want to have, please do feel free to ask me any questions. I am happy to have a conversation on my Twitter handle, which is InfoSec Vandana, or you can reach out to me on LinkedIn. I'm there, Vandana Verma, and I'll be more than happy to have a discussion around this topic. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vandana Verma, for such an amazing talk. Now let's get further with our next talk. Pedram Amini is joining us for the talk on malware analysis at scale with Inquest Labs. This is a special talk on malware analysis, and we hope that you will enjoy this talk. So let's get started with that talk.
Hello and welcome. This talk is about an open and free as in beer research data portal that we've created and made available to researchers to essentially empower you to find new and interesting novel malware. We call this Inquest Labs, and it's reachable at labs.inquest.net. There's an open source Python client library. There is an interactive web UI that you can utilize and point and click through. There's a command line tool. We'll describe what is the impetus behind this, what is the data, where do we pull it from, and then I'll actually jump into the tool and show you how to use it a little bit, show you how to pivot around and find new and interesting things. So perhaps just a quick introduction on myself. New York City born, Austin, Texas transplant since 2005. I started hacking in the 90s. I learned reverse engineering on soft ice, and I played around with a lot of phone phreaking. At the time, this was a pre-cell phone time, and so we all actually used payphones back then. My first professional job was with iDefense, and I was one of the founding members of the Vulnerability Contributor Program. This was the world's first public bug bounty. From there, I moved down to Austin, Texas, to work for Tipping Point, the intrusion prevention company, and that's where I made the Zero Day Initiative. To date, the largest bug bounty program in existence. It's got thousands of researchers and thousands upon thousands of Zero Day. It's the number one contributor of Microsoft bulletins, the number one CVE contributor. Since in that time, I founded the OpenRC reverse engineering community. That's now serves as an archive. I wrote some open source tools, PyMesa, reversing frameworks, Sully, is a fuzzing framework. It has now since been replaced with BEFOJJI, an actively maintained kind of fork of that project. And since Tipping Point, really, I've been mostly working in the defensive space as opposed to offensive. So I did a startup called JumpShot. We were removing malware that was designed to target consumers. So defensive anti-malware there. And since 2014, it's been with Inquest, and that's who brings labs. We are essentially a threat hunting and intelligence automation platform. And part of the research that we do in tracking malware campaigns is ingesting malware at scale and identifying novel samples. And so the kind of the tooling that we built up to do some of this, we've pretty much just opened up for others to use as well. So let's talk about, I've seen many a beautiful exploit, and you don't have to look too far if you want to look at something that's really neat. Pwn to Own, brought to you by ZDI. They had a Safari competition, and the guys who won it, they have a great write-up. It's a good paper. It's on GitHub. It's like 6 different vulnerabilities that are chained together to get a full stack exploit. Really neat, really novel, very, very cool work. And you see a ton of this kind of thing out there, but most times in reality, the majority of people are getting owned with really trivial matters, things that you might even consider just hygiene, right? It's invoice scams. Give me your money. It's phishing. Give me your login and password. Or it's just completely open S3 buckets and Elastic databases. Just ripe for the taking. Someone just has to find it. On the more complex end of the lot of the malware out there is your carrier lures, right? And so a carrier lure is your pre-executable malware lure, like your Office documents, your PDF documents. Maybe it's like a script in an archive or like a Java applet. Flash is kind of dead now in the browser, but the subsystem is still there. So it's like a Flash applet inside of a RTF file, for example. It's these kinds of things, right? They're very common file formats that are traded daily, constantly. And the formula for success for an attacker is pretty simple overall. Construct a novel carrier. An exploit is optional. You don't have to find a 0 day or to exploit some end day. You can just ask users to enable execution of your macro, and you'll have enough victims there that you can profit off of it. Right? The next thing you really have to do though is you got to stand up some infrastructure. Either stand it up or own it. So either pwn or own. A common pwn tactic is to just spray and pray looking for vulnerable WordPress systems and popping those to inject your next stage payload, right? Or maybe you're using something like a legitimate like SharePoint site to host your malware, or perhaps you've spun up an AWS instance and you've got US-based IP space that it's ephemeral and it's known good in the past, and that's another way that you're hosting your payloads. So you've got your carrier. You've got your infrastructure for managing your various payloads. Now you got to seed it with some spam, right? This is a very common way to kickstart the spread of your malware. Right, and if we look at the most commonly exploited vulnerabilities when it comes to malware, at least for the past 3 years, just taking a look at the screen here. Let's get in a little bit closer. We've got a little legend here, Adobe Flash. You can see P for PDF, A for Android, I for Microsoft IE, O for Microsoft Office. And what's bold here is actually a 0 day that was found in the wild. Normally, most cases here, either the vendor themselves or a researcher finds a bug, it's documented, CVE comes out, and then people do a patch analysis, write an exploit for it, and then it trickles its way down over to the malware world. In these particular bolded cases, though, these were 0 days that were discovered by malware authors or by researchers who sold them to malware authors. And defenders found out about it when they were seeing it in the wild, in the field. So that's what we're looking at here. And as I mentioned, it doesn't have to be exploits, right? You can get away with just sending your an embedded macro and asking the user to activate it. In this particular case, what we're talking about here is Excel macro sheets. So macro sheets are an age-old technology. It's not like from Excel version 4. It is a macro, and actually one of the benefits is that because it's not introspected by Microsoft's AMSI layer, there's somewhat of a lack of visibility into this area. It's an older tech, so a lot of AV engines haven't built proper detection on top of it. And so this is becoming more and more of a favorite of malware. It's something that's been around since at least 2018. We've certainly written about it a ton. There's open source software now that's written for extracting and emulating these things. We've got some open source URL rules. I've got some blogs linked here. But still, even though this has been around for 2 years' time now, you're still looking at this as being very effective. And if it's not this, it's something else, right? There's just always something with Microsoft Office, and to no surprise, tens of millions of lines of code, decades of features, backwards compatibility, huge attack surface, always updating new features. That is a ripe target for continuous bug discovery. And if you're going to be sending someone a macro lure or a macro sheet lure, typically you bundle it with some malware lure like this, right? What we've got here is just a collection. We've got an ever-growing list of these things. Just a collection of a variety of different graphical malware lures, right? Used in some way, shape, or form to trick the user into engaging with the embedded content. Right, whether you're faking an encrypted document or a DocuSign or whatever it is, there's a myriad of ways that folks, clever ways that they coerce users into enabling the active content, and there will always be new ones, always. So, what does a campaign typically look like? Right, there's multiple components to this. Typically, it starts with an email. That email either contains a malicious attachment, or it contains a malicious link, right? And that, once it's engaged, whether it's an exploit or an embedded macro or whatnot, perhaps it will go and pull down via VBA some PowerShell payload from a compromised WordPress site, right? And then that, in turn, will then go and connect to an AWS server that they've stood up at some point, and it'll pull down their final executable payload. Right? So all of these different exchanges or these different pivots, these different stages, they're all opportunities for us to defend against. Maybe we block the original email that comes in. Perhaps we detect the HTTP pattern for the retrieval of the PowerShell. Maybe through IOCs like domain names and IP addresses or SSL certificate hashes, we're able to actually anchor on the infrastructure, and we can detect it that way. Perhaps we've got EDR behavior detection for the executable once it makes its way down to the actual node, the actual desktop. Right. So across the board, there's different paths for defending. But on the attacker side, you've got your lure. That's delivered up here. Then you've got either your compromised website, your PowerShell sitting on a WordPress site. You've got a script written that's going and trying to exploit, and then when it does, it either just statically drops a file, or maybe it's smart enough to change it up a little bit and has some regular expression for generating a random directory name or a random file length name. Right, and then finally, again, on your AWS side, as an example, SharePoint, whatever it is, final payload comes down. From the defender perspective, one of the things that are really common is infrastructure pivots. And what I mean by that is once you've got a single anchor, call it a domain name, looking at the top here, you can take that domain name, resolve it to an IP address, then take that IP and reverse resolve it to other domain names. Now, maybe there's thousands, it's a shared host and there's a bunch of unrelated domains. That's not going to provide you valuable information. But maybe there's only a few. And perhaps they follow a certain naming pattern, the ones that are malicious versus are not malicious. And so there is some value there. Other types of pivots you might do is from the domain to the registrant. This is really uncommon these days. Most folks are smart enough to either randomize or hide their domain name registration privacy. But as an example, If someone uses the same telephone contact, address, whatever it is, inside the actual registered information, you can pivot on that. You can maybe look at the actual ASN that IP address is on, right? It's possible that maybe the malware actors bought like a block of IPs in some hosting environment. And so just by exploring around the vicinity of that like network neighborhood, you might discover other related infrastructure. These are all fairly common, right? On the more advanced side, quote unquote, you've got SSL certificate hash pivots. So this is two completely unrelated domains, IPs, whatever. They happen to be using the same SSL certificate. And there's been examples of nation state attackers reusing SSL certs across campaigns. So people certainly make this mistake even today. Another thing you might do is pivot on Google Analytics ID. Malware authors want to track their campaigns, like an advertiser might want to track his sales funnel. And so they'll leverage Google Analytics to see the success of their different efforts. If they're not making a new analytics ID for a campaign, that's another anchor point that might be able to draw things together. So basically, whether you look at it on the left here in a list of derived data pivots, or on the right, the kind of the relationship visually, any one anchor we get, we can use it to try and find other related infrastructure. So similarly, we wanted to bring this to files. And there's the obvious things like IP addresses, domain names, and all this stuff. And then there's some other non-obvious things. We'll dive more into like Adobe XMP IDs and AV labels and graphical lures. But one of the things that we built is a static analysis engine. We call it deep file inspection, DFI here depicted. And you'll see it's pulling out. It takes a file in, and it specifies. It's specifically designed for nested file types. Right, it's actually fairly common in the real world for folks to treat like RTFs and documents as zip containers. They'll drag and drop a bunch of files in there, and they'll send it off in an email to their coworkers or whatnot. But malware authors will use this too. They will put perhaps a zip file, then has a docx, and that docx has an OLE, and then the OLE has a flash object, right? That flash object, we want to find it, we want to decompile it, and we want to make it searchable. We want to index it. And so there's three layers that we're generally pulling out. And we will unravel the different layers looking for metadata, page count, edit time, author, code pages. We're looking for embedded logic, VBA and macros, JavaScript and PDFs, ActionScript and Flash, decompiling Java. And we're looking at the semantic layer, right? What's the numbers in the cells of the spreadsheet? What is the content inside the images that are embedded in the document? These kinds of things, like the actual context, the words in the PDF file. And some of the non-standard ones that you can now pivot off of, because of these extruded layers, include things like metadata, Adobe XMP IDs, perhaps shared common text inside of a graphical lure, maybe a code pattern or an obfuscation pattern, inquest heuristics or AV labels. This is something that's actually kind of specific to labs because we ingest the data from VirusTotal. We're able to pivot on AV label as well. In the end, though, similar to what we do with network infrastructure, here's an example of one file taking an anchor and pivoting to other types of files, based on a variety of file-based, file-specific anchors. I touched on XMP IDs. Let me just scratch that surface a little bit deeper because it's not the most common indicator, and it is super valuable because it's a static hash. It's unique. And it's very fast to look for, so it scales great, right? This is Adobe's extensible metadata platform. You're essentially mapping relationships, a parent to child and revision to revision, right? And the key thing here is that the data is updated every time that file is saved or copied, and that data is embedded within the asset itself. Right, so just kind of looking at this visually. Say you've got three different documents, one in each column here. We've got, the blue one starts off with an original ID and its document ID is dead beef. Its instance ID is Coca-Cola. Make a change, hit save. Now the instance ID is baseball. Save it again and you got cassette, right? Obviously these are contrived GUID hash formats. Make a new copy of the document and the original ID is dead beef. Now this new document ID is Cafe Babe, and we've got a new instance ID. And again, you hit save, new instance ID, and so on and so forth. So, between these different things, we can actually track, for example, if the same lure is taken and maybe even it's saved, and then the text is changed from like English to German, saved again, changed from German to Spanish, saved again. That original ID will exist across all these lures, and just by anchoring on that, whatever malware campaign these folks, whatever amount of macro changes they do, we're able to keep tracking it based solely off of this static identifier that's embedded in there. And there's two formats it comes in. You'll see them in hashes and you'll see them in GUIDs. And both of these are available and pivotable through Inquest Labs, which we'll get to. So now that we've talked about what we're looking for and how we're dissecting it, now the question is, well, where's the data source come from? And there's many places you can pull it from. There are malware sharing repositories. If you are a defender in a SOC, you have your own mail spool. Perhaps you set up your own mouse spam traps and honey nets. Most common for folks in the industry, so to speak, are using Virus Total Intelligence. It's ubiquitous. Everyone's got access to it. Everyone is leveraging it for sharing and pivoting and research. Basically, this Google hosted service is combining all your different AV engines, right? And there's well over 60 of them now. It combines them together so you can have a full consensus. Essentially, what does the AV industry think about this file? Right? Like all the myriad of people and money and companies and all the different tools and techniques and ML and static signatures, essentially distill down to these engines. And you're able to see, okay, maybe 2 out of 70 or 50 out of 70 vendors, detected this file as malicious. Now, volume-wise, it's pretty huge, right? We're looking at, it's now approaching over 2 million files a day. 1 million of them are distinct. 900,000 of them are brand new, never been seen before, and just a little bit less than half of those are malicious. The rest are benign. That's a lot of files, too many to go through. Now, we're in luck because we're focusing our efforts further up the chain, right? We don't need to look at the number one column here, executables. We're interested in the malware that is coming out of, right, here's executables. PDF is number 2. That's something that we're looking at. 1 million files, that's the biggest corpus. But then we have 50K Office, 25K or 20K Java, 15K Excel, so on and so forth. Even this, though, is too many files a day. So what we do is we reduce this down with a series of fairly wide hunt rules. And all these hunt rules are open sourced on GitHub, linked here. And so, and what you're looking at on the bottom is a graph over time. It's a snapshot from the May-June transition from this year. And on the right, we've got stats on the different hunt rules. Like each one of these rules on the right is open sourced, right? And we're looking for things like layered carriers, right? If there's any kind of layering, let's keep that. Any evasive characteristics, like keep it. Any suspicious characteristics, keep that thing too. Pull it in, right? If any AV thinks it's bad, let's pull that in. And we can reduce this even further with clustering. We don't need to look at every single instance of Emotet. That we need to look at the flavor of the week or the day or whatever it is. So that's another way that we can reduce it afterwards. But still, just with these rules, not even with the clustering, we're down to about 5 to 10K samples a day. That's less than 1% of the initial corpus. Very, very manageable. The system that we use, this is really what powers labs behind the scenes, right? So it starts at the top with VTI. Those hunt rules run on all the 2 to 3 million files a day that we're seeing there. A subset of them, something like 10,000 a day total max, come down into a VT hunt ingester. So we're pulling these files down. We feed those through deep file inspection, run them through a YAR scanner. This fuels what we're calling heuristics. We'll see in a little bit on labs, which is a subset of just a bunch of YAR rules that we have running in the background. We have like 2,000 or so custom rules that run on top of the DFI'd output from these files. Finally, that's stored in a large-scale database, Aurora, which is how Labs interfaces with everything. And interestingly, one of the things that we do predominantly for labeling data is we'll kick off 2 rescan requests, one in 10 days and one in 20 days. So from the first day we've seen the file to basically three weeks afterwards, we're looking at this thing 3 times, or rather asking the AV industry to look at this thing 3 times, reanalyzing it with its latest signatures to let the results settle, right? There's an echo chamber of sorts of false positives, so you want those to settle down. And there's also, if there's a malware that's missed between all the data sharing that goes on, you can expect the other vendors to start catching up. So that allows us to, over time, leverage the power of hindsight to know which malware was there. For us, then, of course, we feed that into a feature extractor, classifier, and that's what fuels our ML operations. And so this is kind of the behind the scenes of how Inquest Labs is working for file ingestion. The other portion of it is we're ingesting IOCs, partially from aggregate reputation sources, but also using a tool that we call Threat Ingester, also free open source, but running an instance of it. And we're monitoring colleagues, essentially, right? GitHub repos, Twitters, RSS feeds. We're just monitoring for changes. Anytime we see a modification, we look for IOCs, we ingest that. Right, so the reputation aggregation is medium to high fidelity. The threat ingestion is low to high fidelity, right? There's a lot of range there. But what we're looking at here is IOC ingestion predominantly on the left-hand side, file ingestion on the right-hand side, and a sub-effect of file ingestion is we extract IOCs from it. This will all make sense in a short while. So what we've built in a nutshell is we don't expose all file types, only documents. This is a research portal that has had great response. People are loving it, and so we're putting more energy and effort into it. We consider it beta at the moment. We are making it production grade, so you can expect timeouts here and there, or it's going to be down for maintenance while we're making major hacks to it. But for the most part, it's 98% uptime, I would say. We've got 1 million+ files in the corpus for you to explore and pivot on, and new ones being added daily. We've got this reputation aggregation where we're taking 25 different open source feeds, putting them into a single database so that we can query it in one pane of glass, to use that overused term. Then we've got the IOC aggregation that we're pulling from our colleagues, Twitter, RSS, GitHub, all this. And there's some Yara helpers. Won't touch into that at all. It's a little bit more advanced. If you are writing Yara tools, or Yara rules rather, I definitely recommend you check out the base64 regex generator. It's basically pure magic. But let me take a dive into labs. So what we're looking at here is just labs.inquest.net, the main page. And you'll see some of the tooling across the top. Aggregate rep database in the center, IOC database top right, DFI top left, Yara tools in the next row. There's a link to our open source Python CLI. So this is both a command line tool. You can see, downloading files, searching the IOC database, rep database, using the Yara tools. All this is available via command line, and you can use it to do some really fun, bash foo. I will leverage a combination of the UI of labs and my command line tool to parse through lists of hashes and hack things together pretty often. This is also an API that you can just import. And so it allows you to interface with it programmatically. So definitely recommend you check that out if you're going to be playing with the API. And I should mention, the API is totally free. Like you can see, I have my API key already in here, and hover says it's set and in use. Otherwise, it would be a pink button, and you can request a key. It's free. We ask you to let us know who you are, a Twitter handle, a GitHub, LinkedIn, a company, something, so we know who we're working with. This service comes at a cost to us, obviously, and we want to make sure that we're working with a bona fide colleague, so to speak. But even without an API key, the limits are quite high, right? 1337 requests per day with the sliding window, you'll never hit that playing with the UI. You really got to be hitting the API hard via programmatic interfacing to really reach that level of usage. So let's take a look at the T-file inspection pane. When you hit it, there's a search at the top, quick overview. I definitely recommend you read the About page to really get a feel for, basically what I've said and a little bit more descriptive. Read it in the About section. There's a bunch of search options. We can search for keywords in the different DFI layers. So the embedded logic, right? That's the macro here. The semantic text or OCR. So the Excel spreadsheet cells, the images inside the documents, or the extracted metadata. And this is metadata for any embedded file. It's all keyword based, full text search. Some of these full text searches can take a little bit of time. Be patient. Not like an hour time, like minutes time. And if it does time out and you hit it again, the index will go a little bit further and potentially return results. Again, this is something that we're working on. It's a hacky database at the moment. It's moving to a production grade database, but until then, this is what we have to play with. Other layers that we can search through, we can search by hash, support all the common ones. We can search by heuristics. So these are some of the rules that are firing that we're exposing. So show me all files that have some XL40 macro, for example, to use the current example that we're just covering in the slides. All right. And once we've done this search, we can filter based on malicious or unknown. We can see XL40 macros make sense. Unknown basically means benign. We just don't want to give it that label. Malicious means that we think it's malicious through a combination of either or IOC reputation that we extracted from a file, Inquest heuristic, or AV labels. Right? If everyone agrees, we have a high sense of confidence that it's malicious. Otherwise, we label it as unknown. You can sort by any column here. Default is first seen. Sort by SHA. These two columns, the plus is for AV positives, so 19 vendors detected this file as malicious. The LB, or pounds, US terminology, is the weight, right? It's we weigh each AV vendor. We're playing with those all the time, based on false positives, false negatives, this kind of thing. You can always expect the weight to be less. And in some cases, the weight will be 0, whereas the positive is greater than 0. And we look at both of these things when we're deciding if something's malicious or not. These are the size of the different DFI layers that have been extracted. Quick pro tip here, sorting by that, very often you can cluster things visually just based off of the size similarity here. Very poor man's clustering, visual clustering. You'd be surprised at how often this is valuable. Even when the hash is different, in many cases the macro hash is exactly the same, and so the size is exactly the same. But even when they're using obfuscations, typically the sizes are around the same. It's not very often that you see folks pulling completely different random size macros in their payloads. One of the things I like to do, let me reset this search, is I'll filter out unknown files and sort by positives, descending, right? Ascending, these are very high confidence malware, but who cares? They're well detected. We want to find the gray area. And so, here is one that is quite gray. There's no AV positives at all, but we're still saying it's malicious. In this case, one vendor, but a weight of 0. So that vendor didn't receive any weight from our perspective, detected as malicious. Again, these are the gray area, and we're purposefully wide here, right? This is what we're looking for. We're trying to find, we're trying to find the interesting malware, the gray area malware. And so, maybe looking at let's take a look at the two, both of these ones. I'm going to guess just by looking at these columns that this one, because there's no code inside of it, was probably detected from a lure and is either a disarmed macro or just someone testing their graphical lure, wanting to see if they can bypass like OCR-based detection. This one, though, if it's a true positive, is going to be interesting. This will be a low detection, but some bleeding edge malware. So let's take a look at those two tabs. All right. Actually, I'll start off with the second one first. And yes, we can see what we're looking at here. Some information at the top, original file size, what the actual total count of the DFI'd output was. So, in this case, it was a 230% increase. If a meg came in, you're getting 3.3 megs out of it total at the end. When we last saw it, when we DFI'd it, which heuristics fired. You can pivot right from here, by the way. This is a clickable link. Different API requests, and if your key is in here, it'll actually populate it. You can literally copy and paste these things into your favorite editor or into the command line. Here's the OCR layer. Here's the lure that triggered this heuristic that marked this file as malicious. And I've seen this before, I recognize it. And here's the OCR output of it, which all these views are filterable. Extracted metadata, extracted indicators. This landing.jpg is a unique enough file name that it might be worth pivoting on to see other samples, perhaps samples that have a weaponized layer. So that's worth pivoting on. The IOCs are also wide here, right? We want to find, even if it's not a legitimate IOC and it looks like one, we might be able to use it as an anchor to cluster things together. So we're purposely wide here. It's why we explicitly say it looks like file name here. And you can pivot to, depending on the IOC type, there's a bunch of pre-inserted tooling. For file names, it's just Google. Later, I'm sure we'll see an IP address or a domain name somewhere, and we'll see some of the pivots there. Before we switch off, though, let's just see if that landing, and it did. Look, what a great pivot that was. All right, we took and we're not 100% sure these are the same yet, but the fact that they're malicious, they're in the low ranges of detection, it gives credence to the fact that that is the same sample. And now we'll sort by code, and so now we can actually find related samples that might actually be carry a payload. Right? So we took something that was low detection, found a seemingly random anchor, used that to pivot, and found more interesting samples. Great use case. The other one that looked more interesting is a couple more heuristics fire here. Auto starting Excel macro sheet. We've got a reference link here. I believe it's to one of our blogs. It is. So you can come read more about that whole concept. Chunk suspicious strings is an evasive characteristic, and you can see these color bands. Suspicious, orange is evasive, red is malicious. Again, we have a macro coercion. So where is that? Yep, here's the malware lure, and again the OCR output of it, next to it. This one has a semantic layer, and immediately this PowerShell and this weird cased PowerShell stands out. As does this obfuscated URL. The fact that this is low detection, this is probably a worthwhile file to go and try and pull down just to see if, see what it is, to chase down what the actual payload is, since this is low detection. Digging further down is the embedded logic that we extracted. In this case, it was a macro sheet, so it's not VBA. Super neat. You can filter in here by regex or flat text, all that's controllable. We also, specifically on the logic layer, have some pre-written filters here. There's a filter for filter out benign lines, and this is great to use as a template because the regex for filtering out versus highlighting is significantly more complex. All the other ones are highlights, so let's look at highlight suspicious lines. Very quickly, it stands out to us exactly what's going on here. We've got a PowerShell pivot to what seems like an executable, ks.exe. It's going to be named locally, pulled from this Cutley, which looks like some URL shortener, and then started by PowerShell. We're pretty much seeing the story, the tail there. Now, going further down, looking at the IOCs, great. In this case, we pulled out, looks like the URL was cut off. The IOC failed to handle that specific obfuscation. Again, these IPs are definitely not legitimate, but they might serve as good anchors, as we saw with the landing.jpg. We've got some domains that we can pivot on. And so this Cutley is interesting, right? Let's go look at where else in DFI are we seeing that. Let's check the IOC DB. Let's check the repdb. And notice we can also pivot if we wanted to a virus total or domain tools. IP address has even more showdown, gray noise, packet total. Right, so different pivots from right from the interface here. This, these two are obviously not domain names, but let's go take a look at both of them. Well, let's start there actually. See if there's any value to these seemingly junk. One's got 3 hits, one's got 14. Let's go with the 14, kill this tab. Almost all malicious. I'd be curious to know if this is potentially a mismalware. No code though, so I'm going to skip that one. All right, this does seem to be a decent anchor for pivoting to other samples. And note, look, these are zeros. Right? Some of these have good detection. 8 positives on this sample. Grab this seemingly useless domain lookalike anchor, pivot on it, and now you're finding some zeros. Whatever the difference is between this 1K and this 853 bytes, this macro is much more evasive. So a great example of the benefit of why we have these wider, more flexible regexes for IOC extraction. The other pivots we did was on the domain to repdb, so we can see OpenFish, ThreatWeb, have hits on maybe not the URL specifically. We can search for that as well in the second on pivot, but at least for the domain, it seems to be at least used by some malware. So something to note. Nothing in IOCDB, so no one's talking about this domain, at least no one that we're tracking. Searching for, this is a previous tab that I popped open from the DFI pivot. You can see we're searching by indicators of compromise here. Looks like a domain name. It just pre-filled it out. There's the XMP ID we covered earlier. Looking for Cutley. Looks like it's spot on 50-50 among the 30 hashes that, or 30 file hashes that we've seen that carry that domain in it. It looks like it's about 50-50 split between the malicious and the unknown. So something worth continuing to explore to see other, find other unique samples. So let's break out of here. One thing to note is whatever you are doing here, whatever you have filtered, you can actually copy that content and paste it out somewhere. And you can share the link. When you do this share link, notice that the URL populates with this base64 encoded content. It's your exact search. So if I were to open this in a new tab manually, it's going to take me directly to the pane that I'm searching in with the regex that I'm searching. So super useful if you're highlighting the interesting parts of some macro and then want to share it with a friend. Just hit share link and paste it over. In a similar fashion, the hash list in the search view is also copyable, and it will sort based on how you're sorting these things, whether it's by size or by SHA. However you do this, when you click to copy, this will get all the hash in the clipboard, 1 per line, and then we can use that to paste into a file and do like a 4 hash in cat file, do something. Use the Inquest Labs CLI, pipe that to a JQ and pass that over to some other pipeline script. Right, a lot of command line kung fu or one-liners can be used in that space. Let's take a look at. I think that's a pretty good overview of the deep file inspection. At least enough that will get people going in terms of digging around. Another random sample I clicked on, tiny URL here as a pivot that we can go play with. Let's take a look at repdb. repdb can be searched programmatically or interactively here. If you look at the about section, you'll see all the different sources that we're pulling it from. URL house is so prolific that frequently when you come and hit this, that'll be the only source you see. But there are many sources behind it. It's just they have such a huge indicator volume, it blows everyone else away. IOCDB, very similar interface, and you can see a link back to where we got it from, right? So in this case, it came from a tweet, catnap 707, and that tweet's no longer available. But this user tweeted about this IOC. We ingested it with thread ingester, and it appears in this thing. Again, domain pivots, IP pivots, anywhere you have an indicator in the site, you've got all these pivots to other portions of the site and off-site into different useful open tools. And then there's filtering as well, based on the indicator type. And had we, previously in the RepDB, had there been multiple sources, we would have gotten a filtration option there as well. So that pretty much covers it in terms of a brief intro. I encourage you to reach out to us, apply for an API key. Again, it's totally free. We just ask to make sure that we know who we're working with, wanting to prevent abuse of the site, which, believe me, surprisingly enough, is quite rampant. But thank you again for your time. I appreciate it, and please do reach out with any questions.
Thank you, Kadramamini, for such a wonderful talk on malware analysis. We have already noted and jotted it down for our malware analysis inquest and labs. Alright guys, so this brings us to the end of our talk sessions. We have none of the talk left to share with you guys. So we hope you guys have enjoyed it all, and feel free if you have any queries or any questions regarding all that talks we have presented to you. We have the link. We have linked the social handles of all the mentors to the description of this video. Feel free to check that out. And congratulations to all the winners winning those vouchers and prizes being given away at the time of the break, which was between sessions. And we would like to once again thank to our offensive security, Grayhat, Hack the Boxes, and SPYSE for being our esteemed sponsors and supporting us generously. And so this literally made our our event grand success. We would also like to thank DARKARMY, SERVMOR Security, NOOBARMY, ROOTCON, SECONSET, BEFOJJI, We Are the PLYMOUTH'S, SUPRAJA Technology, RESETHACKER, Anti-Cybercrime Society, Computer Application Student Society from SIKKIM MANIPAL University for joining us as a community partner and supporting us till the way so that we have reached all the masses altogether. I would also like to appreciate our contributors and volunteers for being the pillar with us and supporting us and managing the event accordingly. We are very thankful to you guys. Guys, this leads us to our end of 3-day journey. Secarmy is very thankful for you guys to join this event, and we hope that you guys have enjoyed the talk. You guys have enjoyed the CTFs as well, and again, congratulations to all the winners winning those things. Thank you to all the mentors who was available here presenting all the topics we have listened to. It was such an amazing talks from all the mentors all around there, as far as it is concerned for OSINT or to the web application pen testing or forensics or Windows applications and all. That was such an amazing session. I have enjoyed it. Hope you guys have enjoyed it as well. We have put a lot of work together. Thank you for all the time being spent with us. So we conclude this session now. We don't have anything left to share with you guys. Thank you for joining us. Stay safe, stay careful being amid of this situation. And this is Dipanshu Jha signing off. Take care.